events of all time.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the skies. Huke Skywalker.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Drazah gets the first, gets the second. Drazah delivers.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Put the mayo down and get ready to get rowdy, because this is headquarters, day 3 of our Major 5 qualifiers, and we have just 7 days left before we head up to Toronto for the final major of the year. Today, Allie, we get 4 of our top 5 teams in action.
Mayo? Do you start your day with mayo?
You don't?
No,
Hellman's
I
is the
don't.
stuff there.
Wait, I just blanked. When did y'all talk about mayo?
It was a great open. And let's talk a little bit about the day, though. What are you looking forward to? Because we're going to see OpTic, we're going to see Atlanta, LA Thieves, New York. We also get a look at LAG in Florida today.
Yeah, I mean, the first one you said. OpTic versus Atlanta FaZe. I mean, This is like, you know, everybody's dream final. These guys have had so many battles. Can Atlanta get over the hump and finally take down OpTic Texas? We only got to wait a couple hours to find out.
It's been a fun week already, and yesterday hosted the second home series for the Minnesota Røkkr, this time in St. Paul, and we had a jam-packed house as Miles the Ross boss witnessed it all live. We had the Røkkr with a doubleheader, first opening up with a 3-0 over the London Royal Ravens, and then a heck of a series against Boston as we saw 7 take on number 8.
Yeah, and we saw Boston finally play now with Vivid plugged back into the roster, and they're winning hard points once again. Minnesota, though, they don't walk away too unhappy in the fact that they go 1-1 in the split. They're still 10 points behind Boston Breach when it comes to those standings. But the home stands, it's always a W round. I saw so many tweets yesterday of people at the venue saying it was completely electric across the board, and hope we see more in the future.
As we take a look at where this team is succeeding, well, the Boston Breach have 2 players in the top 8 when it comes to controlled kills per 10 minutes. Both of those, the SMGs, as Kremp now moves into the top 4. Vivid back in the lineup, officially locks in at number 8.
Yeah, and I'd love to shout out Scrap on this lineup as well, because if you can't tell, that is majority SMGs on this leaderboard, and the fact that Scrap is running attack and able to hang with all these players is just a testament to how good that he is.
9 SMGs and 1 AR. Scrap was pretty dirty, but Toronto's not in action today. That is our one team out of the top 5 that's not playing. Nameless, as we take a look at some of the squads that are going to be playing, they're going to be looking to stay ahead of the rest of the pack, because you have teams like Legion who are chasing to break into champs. Can we talk a little bit about Clayster and what the man brought to the table yesterday? Because he's still got it at age 31 now, as of today.
Yeah, you know what? First of all, happy birthday to my guy, Clay. He's been doing it for as long as I can remember. And boy, let's talk about Clayster here for a second. Setting the tone back-to-back days, taking over for his team. Obviously, they lose that game 5, but he had a hell of a series versus OpTic, and they come in the next day, picks up right where he left off. 34-16, map number 1, and then they lose that game 2, but game 3, once again, Respawn dominance, taking over most kills in the lobby. Clayster had something to say about it, and this time around, they win that game 5. Everybody turning up when they needed to. Huge win out of Las Vegas Legion.
And I'd love to tip my hat in the fact that they are 2-0 on control in this qualifier so far. I mean, they have the top 3 strongest strengths of schedule, and they're not letting that stop them. This is the Vegas Legion I feel like we were hoping to see during Major 4 and at Major 4 on land. So to see them firing it up on all cylinders for Major 5 qualifiers, it's a great look for the Vegas.
This was a must-win scenario after dropping round 11 to OpTic on day number 1. Legions still remain 2 games back of Røkkr, 3 games back of Breach, as all 3 are racing here to the final 8. We talked to Clayster, though, in our Monsters Winter Spotlight, asking him how it felt to walk away with a dub, a much-needed one over the Subliners.
Conversations, I mean, obviously weren't good. We got absolutely speed ran by New York and then choked a 5-2 lead game 5 with a streak against Florida, and that's just like one of the most like heartbreaking ways to lose. We know how important it all is, but we also understand that we still have a stage left. Like we're not in last place, we're not in 11th place, we're not in 10th place. Like we're on the cusp. Like we're 3 matches worth of points behind. We just got to understand that. Like everyone's talking about, oh, your strength of schedule is so bad. Like it doesn't matter who we play. We've always played the top teams really tight this year, so I think it's actually better for us that we play better teams this stage because we play up and down to our competition consistently. So better practice for us, better reps for us, and hopefully we can keep these points going.
Clayster not afraid of the competition, and man, if I am the competition, I'm taking note of what the old man is bringing to the table. 1.33 has led the team to 2 control wins, as Ali mentioned, but a 1.23 overall. I have to ask you, Nameless, you watched him his whole career. When was the last time Clayster was playing at this level?
Yeah, I mean, it had to be, BO4, MW, like he was frying during those 2 years. And, I haven't seen him play like this in quite some time. But when he does, his team turns up, and we've seen it. I mean, if you look at these last 2 series, they could have won 3-0 versus OpTic and 3-0 versus New York, right? If one thing changes in those S&Ds. So Vegas, at least online, are unreal.
All right, Vegas pull off the upset over the Subliners, but the Subliners are looking to bounce back today, and I think New York can do it. It's not going to be easy, though, going up against the reigning champs. LA Thieves are on the opposing side of this matchup. But let's talk about New York first here. Subliners went to that game 5 against Legion yesterday, but we mentioned it in the pre-show. Not necessarily their best match. They're getting prepared for champs because the team's already locked in.
Yeah, definitely not a great situation for the New York Subliners, especially when you open up against a team like Vegas Legion. No knock to them, but you got to think about the rest of your strength of schedule. I don't like the fact that they kind of tested one too many maps in their map pool yesterday against the Vegas Legion. They lose that opening hardpoint Fortress, which is their worst hardpoint to date. And they lose it to a Vegas Legion squad who has been struggling in that game mode respectively. And then they get 3-0 bopped on Expo Control, a map we hadn't seen them play. They wanted to test it in the league, and obviously it's not going to be added to their map pool.
Nameless, we've been watching highlights here from game 4 of last night. Even though Vegas won that final search and destroy, the hard points belong to the New York Subliners, and it's in big part due to this duo.
Yeah, I mean, they won the HyDra, right? So they won one of the 2 HPs, and this duo did go off on that map. The problem for them is, like, versus the teams that they're really practicing to go up against later in these tournaments, HyDra is not a map that you want to play it. Like, you have Thieves today, you can't go ahead and play HyDra against a team like the LA Thieves. So, when you talk about New York Subliners, their map pool, it needs to be better. Their clutch moments, it needs to improve, especially up against a team like LA Thieves. Last time you played up against them in that nightmare matchup, you got smoked. What are you bringing to the table today?
You can say smoked. I will say, even though it was a 3-0, it's a little bit one of those more closer ones. The map number 1 was by like 4-point differential. The LSCL search and destroy 6-4. The control went to round number 5. So like there's opportunity there. They didn't really get outslayed either. I think it was just a little bit of teamwork diff when it came to that matchup specifically. But head to head, I don't think they mind this matchup. I think these are going to be 2 very good respawn teams going at it. The biggest struggle for New York in this matchup is going to be in that search and destroy.
As we take a look at the box score from the last meeting, the key player for me was Drazah. 2.2 in the search. He was on fire. I believe it was like a 7 straight control. He was on fire as well. Who do you match up against Drazah? Is it Skyz or Priestahh on the other side for Subliners?
Yeah, we were talking about it before. Ali mentioned Priestahh, and I totally agree with that one. I mean, Priestah's the X factor on this team. We've been saying it all year long, but when he plays well, they dominate series, right? So you're going to need that once again. And just to touch on that series a little bit, it's the toughest matchup in the entire league for New York, just because of their map pool. The hard points are going to be a shootout. The teamwork needs to be on point. I'm very excited for that one.
If you're looking for some of the best Call of Duty, I think it's coming up at 6 o'clock with this matchup, but it also starts an hour and a half earlier with our Monster Energy matchup of the evening. This is going to be OpTic taking on FaZe, a decade-long battle, I feel like. One that we've seen go purely in OpTic's way, though, in the last 2 years. 9-1 in their last 10 meetings, Ali.
Yeah, for Atlanta FaZe, I feel like they're kind of reaching the end of the rod here when it comes to the fact that they're still trying to break that top 3. I'm going to call it a curse at this point because they just can't break into winning that championship. They got one earlier in this season, but it's been OpTic Texas playing spoiler time and time again. I feel like they really need this win today heading into Major 5, not only just for the sake of making it for seeding, but for the sake of their mentality against OpTic Texas, who looks unstoppable right now, and they will most certainly face heading near the grand finals for Major number 5.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe coming into this one, I mean, it's what, 1 in 10 in respawns against OpTic Texas. It has not been pretty. You have to come out and somebody's got to make a statement. I mean, seriously, like the fundamentals are obviously going to have to be a little bit better on rotation, things of that nature, but you have to be able to shut down the SMGs on OpTic Texas. They have fried you each and every time you played against them. And for Atlanta FaZe, just matchup problem for them. Once again, some of the maps they like going to, you go to Mercado. Well, OpTic's been lights out there. Hotel comes down to a nail biter. OpTic's got the edge on you every single time. So today we need to see some individuals on FaZe turn up to another level.
Ali, I'm looking at the box score here. It wasn't pretty in the previous meeting. This happened in the elimination finals of the Columbus Major. What happens in the meeting today? Do you still play these same 3 first maps if you're Atlanta FaZe?
No, I think if you're Atlanta, you try and test something new here. I mean, obviously, you know, what was working before isn't working versus OpTic Texas. And I think, you know, there is opportunity. Even though they are 7th overall on hardpoint right now, they have been slowly getting better with the fundamentals, which have been biting them in every single one of these series that they've fallen to.
Yeah, I played Fortress.
Atlanta FaZe are Major 2 champions, #1 overall in the standings, but OpTic closing that gap right behind them at #2. If you're looking across the board, though, FaZe, the best search and destroy team, 7th in the respawns, and that confuses me. We'll talk about it more at 4:30, and here is your full schedule on the day. We're opening things up with #11 versus #10. Florida Mutineers are taking on LA Guerrillas before the big teams battle, starting at 4:30. Lock in, it's a Super Saturday. We gotta go to commercial.
No. It is a Super Saturday,
birthday to you. It's Chris's birthday, guys. Make some noise.
Happy birthday.
It's my birthday back.
It's so beautiful.
I was gonna say a little bit. That's some good stuff. You want some?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, excellent stuff. Thank you so much, guys, here at CDL. We gotta go to commercial break. We come
this
back.
light.
Wait, look at the light. Look behind you.
Oh my God! Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
One of the band, a few more points, and that will be it.
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Fine talents, empty, lights out as the gorillas. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate, I don't need no anecdote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate, I don't need no anecdote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate, give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you
Welcome back, everyone. Who is this guy?
Throwback. You remember this?
Black
Oh my
Ops 2
gosh.
champs. I remember watching a young Nameless out here. We had Scump clutching up for OpTic on that championship Sunday. 10 years ago, I got the crossover from Halo into the Call of Duty universe, and one of the best decisions I've made. Today, we get to see some of the big names still playing, but a lot of fresh faces are in some of these lineups. Let's take a look at this matchup, though. I'm told it's almost ready, so jumping right in, you've got Florida Mutineers at 10. You've got LAG at 11. Both teams need to win out and then win Toronto if they want to make it to champs. That's not going to happen, so let's call it like it is. This is their champs. It's time to start scoring some points, start in that winner's bracket, and lock it in Toronto for a piece of the $500,000. Let's just get straight to predictions here, Nameless. Where are you going today? Is it Florida or is it LAG?
I mean, pick your poison. I'm going with Florida Mutineers in this one.
Florida Mutineers.
I hope you don't mind, I'm going to touch your cake a little for this
Yep,
one. I'm
please
going with
do.
Florida.
Just going with the sweetness. I talked to Tyler Foe. He said, this is our redemption arc. It starts today. I'm taking the Mutineers as the desk has a 3-0 here. Let's send it over to our casters for the day. And Shift and Mr. Proper. How we doing, guys?
Good, man. Happy birthday, Chris. Looking just as young as ever in that 10-year-old clip, I'll tell you that much. But this will be an interesting one. Of course, you and I do a lot of stuff in Challengers, and for all intents and purposes, this is kind of a Challengers matchup. For all these players, it's about trying to really cement your future for the 2024 year, especially considering that this LAG team never really saw an elite year this season. They made it into Raleigh. They did pretty darn well. They immediately get picked up into the main roster, but there hasn't been results. And then proper on the other side for Florida, lots of in and out of coming through Challengers, back to the CDL, back to Challengers, back to the CDL. It's time to cement your future, I think, for both these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, besides Arcitys, every other player inside this lobby we've casted in Challengers, one way, shape, or form in the past year or so. And I think it's just about just that and plus some more. I mean, cement yourself to make sure that at least you are looked at, even if it is going to next year. I will say this much. I mean, it's a crazy stipulation, but I mean, in reality, Florida, if they win out and have a great Major 5, they could realistically still make champs.
Okay, I love the sunshine coming from you, Proper.
I'm here, yeah, I'm here for it.
Of course, with also rumors about Miami being the Florida spot next year, who knows what happens with these four players as they try to finish off their season. This guy in particular, Beekle, has been unbelievable since bouncing back into the starting roster, and he starts off with an opening double. Even though LAG get the first 12 seconds, Florida looking good with the kills.
Yeah, I mean, even for Beekle, Hardpoint hasn't really moved since being repicked up, but we know what he can bring to the table, moving along with Capsule. Definitely need these two guys to show up to kind of bring the hurt to LAG. We already have one player actually trying to slip the net. Now, Joe's all the way to the backside of the God Rock.
Yeah.
I don't think that Florida are necessarily aware of it, but Beekle's trying to hunt him down.
Oh, the dead silence gets popped, just trying to surprise Joe, and doesn't quite fully check his corner, so Joe will turn the tides here a touch in a Ted tie 12-12 game. One member will spawn with Joe. That's Assault who's in place. Arcitys is still trying to lock down the exit from Old. Fellow, good read onto the first. Knows, of course, that Assault is playing from inside the hard point. Gonna get the 1v1 as Assault takes the pre-fire, and with that also wins the kill.
Big moment for Joe to stay alive into the back. It's going to keep P2 very, very scrappy. Beekle going to get the better of Assault in the back, and that's the entry point that you need for Beekle to be able to step on a little bit further forward, but assistance isn't exactly there, not quickly anyway. Hardpoint still vacant.
Yeah, well done here from LAG. Early bod. Brack on 4 in a row. Locks down the dome. Oh, what a snap from Brack. That gets him onto a killing spree, and he can reposition in towards the bridge heady. Unfortunately, did not expect the Guerrillas to be as quick on the bounce back off spawn as they were, so he will not get the early streak, but LAG taken from the second hard point, and now they found themselves down with, it looks like 15 seconds going the way of Florida.
So early days here in this map number 1 for HyDra, so LAG have a really good chance when it comes down to this rotation for P3 to lock in a decent amount of time. Just got to be careful of the Spanish swimmer out here. His name is Beekle. He's gonna look to get the better of Joe. He's not looking towards the water as well. Middle of the map is also being taken over by Florida. And well, now they're gonna try to at least encroach a little bit further forward, especially with Fellow trying to push over towards the flank.
Really, it all relies, though, on Fellow. Arcity's got a really good look at the Florida hit coming from the front on that mid-cross through bridge. Joe very aware that he is under very stiff threat caps. First blood gets right back into the hard point. Fellow also wins the battle on the back. So now it's just down to Assault, who's trying to swim himself into a position to either win the spawns or at least block him. And with a little bit of help from Exceed from the front, the numbers also look decent for the Guerrillas. But even with that play from Assault, they don't actually get the spawn flip in the back. So now Assault has to turn his attention back towards his south. And well, it's not going to work out. Florida catch him by surprise and they're right back in the hill.
I mean, if you just look at the stats alone on HyDra, you can see that it's going to be LAG, that they are 7th as far as hold percentage, but Florida are 11th for break percentage. Now, this is making the script flip back and forth every different which way. Both these teams really struggling to really cement themselves for a majority of time on some of these hard points, but something's got to give in this 2-point lead that Florida have, especially with the money hill on the horizon here at P4.
Well done by aBeZy. Gets an opportunity to start to move around the back as we go over towards trail. Florida still spawning in position, get their setup. aBeZy also red on the backside. Dead silence popped. Playing with the doors. He's got Fellow nearby. Crosses, has Brack in his sights, but actually just kind of gets caught in the middle here. He will be taken down. Mutineers do a nice job of kind of reading the play and dealing with it swiftly, and Joe really can't do anything besides to try to hold his life. Assault saves his life a little bit further than that. Joe was about to be surprised by Caps, and with that, maybe a chance for the Guerrillas to make a break for this scrap time. First contact, good for Brack. Gets the opening elimination. RCD's not in a position to follow up, and that may kill the chances at breaking the scrap.
RCD's, I mean, 2-8. Comparatively to when we saw him in map number 1, even versus FaZe was popping off, but having a slow start to this one, again, at 2-8. On the opposite side, the ARs are just absolutely letting LAG have it. Brack is up to 11-5. Fellow right behind him at 6-6. And it's just part of the main few reasons why this P4 was even so successful for Florida Mutineers. So much space being provided, and they're looking to take their virtues all the way down on the cliff side, trying to encroach on P5 very, very early.
Just anytime we get a rotational 1v1, it feels like Florida is winning 90% of them at the moment. Every time that LAG are close to putting together a setup, the exit from Florida is finding value. Beagle now to 9-7. Good contact with Joe in the back door, but doesn't quite get the kill. Brack follows up. Fellow working from the opposite angle. Stun will land, and Fellow will clean everything up inside the hard point. Florida, again, securing a break.
That's still a lot of time to be fighting over, and you know LAG, they got to give themselves a good shake, at least for this one. You have player number 8 of Joe. He's trying to at least go through the pond. He gets snuffed out immediately. He's being watched by Beagle. Florida's defense are all inside the hard point. Nobody's pushing over towards the flank. Fellow can convey that to his team, and by the time that LAG even have a player in position to maybe try to contest some time, we're down to 10 seconds and Florida up to 137 points.
There's just no ground for the girls to work with anywhere. It feels like anytime that they're at the hard point first, they're still being tested on multiple angles, including this setup right here. aBeZy's trying to play for dome, but Florida's working their way around the back. Good cleanup here for LAG, kind of keeping that right side of the minimap safe. But as Florida continues to kind of get a play from Fellow, a prime opportunity for us to take a check-in with the Florida Mutineers. Listen it.
One's behind me.
Time.
I needed it, and I stunned it for you.
One's
touch. I'm with you, Tyler, okay?
Yeah, he was elbow.
I got the stun. Keep cut dead.
I need them.
I'm playing the block.
Careful, I need it.
We're missing one. I'm looking your P3 with you. He's top side. I have all the left boys. I have our cape cut water row. Third door dead. Nice. Nothing weak. Front P5 on me. Top plant one shot.
I can call it if it goes broken. I need Christ, you back up, bro. Bottom broken.
That's one shot dead. Nice. I have a trophy on you, Captain.
Let's go dead.
We're good. I'm blocking. Javi, you're one off, okay? I'm looking P1, Javi. I'm looking your P1.
Send over.
I have all your cape cut.
I'm good picking on this.
Nading over the left, okay?
One's broken for a second. Follow me. Top window. I go to street. Front broken. Cape cut.
Okay. Cape cut's open. I died dome.
Stay down.
I have your cape cut. I have all your cape cut.
I need it inside of you.
I'm running cross. Okay. You guys don't see shit, Tyler.
He's close. That's weak. Two crossing.
I'm dead. There's 3 there.
I'm singing you.
One's bottom dome. One's cape cut. They're pushing on P1.
Yeah, go your left side shack.
Okay. One's in shack ready. Dead.
Where'd you?
One shack. Shack full health assault. Going left side shack.
Yeah, left side shack right now.
I'm dead.
Dangerous tidings here for LAG after they get broken on the first hardpoint setup, and they were tested over towards 2, but they do find their way back in as Florida just feel like they have a better handle on the map right now than the Guerrillas do.
I mean, it just feels like it's easy game, right? When we were in that listening, you saw Beagle just causing a ruckus through P1. Market side, he's up to 17-13. Again, it is being accentuated from the AR lineup. Brack is 16-9, 14-10 for Fellow, and it's just part of the main few reasons why LAG are just struggling to get themselves going. They did have that nice break over towards P2. aBeZy's trying to make an argument early here inside P3. Numbers are at least subsiding for LAG. They know Florida's still in the back.
Yeah, Joe in a little bit of trouble. Does step away from one. Has the opportunity to try to double down, but not going to work out. And with that, Florida will have a good look here at the back. 35 seconds. Over the 200-point mark they go. Arcity's denied in the back, and boy, he has just not been able to find a way to fire back right now. 5 and 17, can't quite stay alive in the hard point either, as Florida just continued to rip apart this Guerrillas roster. And now you start to look over towards rotation early, and Florida is already trying to test them here. 50-50 battles for new.
Yeah, Cap, dead silence included, trying to threaten around the backside, Exceed, conveying that information to his teammates. Joe's watching it, though. This could be maybe the entry point for LAG to bring themselves back into the game, but it is just grasping at straws, brother. 25 points are all Florida need to close it out.
So problematic, man, when this LAG roster came together after the Raleigh Major. Their hard point was actually looking really solid. Talking with Exceed, they were like, look, our search and our controls is a little all over the place. We need to figure it out. But since that point of conversation, that was going into Major 2, everything is just kind of falling apart at the seams. LAG not even comfortable enough to get in towards trail at the moment. Fellow just kind of heading over the top back, and oh boy, Vehicle capsule from the front will cause more problems that LAG need to deal with. Fellow doesn't lose his gunfight, and with that, a full team wipe comes through. Chance for Florida to win the map right here.
Yep, LAGs, they got to start just getting their trainers on. They got to start sprinting towards Ruins. Capsule is trying to cut down the space. Big one by Joe. Got to still try to contest the hard point. Just 10 seconds, Florida need.
Looking good for it, but Assault's cruise missile earned on the previous hill does take down 2, so LAG will extend the map just a little bit further. A good cleanup here on the exit as well, so a chance for them to hopefully open up generators to their name with likely the first 20 seconds. You would hope, at least, especially with Joe trying to make a problem here through Ruins.
It's all just about the timing, right? And he's trying to watch so many different angles. Ends up getting the read on a capsule, looking for the trade. Fellow will take Joe down, but the damage is already done. It sets LA up wonderfully for the initial time here at 5.
Assault just absolutely surprised and dismantled by Brack. So as good as Joe was with that opening double, the first 20 seconds tallied for the Guerrillas. Here comes Florida with their break attempt, and no one's even looking up top. Eagle just walks on in, finds a free kill, turn that into a double, and then it's all left to Arcities, trying to hang on to the game a little while longer, but not going to happen. Last 5 seconds looking to come through at Seed, trying to work with Assault to break their way back through, but it doesn't look good. Kills come through for Capsule, and Florida comfortable in the first map taken with a convincing tally.
Yeah, looking pretty darn cozy. I mean, Brack came out absolutely swinging, did not skip a single beat. Fellow was right there working along with him, and Beagle was just the consistent catalyst for Florida Mutineers and why there was just so much space being provided. And realistically, why LAG just looked so lost throughout the entirety of that map. I mean, it always felt like that numbers, like you were talking about there, Shift, upon transition, before the new hardpoint even popped, that you already had a lot of 1v1 gunfights being won by Florida because they understood the rotation was always required. They were just simply not losing those gunfights soon after. 20 and 12 for Brack, 25 and 17 for Beagle. 21 of those kills were not traded casually, with 2,700 damage. The majority of this with the Vaznev in the faces of LAG continuously. This Florida Mutineer squad coming to play with the heat today.
Man, it's so confusing looking at this LAG team, because I know you and I in particular are really excited about the prospects that at the time the LAG Academy team was looking like at the beginning of this year.
Absolutely.
It's coming off of a very successful Vanguard year for all 3 of the players that now find themselves with Arcities, but getting into the CDL again, it felt like a proving point chance. And as soon as they did, I mean, Season 2 started off great for them. They were beating a ton of teams in Hardpoint, including squads like LAT and Atlanta. They went on a huge winning streak in Hardpoint. Again, like I kind of mentioned in the middle there, they started to focus on their search and their control, and really since then, they've only won like 6 hardpoint maps since like stage 2. It's just been so weird to see. Whereas on the other side, Florida just continued to, you know, maybe think that the clock has just ran out on them a little bit too soon, because this was actually pretty solid gameplay for them throughout the entirety of this HyDra.
Yeah, it sure was. It's just maybe just a few moments too late, you would almost think, but I mean, it's just unfortunate again when you start looking at the mid-season adjustments that realistically, I mean, both these teams ended up taking, as you were talking about Guerrillas, even for their change that they looked at after Major 1. For Florida, I mean, you've seen what, this is now their 3rd, maybe 4th iteration of the roster that we got at the beginning of the year, just trying to find what pieces of the puzzle actually end up working. And again, I mean, it's the final stretch. I don't want to count them out quite yet until it's absolutely mathematically impossible, but we're going to have to see something electric come out from either of these 2 squads, even if champs might even be a consideration. There's the final results as far as the Zarqwa Hydroelectric map number 1 is concerned. You can see why Florida wanted to pick it. I mean, LAG have been a 100-point club on that map in particular a handful of times. Comfort, to say the least, coming through for the Mutineers.
And the stat line is just so good across the board for Florida. What's not tallied there is the amount of time that Capsule had in the hill. 0.89 overall KD, but he was dominant on the OBJ, while fellow Breck and Beekle just killed everything that moved. So 250, 131. Now we go into the hotel search and destroy. Talk to me about this one, because obviously for LAG, you just don't want to go down 0-2 here with probably one of your last matchups that you're going to have a chance at actually finding a plausible win.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you do go to the hotel search and destroy, because, I mean, if it's not going to be vetoed by Florida, LAG are probably going to be more than aware that coming into this, Florida are only 1 in 7 when it comes down to hotel search and destroy. If LAG can get the bomb planted, I mean, they have an 85% plant win percentage on that map in particular, as we take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for LAG. Lean into the strong S&D offense, and that's going to be accentuated when it comes down to the hotel, number 3 on offense around win percentage, and number 1 in plant win percentage. That's gross. Figure out the control offense as well. If you can piece things together in the map number 3, then hey, maybe a 2-3-5 might be on the cards, but find anything to get your confidence back as a team. I mean, so many times that we ended up having their cameras on, they just always look so defeated.
Yeah, man, and it's really just been demoralizing in the respawns in particular. The search has stayed okay, I guess we'll say, as far as a foundation is concerned for the side of LAG. But for Florida, on the other hand, you know, again, this is kind of a weird situation. Your future is a little bit kind of questioned with the rumors that are flying around. And for players like Caps, Beekle, Fellow, and Brack, it kind of feels like we got to put together a good end of the season here if we want to try to have a chance to be in the 2024 CDL League.
Monster Energy pregame for the Florida Mutineers says that Caps needs to be a nuisance for LAG to deal with. He has a very high amount of engagements for the amount of stats that he's bringing to the table. It's just about converting those into kills. So Beekle looks at picking things up on the opposite side. But at the hard point against some weaker matchups, we already saw that come through wonderfully in fruition. And figure out how to play the bomb sites better when it comes down to this hotel search and destroy. They are number 12. It is not looking too good when it comes down to getting that bomb planted. I mean, they also always rely on retaking the bomb sites 8 times more often when they are playing search and destroy on hotel. You just got to look to deny the bomb plant rather than always playing retake, because it has not worked out.
And I'm looking at Brack to possibly be the influence for this particular map mode combo. He has been a shining star for Florida in the search and destroy. In particular, look for him to get early and often engaged, as he is one of the most sought after players on this roster when it comes to trying to find a first blood. So see if that will come to fruition. Otherwise, LAG find themselves in a more comfortable map selection here, not just based on the fact that it's hotel, but of course their search and destroy has been the only thing that's really allowed map wins to come through against opponents until this point. It will be LAG on the offense first, and Fellow's gonna snipe here right off the rip, trying to see if he peeks anything over the top of the A site, and he sees Arseny's put, oh, little jump peek. Somehow Fellow only gets a hit marker on that.
Loaded in with the Kevlar vest, I suppose. That Arseny's not gonna be dropped quite yet. That's good information though. LAG just leaving Arseny's as the lone player over by the statue, while the rest of his teammates are trying to formulate a push going through restaurant.
Caps on the corner. Nearby is Brack. Caps is playing for sound cue. Joe picks it up. Well won. So now Brack has to step into the B site. LA has not actually committed to getting onto B though, and with Beekle pushing forward, hold on a second, they may have to reconsider, because RCD drops backside bar, and now all of a sudden the Guerrillas are kind of stuck inside a main lobby.
A lot of doubt being concerned with Beekle in this position. Nice nade, gets bounced off. Joe knows exactly where Beekle's going to be located. It takes him down. Is forced out of the 3v2. And while all that was happening, Assault still was pushing over by the B bomb site. Had no sound cues whatsoever, but Brack might catch them on a cross.
Oh, this cut is so well put together by Brack. Stun pushes through, dead silence earned, waiting for him to succeed. Shots don't come through initially. Good trigger discipline from Exceed. Leaving Felon out by himself, runs up with a pistol, finds the first kill, turns, but ultimately that would have been a really impossible 1v3, considering the weaponry in LA will take the opening round.
Even with that opening snipe, that fellow almost got on RCDZ. You saw that, I mean, LAG, when it comes down to search and destroy, just really, really wise in their round one, just making sure that they can always keep a player to watch that restaurant float. And Assault, once RCDs gets cut down, like you were saying, Beekle was looking for the pinch. And even if they found that kill over inside of check-in, you still had so much space being found for yourself off of that first point of contact versus Capsidal. Just get inside that bomb site. But luckily enough, you caught the timing versus Brack in the middle of the map. But big first round to take if you are LAG. Just got to lean into it.
Heavy stack through mid defensively here for LA, including a little bit of early aggressiveness from Joe over towards the restaurant side. Interestingly enough, Assault gives up top bedroom here, and Beekle says, thank you very much. And that should be an easy first blood. Assault was in the middle of trying to stun open the doors through luggage, but the kill comes through, and Florida now have a really good look at getting over to this A site as long as they can avoid this double stack over through mid couches.
A lot of information and sound cues that Beagle's going to be able to collect on. The nade doesn't tag anybody, but LAG are looking to press a little bit further forward. Bomb being planted there at the A bomb site. Fellow will be allowed to leave. Looks like LAG are trying to hit a 3-man route around the back.
Can they hold the 4v3? Again, statistically speaking, Florida has not been great at getting on and holding bomb sites. But this looks like a much safer post plant for them. Beagle's creating stress on the backside of this rewrap. Brack gets one. Trade comes out. Joe able to try to work around back through bar. Fellow will reposition. Can he get to top bedroom in time? Yes, he does. Joe doesn't quite see him, but oh, the shots are clean. Unfortunately, though, there were more members for Florida lurking through mid, and that'll be enough to secure the kill and get us to a 1-1 count.
We only saw it on the mini map, but I'm pretty sure Exceed just got spun on. You know, he was holding the angle over like cut in. That's exactly where Beagle was re-wrapping from. Got the opening few shots, at least that's what the mini-map suggested, and Beagle takes down Exceed as he was just trying to play that floating member for LAG in their retake. Just does not work out. The full flank around the back, even going 1-for-1 for Brack is going to be great, but Beagle's first blood, again, sniffing out the information that top bed was so vacant. You could just pop that silence and work that flank very quickly.
So LAG's first defensive stack through mid doesn't ultimately work. Keep an eye out for Fellow, who once again makes the position to happen over towards topside bedroom. If he's pulling out that scope again, he was the sniper leader in stage 4, had 17 total kills with the scope. This time, no hit marker to really dissuade anyone from LAG. Still looking towards A, but the threat has been established, and with that, the Guerrillas continue to kind of stretch back over towards B, but Assault will drop on transition. And really, with Exceed on dead silence, he's kind of stuck here. He wanted to make a play, maybe more aggressively, but losing his team member over through the middle will kind of pause him for a moment, and with that, his dead silence will expire.
Yep. And he's going to get stunned as well. So it's going to call for Brack to back all the way up on the backside of the half wall. But Joe still needs to find this engagement. Bomb's going to get blocked by Arcades. Joe needs to find his kill around the back. Can't get the better of Brack. That B bomb site is not looking good for LAG to assault anymore.
Yeah, really well run here by Florida. The opening first blood just completely stops all of this LAG hit over through Catwalk. Exceed is going to have to be the one to collect the bomb, and he's going to be doing that with a lot of noise. Caps right on top of it. Help from Vehicle over the cross of middle. 1v4, Exceed stressed out, and Caps will secure the final kill. Man, I like the idea from LA. We've seen a handful of teams try to do that, where you just get a little bit of AR support through arches. You get an SMG with dead silence to play top Catwalk, and then you can sneak behind the defense. But unfortunately, Assault drops early in that mid-cross position at arches, and the whole play just essentially gets foiled.
Brack has 70.8% first blood win percentage, just playing that longer line of sight all the way to the backside of the Jacuzzi, just waiting for that first engagement to come through. Finds Assault, and like you said, I mean, that forces Joe to play so slow until he can get some further information without the AR's assistance overwatching him through the atrium. So that was going to be the play call. Gets snuffed out. Cap will be on 3. Beagle and Brack sitting on 2s.
Quick hit going over towards Rugs. Caps pops the door, stuns over to the left archway. Joe will be hit by this. Exceed still here to support. Nate actually pushes off the Mutineers early onslaught, but it doesn't stop Capsule from getting his 4th kill in a row. Mutineers now control Restaurant, and they are looking to keep playing forward and fast over through B. It's going to force RCDs to step in towards the B side. Joe pushed off of Catwalk, and the Mutineers have gotten entry into B. Just comes down to, can they get the kill needed to get this plant off? Maybe not even fully committing to this. Fellow seems to think about trying to back away. But as Brack gets a kill all the way deep from rooftop side, once again, LA just leave the bottom side of the map wide open. It gets us to a 1v3 situation for Assault. Now to the 1v2. Beagle, no, not gonna be able to get the kill. And with that, Florida now build themselves a bit of cushion here in this hotel search.
From the reactions, the intentions were good for LAG, just to be able to fully wrap and try to defend that B bomb site off the information of seeing so many players through the restaurant. Even with Cap fighting first blood, the nade confirmed that there was a second player, as Joe had to quite literally sit on it, couldn't leave away from the damage being hit. And just left the RCDs all the way on the backside. Just that flank just cannot be taken up so quickly by Brack, who just flew up top valet like that and just completely mollywopped any sort of backline defense that LAG had for that B bomb site.
Man. LA in trouble here early. Fellow once again gonna get another chance. Not gonna hit. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes sometimes. The Guerrillas are not just giving him something to think about. They're actually gonna try to push him out of this top bedroom position. Fellow instead defaults to opening doors the hard way. Goodness, where are these hit markers coming from? Tags Joe what looked to be in the left hip. Kill still not coming through. Exceed trying to test him out and will get the kill. Numbers now with LAG in the post plant.
And Beagle's going to look to at least pick up bottom luggage. You can't allow Exceed to stay alive in this position. Dead silence pop. Door ajar. Sees Exceed. Good damage. Should push for the gunfight. No, Exceed wins it. 22 seconds until the bomb detonates.
Brack has to play to isolate this kill. Pops to the door. Does win it. Vaznev collected. But the problem here is the clock. May have been a 1v3 based on the opponents left alive, but call it a 1v4 because there was no way he was going to have a chance to really contest against the bomb. So Brack will see that 1v3 come to an end by the hands of Varsity, and LAG get this back to a 1-round count.
Yeah, and a big round at that. You just want to try to stop the bleeding by any means necessary. I mean, the aggressive hit all the way towards the B bomb site works out. I mean, Beagle had to have seen Exceed cross towards the light staircase, but couldn't exactly pounce on that information because by that point, Fellow was already bottom luggage instead of up top. Trying to at least get that snipe, and again, finds yet another hit marker. What's up, FaZe and OpTic? How we doing? LAG in Florida, though, honestly, could be the turning point. There's a lot of S&D prowess at LNG. Need to be able to showcase here, especially with the names on their roster.
What do you want to do defensively here, I think, is the question after getting beat over through the A side of the map so many times. Yeah, look at that. 3 members are going to commit to this, and they're all playing very passive. This allows Beagle to get staircase control. Fellow's considering maybe for an early plant. Arcity's watching for the push through. Beagle will draw the line in the sand right here. No need to go further, but Arcity's must have been able to see a bootstrap or two. Gets the shots to land, and in the meantime, Fellow not in a position to go for the plant, so we go to a 4v3 for LA's defense.
That's going to call for Capsidol, maybe to try to wait for Dead Silence and try to make a push. He's currently residing inside of couches, but you love this call for LAG. They find that first blood pixel, perfect shots coming through from Arcity's, and they don't try to push a little bit further forward. You got to keep eyes on this A-bomb site. Exceed's going to rotate back to watch over B, but Arcity's gets peeked by Brack. 3v3 now.
You still have to trust, though, that number 8 is going to be able to watch this bomb site and be in a position to, yes, do that. Just make sure there is no free plant. So Assault able to help out. Caps now with the Dead Silence looking to play around. Assault caught once again. Backside luggage. Can you isolate? Get this kill into Caps quickly. Time is an issue as well here for Florida, trying to go for the plant. Caps trying to get the kills. Not going to play for the objective. Right through the doors. Finds Joe. In the backside corner, though, is Exceed, and he doesn't look to check it. And with that, we're tied back up.
Yeah, tough situation to find yourself in if you are Cap again. I think that when we ended up talking about that, he needed to wait for Dead Silence. He just had to, unfortunately, wait, what, about like another 10 seconds or so. Here's these opening shots from RCs, and yeah, I mean, a hand trying to go for a reload, a bootstrap, whatever it may be. You know, RCDs is just going to expect that coming through from Beagle. Time and time again, we're seeing SMGs try to take that aggressive approach. Exceed did it last offense for LAG. Beagle tries to get away with it here for Florida once again. Does not work out, not past the vet of RCDs.
See if LAG can keep these string of rounds continuing to go together. Florida, heavy stack through mid, looking to get aggressive. They're going to check the early cross to A, not see anything, including no utility thrown. So this should alert the defense that this is for sure going to be a B play. Just comes down to how do you want to rotate to deal with this, because the only one really close by is Brack to check. And as he pops the side door, he will play for information off this cross. Florida not committed to playing around the back as of yet. Beagle instead tries to reinforce from the defensive side of this B site, but ultimately LAG are going to see this free site and say it's time for us to go for the early plant.
Ballbang shots aren't going to find anything. Bomb still yet to go down there, expecting the challenge to come through. Beagle delivers on the backside, and it's Assault that pounces over top Valet. Will find himself 2 kills. Leaves Capsidol 1v4. Has attack 56, finds the first.
Yeah, that'll feel really familiar to Florida, but just on the opposite side. It's the exact same play they did to LA a couple of rounds ago. Just heavy-handed hit, 3 members through restaurant. The other one just kind of feeling things out over towards roofs, and Assault does what Brack did just a few rounds previously, catching Florida on the backside of the site. So interesting. I thought for sure that Florida was going to see no nades crossing over towards A. Hearing stuns behind them, they would have tried to rotate and reclaim restaurant, but instead they try to take the passive approach. They get punished for it.
But you'd assume that Assault, he was the sole player over there offensively for LAG. He had to throw in at least one of his tack or his nade to at least cause some doubt as Florida were just surrounding the atrium, just watching that A bomb site. But whatever, how the opening worked, it all ends up for LAG to take a 1-round lead. Florida Mutineers going aggressively over towards A, and LAG have just misread this entirely.
Well, the thing about this is they pop stun the doors underneath Assault, so Florida's going to be weary about what very well may come through that back alleyway, while the rest of LAG's defense look to try to play around a long flank through mid. Assault just needs to get his butt out of here, and he does get a little bit of assistance from aBeZy. So first blood tallied. It does come at the cost, though, of the plant Florida in the 3v4 post plant.
You also got to be worried about Capsule. Dead Silence popped. He's actually going to be up top bedroom, is hitting the flank down bottom. Valet, you have no idea this is happening. Finds the first. Doesn't expect for aBeZy to also be in there, though.
It doesn't make much of a difference, though. He is stuck. Deceives, aBeZy, though. Find the kills. Bracknell left on the cross. Frag still remains. Tries to cook it over, but it's being held, and Joe cuts off the rotation back through mid. aBeZy did get tagged by the frag, but stays alive through it, and with that LAG, right back into the driver's seat here for the search.
That boy tanky. aBeZy gonna sit there and just hop on the defuse continuously along with Joe. He's just watching this back angle. Like, you almost feel like that Capsule, it's such a split-second decision, right? Finds that kill onto Assault, and you almost felt like that if he pushes through luggage, he would probably have gotten a free engagement versus aBeZy with still full HP for crying out loud, but it's just the little things. LAG, 3 rounds on the bounce now. Looking to take this map number 2 in a bounce-back fashion. Again, just catching Florida by surprise with a lot of these off timings, catching them off guard with a lot of these crossfires that are being offered in between aBeZy and Assault.
Florida's going to go right back to that same heavy defense and through mid. This time, though, they are going to make some sort of contact with these nades being tossed over towards the A side of the map. So look to see if Beagle can get first blood, holding tight on this corner. Trophy to keep him safe. That does get expended, though. Cooked frag lands to Fellow's direction. Caps on the cross, also going to be able to find contact here if LAG decide to commit for an A push.
The nade doesn't connect on a fellow, I don't believe, so aBeZy's just forced to hold this angle. He's also on a 4. This is all just holding this angle while the rest of his teammates are trying to cause a lot of ruckus all the way through rugs. RCD's pops Dead Silence. It's about to run out. What can you do from this positioning?
People backs up. You may have seen RCD sure does, but Caps can't turn fast enough. Semtex in plays. No, RCD's gets away. Trades, though. Allows an opportunity for Florida to try to keep this defense alive, but LAG completely overwhelmed through mid. Leaves Brack now for the 1v3. Bomb making its move to be planted over by A. RCD's watching the cross through mid. aBeZy to reinforce the plant. The Brack gets one for free. Both sets of utility out. aBeZy can't quite get a solid set of tags onto Brack, so now he can continue to move forward. Assault after the plant and thought about the gunfight, but Brack will back away. Hit the Dead Silence and reset. Did he see Assault on that cross? His moves seem to think that, yes, he may have. Now he for sure has to the 1v1. aBeZy's up top bedroom. I think Brack may have seen his head. Hard to say, but now he sees him pop up, and Brack gets the 1v3. Oh, just can't happen.
Oh, it's just strictly business coming through from Carson Brack, man. He just delivers on the goods, pops Dead Silence, gets the information every which way, and it's just an easy read for aBeZy. Didn't end up seeing, at least for his helmet, for the player model, but even more or less, he knew that that last player was going to be up top bedroom. It was just the smallest bit of Assault's leg that Brack had to have seen going up towards double desk, but I mean, with 23 seconds remaining, you can't necessarily fault aBeZy. He just could not go prone in time to keep himself alive from the shots that is Brack with that TAC 56. 1v3 that probably should never happen the way that RCD's opened up with those first 2 kills, but Brack delivers, keeps this within 1.
12-7 for Brack. He has been a consistent force for this Florida team, even in the midst of, well, a very disappointing middle of the season. First blood for Fellow. Assault drops. Caps seen on the cross, but still gets through. And on top of that, he's going to be able to join Beagle, who, I thought for a second may surprise the rest of LAG, but not to be. Caps following up does secure the eventual trade. To a 2v3 we go. LAG in a little bit of trouble here as Fellow swings the bomb over towards the B side of the map.
Brack looking to create more space all the way through Restaurant. That's the call. Fellow's right behind him now. They're going to start pushing over towards B with Cap finding this kill up top bedroom. He will lurk in this positioning, and RCD's Joe, they're going to have to play retake over at B as they assume that the bomb might still be working its way to A.
Well, they're going to learn that that was not indeed the case very quickly here. Caps with the Dead Silence, knows that he could get behind this defense, but LA are just not making moves. They're still worried about what Caps is doing from this position. And honestly, all he has to do is just find contact, and he may have heard RCD's here. First kill is good. Cap's not quite able to get away from Joe. Could he pull off a 1v3 on the other side? He's got Dead Silence in play, plenty of time, but this is going to be a very tough crossfire to break through. Pops the door open. No nades to play with, just has to do this the hard way. Brack gets the stun off. Joe still trying to lurk forward, gets hit in the face by a nade, but oh wait, it bounced back to Fellow! What? Oh, what in the world just happened? Joe just headbutt the nade back to Fellow's direction, and then pops up and wins the kill? What?
Look at everybody's reaction! RCD has no idea what just happened. Nobody knows what just happened. You take a walk, Joe. Even Braxton there having a laugh. I mean, what explosion even happened? I mean, was it just like the sheer force of the nade just like hitting Joe on the forehead? What was that?
No idea.
That is so strange and an unfortunate ending to the map number 2 for Florida, as they were really starting to bounce back after LAG stringing together so many different rounds. I mean, again, that's back-to-back 1v3s that shouldn't happen, but...
Well, the second one's just a bit weird, don't you say?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So we'll take a look back at it just to see what exactly just unfolded. There's the stun, and then the frag comes over the top. It hits Joe right there, and then I don't know what blows up, but Joe pops forward, doesn't take a shot from Brack, gets the kill. And
the fire extinguisher in the corner?
I don't know, dude. Maybe.
It had to have been the fire extinguisher in the corner.
It has to be the weirdest 1v3 that we've seen in at least this title.
At least this title in most recent memory. Yeah, that's strange. I mean, LIG are going to be happy about it one way or another. They're going to, I mean, it feels like both teams are going to have to regain after that one. You and us are included. Now we got to set ourselves up for the hotel control, which continues the narratives, it being even more strange. But hey, a big swing map mode combination between both Florida and LAG, a must-needed series win. Specifically for Florida, do not want to allow LAG to start feeling themselves here.
Weirdness coming through in a very peculiar match, but we're tied up at a 1-1 count. We'll have the hotel control as proper is framed up at the backside of the break. It's the final day of week 1 of the Stage 5 qualifiers. Lots of action to come. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL, and the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty Week.
Welcome back, everybody. We just had some 1v3s. That much we know for sure, but before we jump to control, it's the SCUF play of the game. And I don't know who to get MVP for on this proper. Do you give it to Joe as he secures this 1v3, but this final nade like bounces off of him? Do you give it to the hotel and the way that the kitchen is made fire safe by the fire extinguisher? I mean, there's a lot of reactions here, but Fellow gets self-exploded by Brack before Joe finishes the kill.
Like we were even sitting here talking about it, even right there from Brack's POV, you saw the nade, right? Like it rolled behind Joe. What the heck? I mean, yeah, Joe got the 1v3 by way of like telekinesis, a box. I see like a tray flying towards Fellow's face, the fire extinguisher behind him. Take your pick. Joe is not alone in this gunfight.
Someone call Poltergeist or something, because from Fellow's POV, he just blows up. He's just like, wait, what? He's 100 HP and then goes to 0. Exceeds cackling. Joe's even just as bamboozled as Arcades is right next to him.
All right.
And all of you COD experts out there have gotten your monocles on to say, what in the world just happened? Take it to the lab, figure it out. But regardless, we get through the first 2 maps, tied 1 apiece. And everyone tries to regain and recover as we go back to hotel for the control.
Good to see just smiles across the face of everybody. It's just, I mean, how do you even prepare yourself for such a weird interaction like this? Hotel control on the docket. We're going to try to regain Foley off of that SCUF player of the game, but it's interesting for LAG to have LSCLO coming through, right? Because, I mean, to not have LSCLO coming through. It's the one control map they played continuously. Now they come back over towards Hotel. Alan, the last time that they played this map mode combination, they lost it to the Mutineers.
Oh, man. Lots of things to think about between these 2 squads. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a pride match between these 2, trying to fight for their lives, and there it is. There's the culprit. Call the FBI. We got him. Caught him in 4K. Vehicle, first blood through mid. Looking good here as Florida on their opening attack will have a free entry in towards the B site, and Beagle absolutely shreds Exceed up top, but Assault responds. Nice double for him to keep the bar position in favor of LAG.
Yep, now you can start pressing up a little bit further forward if you are Beagle. Gotta be careful though. This check-in desk is so godlike. It's getting a double challenge. It's only able to find 1, but the trays will be delivered for Florida. Second segment on its way.
Assault's gonna have to try to dive across, see if he can get this defense back online as the second tick of progress is looking pretty solid here. Assault gonna patiently wait. Exceed on the way in. Assault's still alive off his first life here. Exceed dancing on into the zone, and that will be good for the kill, plus the clearance. Joe following up, and all of a sudden LAG have tied us in lives and will clear out the second tick of progress.
Now you can start taking diversions over towards A. Joe's quick to try to at least cut through the middle of the map. The information will be mutual. Brack's dancing around that A control zone, but Fellow loses his life back to Jacuzzi. That's going to set up Exceed to actually pinch from behind Kitchen.
Oh, and Beagle just patiently waits in through mid. That allows Caps to kind of join him on their pursuits back towards B, while the 1v1 for Brack over towards the A zone comes through. Assault has been the only real defensive gem so far for the Guerrillas as he's gone back and forth between both sites, and now he's completely cleared off A. First tick was locked, and at the meantime, LAG were able to also take care of those pesky offensive members for Florida towards B.
It's just interesting how Assault was just going back and forth between A. Started off 5-0. Now finally gets cut down. All Florida spawning parallel over towards A. They want this 60 seconds. Second segment has already been locked in. Tough gunfight in the center of the atrium. Arcades is about to get flanked by Beagle, and that's it. It's going to get chalked. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Lives even.
Joe with that silence, though, is going to be behind this offensive transition. So he could really be a thorn in the side here as Florida look to try to find a route to get back over towards B. They have Exceed could meet them over towards the bedroom side as well. So Florida's spawns are going to be a little bit questionable at the moment as the subs for LAG continue to try to play forward. But meanwhile, Florida's kind of doing the same thing on the other side of the map. They take care of the defensive side of spawns, and now it's just about if Arcades can hold. Good damage in for the first, but Fellow denies them, and that's a chance for Florida to kind of win back this spa bar position.
Yep, and even more importantly for LAG, I mean, you can have Florida Mutineers players on your flank, but you got to maintain bedroom control. Exceed's going to pick one up onto Capsule, bottom bedroom, immediately traded out. Brack's on the zone, and now Assault needs some assistance to at least clear away inside a check-in. Now it's just down to Brack, who has to push up through double deaths. Gets swiftly dealt with. Mutineers down to 11 lives.
And that trophy not getting placed by Salt could actually be key because R-Cities also does not have his. So these nades for Florida are really going to connect and really hurt as the Mutineers start to stack on forward. Kills from Assault, good. But Caps, Brack also able to get themselves back into the mix. It's going to be a 2v2 for this final tick of progress. Exceed, backside stairs, wins a key gunfight. Vehicle on the cross, looking to go 1v2 here, possibly to win the round. Finds the first, but no, Exceed denies. Leaving a chance for LAG to get their defense back. It's an 8v6.
5 seconds, trades. Just got to try to get yourself on the zone, but this could very much still end by way of kills if Caps can stay alive on this control zone. Keep the clock stalled out. The rest of his teammates are all flanking to the middle of the map, and now space being provided. Cap, he can't get uprooted from the zone. Joe found 2 kills in the atrium. It really does always take that one good push, and Florida Mutineers deliver on an offensive conversion.
Yeah, it's just the chaos and the scrappiness of that final fight before Caps jumps on. No one from LAG off spawn could get into a position to kind of contest the front of the zone. They were looking to win back mid off the respawn, but Capsidal had already gotten to bedroom quickly, and that's enough for him just to dive on in and secure what was remaining of that final progress needed. So Florida take the opening offense, LAG keep it tight for the most part throughout, and a chance to go 1-1 here with their next offensive look. And their ideas will be over through mid and likely towards this A point, at least off the rip. See if they change it depending on the kills go.
Control for Florida has not been good all year long. Nobody's sitting at a 1.0 KD, but Caps looking to at least pick things back up on a 4 spree 7-7. LAG stuffed on their initial attempt towards A.
Still a chance though with LAG holding numbers over towards Kitchen, but Caps feels like he can get a little bit further forward, and in the effort, he nearly earns himself his cruise missile carried from the round previously. Guerrillas battling back. Fellow stuck in the back corner. Sees Exceed jump on in. Stun comes out, doesn't make a difference. Tyler still wins the gunfight. Help on the way from Caps. And they're going to need it because LAG are controlling mid and over through luggage. A chance for them to get on towards the zone. Caps still holding backside bar. Absolutely shredded by Joe. Bragg for not just his trade, but also another kill beyond that. Exceed will have to try to play a little bit further aggressive in towards bar, but can't quite lock down the shots, and Florida's defense will still win the zone.
Yeah, I mean, you almost just want that space over by Double Deaths if you are Exceed. Just not all the assistance in the world from AR's top bedroom on the control zone itself, so it all comes up completely flat. 0 seconds on the board for LAG, running out of time in their round.
They're going to have to default to playing over towards A. Capsidal, though, it's completely unchecked backside rugs. Exceed in trouble, and the double comes through. LAG still a chance to stall out the clock. 17.5 is where it will stop. Double stack on the point. Kills also starting to come through, and Beagle's going to have to make a decision here. With more LAG members flooding in towards the A zone, he tries to cut them off as they exit over through the kitchen, but ultimately not going to be able to find the kills, and with that, LAG will get the extra 60 seconds.
17 plays up against 18. This is not too far gone for LAG. Again, it really only takes one good hit. Cap is actually still lurking outside of Jules to maybe find a couple of exits. LAG might not be prepared for this. They think that they have a free transition around the back.
At the moment, they kind of do. Somehow, Fellow still spawns towards Spa. He also picks up Joe off the respawn in through mid. Assault dropping behind front desk means that Exceed is the only Guerrilla left remaining, and the hunt seems to be on, or maybe not. They may not know that Exceed's actually back in this position at the moment. Florida's still looking to play for the map control through mid and bedroom, and Exceed's going to walk up behind Fellow, and that's going to open up the floodgates for Los Angeles to make a move towards B.
The only player that's going to be in a position to maybe try to stop this player number 2, his name is Beagle. He is bottom bedroom. He's going to be waiting for his timing for his teammates to try to pinch this from the opposite side. Big 2 kills to find.
And the first 3 kills for Florida off respawn are good. RCD's trying to back out, tactfully retreat back, but denied. Feels like a missed opportunity there for LAG without question. Beagle zones off Exceed, and LAG now down to their last potential hit due to the clock. Fellow furthers the problem by getting a kill on RCDs through mid, and there's the full cleanup. Florida gonna get to a quick 2-0 start here in the hotel control.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, their opening rips are just so potent. By winning so many gunfights early, it just always feels like they're dictating the pace in the middle of the map. That is the spell of disaster when it comes down to hotel. That when desperation set in, LAG finally found themselves with a majority of numbers to overwhelm the A control zone. At least add 3 segments to their bank, but it's an offensive round loss regardless, as Florida Mutineers are continuously having their ways. A big step up for Cap, might I add. Yeah. Considering that he comes in towards this control at a 0.87 KD. You would never expect that, especially with what he pieced together through the Vanguard year, but he is looking in prime form versus the Guerrillas here.
I think his role is also just a touch different here in this Florida team than it was when he was playing on Boston throughout the majority of last year. That Boston team was kind of looking for a Slayer, and Caps provided it kind of out of nowhere after what was kind of an unknown Cold War season. Didn't really make many top 8s, but Caps really proved himself in the last calendar year, trying to hopefully raise his stock going into 2024. And at the moment, it's looking pretty solid, at least for this control. Florida get the opening kills. They're immediately on towards the B zone.
Who's in a position for LAG to even try to stop this? The answer is nobody, because Joe loses his life over inside of couches. There's numbers here. The two-player stack is good. Fellows keeping Assault at an AR's reach. Nobody's watching middle of the map, so you might think that the pinch would work out, but the cover's so good. Florida Mutineers are going to convert B zone off their opening rip.
Just Florida making a mess here of LAG's setup. Opening kills. The concentration at choking off the power positions, all of it looking good, and now Caps off a little free pinch through Ruggs, has a chance maybe to isolate Merwar on towards Assault. Arcades is also playing backside archway. Shots are out. Assault's position is now known. Beagle fellow first couple of kills. LAG battling back, and not quite able to finish off the kill onto Assault, means that now it's just Brack by himself. He does win a 1v1 to allow him a chance to still see the A zone, but he's in trouble and needs help badly.
Brack, I mean, he just might be the help. Finally gets taken down by RCDs. Beagle's at least trying to pick things up through Ruggs, but now he is quite literally up creek without a paddle, stunned up 3 times. Good kills to find for yourself if you are LAG. Just try to stabilize where you can. You're still trailing by 5 lives.
Yeah, so the problem though with LAG is not just the lives. They're still not in a position to stop Florida from hitting this from multiple points of ingress. And now that the kills come through, wait a second. Joe's able to line up 2 and then turn his attention for the 3rd. And now LAG can start to manipulate Florida spawns to be in the wrong side of the map and hopefully get this defense a little bit more cemented.
Gotta stay in kitchen if you are Exceeding Joe. Just try to lurk around this area of the map. And you gotta trust that RC is gonna hold the flank all the way past Chandelier. Florida Mutineers got a minute left to make this round happen for themselves. Again, it takes 1 good hit, and they know they want to clear away kitchen while also trying to pitch it from the opposite side.
Seed around the back though. Gets LAG just a bit more of a forward line of scrimmage around this A zone. Florida's only real offensive attempts coming in the next couple of seconds is going to have to be from the back. Assault spawning out, and Brack is actually playing through the old B zone. So they're really looking to hit this from the back, are Florida. Maybe even just to get more pressure onto the lives, as LA are a little bit stuck here. Assault just can't get to this defensive setup. But now the attention has to come back towards A. Only 33 seconds remaining. It's a 3-on-3 over towards the A zone. RC is trying to predict where the hit's going to come from. But it's Joe who gets the first blood to try to get this defense going. And how about it? He's now on 6 in a row. But the problem is he's the last one standing for the defense. Cruise Missile's going to get called in here. It's a double stack on the zone, though, for Florida. First hit gets locked. Does Joe find anything with this? That's the real question. And yeah, he does get 1. Problem is, Florida still have the numbers with kills coming off their respawn. Second tick now on the way. 11 plays up against 6, and Florida's kills just keep on coming, and they don't stop coming. Looking good for the 3rd tick of progress. Joe seen on the cross, dealt with, and LAG will not get here in time. A clean 3-0 for Florida on the hotel control.
Yep, once you pop the map number 3, the fun don't stop for Florida Mutineers. Just looking dominant through all of their opening breaks consistently through 3 rounds of play there on hotel control. Caps was a force to be reckoned with. Beagle was picking things up. Brack is continuously being a problem for the Guerrillas to just try to deal with to get themselves in a better position. And even in those final few moments, I mean, if you're Joe, you go on that 6 free, you're almost forced to call in the cruise missile right then and there, because you know your teammates are spawning all the way in Narnia, essentially. You're not going to be able to get there to contest in time, that you just hope that the splash damage was at least going to be good enough. It only finds 1. And it all started with Caps just holding his life, waiting for a teammate to spawn close back kitchen to overwhelm Exceed. They won that on 2 different fronts, from the pinch on the opposite side, like we were highlighting, and it worked out wonderfully then for just to overwhelm the defensive members there for the Guerrillas with a convincing 9-minute Greenberg hotel control in a 3-0 fashion.
Dude, look at Joe's performance. 23 and 19, 20 non-traded, and that's in an 0-3 losing effort. That's going to feel terrible for a sub player on a hotel control. But ultimately, Florida, I'm telling you, man, there have been moments against a couple of key matchups where they've looked like they've got tons of potential, just hasn't quite come through. And of course, their chances at playoffs pretty much rely on them winning out this qualification stage and also winning the major, and then maybe. But I'll tell you, there is still an opportunity, I think, for all 4 of these players on this Florida side to still throw their weight around the rink when it comes to the CDL.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, their stocks, you feel like, got to be at an all-time high at the end of the season, whether they make champs or not. To finish the season strong means so much, whether it looks to start off the next year, whether it be challengers or being picked up by another CDL team. You just want to be able to show that you can still hang at the top. And I feel like that's been the continuous narrative when it came down to Capsidal, even being benched from Boston. And you get to see him in prime form here towards the end of this map number 3. It was also just having a good time, especially through the first 2 maps as well. Consistency needs to be the name of the game for Big Cap, as he's working alongside Beagle to make sure that Florida could still be a force to be reckoned with here at the end of the year.
Well, now things get cloudy for LAG. Respawn just has not been clicking for them, and it hasn't been for quite some time. But we go to their map selection of an aBeZy hardpoint next, so maybe some silver linings here when it comes down to now you're going to your hardpoint selection. But I mean, it's just anywhere you look when it comes to the hardpoint, there's just not great news around this LAG team. It just feels like they're just not quite finding the cohesion between their backline and front line. And when you've got players like Caps and Beakle just running all over you, it's kind of hard for us to see any sort of resemblance of what LAG are trying to pull off at any given moment in rotation. That has to be different as we look at this aBeZy.
I mean, when you go back and you truly dissect that HyDra hardpoint, you're right to pull up just a multitude of different facts. Is that LAG were just getting put in the absolute blender, just not always expecting where Florida were located at. They couldn't meet the pace that Florida's subs were also bringing to the table, as well as Brack. You just felt like that it starts and stops mostly with the kills for LAG to find the kills around the hardpoint. If they're going to be the first to rotate, you got to try to create some more space in the front. There's so many different times that we've casted aBeZy over this calendar year, and so many teams could be the first to rotate, but nobody's creating a lot more space. I think you can. This is where you can start relying on Joe on a map like MC to create a lot more space. If Assault and RCs are going to set up around the hardpoint, rely on Exceed to work a lot of these different pinches. This map mode combination could truly be broken up just by the subs pressure throughout a lot of these rotations.
Well, here's the problem. On the other side, in the face of LAG, is this guy. And Beakle, I think after his move initially after the Cold War year to jumping over to North America, there was a lot of eyes on him. The spotlight was bright, and he provided in the Vanguard season. Picked up this year, though, not really the performance that we were all kind of hoping for out of Beakle. First two stages, barely able to get over a 1.0 KD. He gets dropped back in during stage 3 towards Challengers. We watched him play a lot, and it just looked like he was playing way more disciplined than what we had seen in the opening of this season, where he was just running out trying to just be better than everybody and over-chow things. He's played a lot more wisely, and with that, his numbers definitely have improved as you look at the comparison between the first two stages and here in stage 4. That is one of the most beautiful things about watching a player who gets a chance in the CDL, maybe kind of doesn't live up to the hype, but learns his lesson, comes back through, and provides the results that you're looking for out of a young, hopeful star. So Beakle and the Florida Mutineers trying to find a way to get this thing done in 4, but you see the records, you see the rotation ranks and break ranks. Everything favors the side of LAG. Need to have it to get to that map 5 aBeZy.
Yeah, both teams, I mean, sporting a wonderful negative differential when it comes down to aBeZy hardpoint, but it's going to be negative no matter the hardpoint that you honestly look at. The last time that LAG did play this was on the 21st of April. It was when they beat Seattle Surge 250 to 194. Just got to be able to have it here, especially if you want to force this map number 5. Get some respect to your name at the end of the season.
There we go. Caps going to be tested here early. Okay, maybe not. Everyone's got their knives out. So Caps will find the first 2 kills. LAG bounced off from their opening lives, and with that, Florida's going to find a lot of time here early. Caps not done yet, just continuing to run laps around LAG early. And all of a sudden, the Guerrillas kind of scrambling even to get a look at this opening hardpoint.
And this is what we got to see from Caps at the beginning of this year when he got relegated down the Challengers, dropped from Boston at the beginning of the Modern Warfare 2 year. This is what Caps has been doing across the entirety of the map, just fishing out timings. You felt like this guy had just loaded in with dead silence, how he's just maneuvering around these upper halls.
Bro, LAG need to get some kills. Hey, Florida is absolutely shredding them. I mean, what, they've gotten maybe 3 kills with that one from RCD so far? Not a great start here for LAG, but they're playing a bit of recovery, getting the scrap time, numbers, a chance to play through mid. Florida will spawn in place over towards parking for the second hard point, and with Fellow moving forward, there will be a test on either side of the outside of this hill, and LAG will not be able to provide kills as we open up the second hill.
Yep. I mean, just look at the space across the entirety of the map. I mean, Fellow's all the way over here by the A-bomb, and it's just hearing so much different sound cues. You also have Brack holding players at bay on the backside of the parking lot. Which way do you want to try to break this from LAG? You feel like you need to win all the gunfights at once, and they'll deliver in a 3-1 trade to break the monotony that was that P2 setup.
Good gunfight win from Assaulter on the back. Leads to this break for the back 30 seconds. And even though the kills look really good for the opening in Florida, LAG are able to neutralize the early lead pretty darn quickly here. Capsule just thinking about going in solo. Exceed gets the read and the kill. Leaves Fellow kind of lurking around the exits, but as he drops, nice moment starts to kind of build its way forward for LAG. Good on the scrap, plus they have a chance to move over towards servers that RCD is in position to challenge the new hill.
Rotation is going to be a big one for LAG. They already have players in and around server. There's going to be a player to at least try to contest it early, and of course it's going to be Capsule. It's just been flying and finding so many different engagements. Doesn't win the first. It's 3 dead in favor of the LAG. Now they can start setting themselves up in the middle of the map. They just don't know where Beagle's located. It should find a free kill on player number 5. Sure does, but LAG still reigns supreme for the initial time.
Varsity is going to be tested through these windows. Good opening shots to Capsules, keeps him away from challenging off the high ground. Long play from Beagle, not quite finding the ability to take the challenge through tunnel yet. And Assault just pinches up the play through windows, leaving Exceed kind of by himself at the moment, but he gets the opening kill, leaving Beagle essentially by himself. Assault, doesn't expect that Caps is going to be hitting through orange, and with that, the double comes through. LA with the current lead, but Florida looking pretty good for the scrap time here at 3.
There's a certain way of a win condition when it comes down to Florida Mutineers just trying to battle for at least the initial 30, fighting over the back 20, trying to win the rotations early over towards P4. You already got Beagle in towards the back line. Now LAG just have to turtle themselves up inside of admin for this rotation to be held for 4.
Early test here for Assault. A couple of players in the back doors. Florida looks to block, if not win. Spawns here as we approach this admin hardpoint. Test from the side. No one's actually able to get a read on these subs as they just burst right on through. Joe also falls. Assault's trophy does take down 1 elimination, so maybe a chance here for our cities to try to play forward, but no, not going to happen. He gets denied. Assault on the way in, but he's stuck in the hallways. Fellow keeping his life on 1 HP, eventually deterred, and back and forth we go. A tug of war here over our 4th hill.
Yep, so 27 seconds left to fight over. It'll be LAG trying to get themselves over 100 points. Brack in the contest spot back door. He's just going to have to eat that nade for lunch. But it does set up his teammates and maybe trying to get some hallway control. Fellow's the last up to try to battle for some scrap time, but the number's just too bold for LAG. They'll soak up the scrap time. It'll put them over 100 points, but get your Baznems out. We're going to the kitchen.
Oh, big win from Beagle while stunned. Florida now hold numbers as we look to open up the cafe area. Exceed up top. The rest of LA moving around the back. 100 plays 77 on the scoreboard. Florida in control for now. Kills for LA, trying to come around the outside. This could move the spawns for Florida into a really troubling spot, and that's indeed the case. Caps is way outside of this play, so for Florida, it's just about trying to hold, and a bad nade from Beagle flushes him out from his own corner, allowing LAG a clean break.
Yeah, a clean break. That just is putting it lightly. That was so well done for them to pinch on 2 different sides. Unfortunate nade, like you talked about, Beagle couldn't hold that corner. Talk about a slow start for Brack. 2 and 8 for him, by the way. Uncharacteristic of what we've seen from him all series long, but LAG are here for it. Feasting. 25 seconds left to soak here at 5.
This would be really big time here for LA. Florida want the challenge. Doors pop open. Fellow with the challenge early. He wins the opening gunfight. Trades are through, and with that, LA will be in a position to soak up every bit of scrap. Joe Deceives on 4 could also play for streaks as we rotate back over towards middle.
Up another cruise missile. Gets the read on the Beagle. Can't find the trade, though. Beagle will double down. Just for, what, 2 seconds there, and towards the end, it's a 141-90 lead that LAG hold over Florida Mutineers. Going in towards the second set, Florida will touch first, but LAG looking to at least swarm them around the backside of bridge.
A big difference maker right now is even though Florida has had some great moments, it's largely been from their SMGs. Brack had a really bad first rotation, only having 2 kills through the first set of hills. Now on 3, though, he starts to recover just a touch at 5 and 9. Assault, the next contestant on this backside of the bridge. Just comes down to who sees each other first, and Assault will be the one to benefit with first contact. Now down towards the hill. Trophy systems in place for Florida. Beagle secures the trade, and with that, Florida can actually still chip away at this lead by jumping on towards P1. Key moment, though. LAG need to find a way to get these exits and rotate. Prime time to take a listen into their comms with LAG listening.
They could spawn you. They could spawn you, I think. Right, I'm in. Dead. Nice. Spawn on you, I think. I found court, right? That blue, dead. You spawn. I got you. Yo, I'm sitting X up top. Yo, one top breach, you cross gas, I think. Either back. Yo, top cat right now. S2 is open, that's it. S2 open, either back. Hey, back gas. Oh, shit. He's back gas, he's gas wall, okay? Gas wall right now. S2, just keep watching. S2, I got it. What's I died on accident. What's front back lane? One's S2, so Lamar. Stay down. I mid. Heard you. I got it. I killed him. I'm S2 right now. We don't lose S2 right now. He's wobbing me. I'm one shot. He's 2. Going for bathroom. One more. I got you. Play backside. I'm new. It was fellow. Yeah, let's go. 2 S2. Don't block. I'm not. Actually, literally just
I shoot him, we chop. I got both. They're up. Me too, Alex.
Adam, he's good. We're good. I'm looking left.
One's orange.
Nice. Get map. Get map.
Okay. I'm eating gas.
We're good. Dashy.
Yep.
Adam, I can
Yo, be careful.
Yeah, get time. I'm gonna go top. Oh, already top gas. He's small there.
Okay.
Nice. Beyond kill job.
Check it. I'm playing
Office.
Make sure you can get shot from gas.
I want to pinch office. Give me 2 seconds. I need it.
Absolute, bro. He's
I'm gonna
absolute.
get child here. Final 2 seconds. I'll go
Absolute. P1 dead.
Get Ivor cross. I'm hurt.
I'm one shot.
I'm one shot too. No, Ivor cross, Sam.
It's cab, guys.
We're missing fellow. No, orange. I took my pinch. Orange.
You're good. I've crossed. I got
I'm dead. I'm one shot as fuck. Saw my push.
Get out time.
That's why.
They're all over.
I got hit again.
Exceed and Arcitys are absolutely taking over on transition from 2 to 3 here. Both players finding streaks, and you can hear the energy in the comms as they continue to light things up and looking good to try to put this map away as we rotate over to new.
And here's the performance from Arcitys that we were missing from map 1. It's coming through in full for map number 4, 21 and 13 now for Alec, where it was the SMG presence for Mutineers in the first set. It is the overall team composure for LAG that is building this lead ever more so. 228 to 129. Florida will hold the rotation over towards 4, but it's legitimately just that. They have to hold.
Yep, and with Caps falling in through bathroom, an avenue towards a break starts to make itself known. LA running through hallways. Brack caught in the corner. Arcitys off another kill. Checks on Defeat Cole. Nice little double. One more contested as Caps. Read by Arcitys as he gets 3. Off the reload. Fellow wants to test his luck and will catch him behind the chairs. 233, 140. Exceed looking to follow up where Arcitys drop, but the nade lingering for Florida will keep things relatively 50-50 until Joe and Assault work their way back in. Now a chance for LAG to take the map.
It's not creating a whole lot of space. They're playing this majority inside of the hard point itself, trying to read where this hit is coming from. The hallways being controlled by Joe. Good luck, have fun trying to get through Joe to seize. Beagle's at least able to find one. The contest is literally just for a split second, and LAG come out with the heat coming in towards the tail end of the first set. That is a continuation through the second. Undeniable as they force a map number 5.
Dude, how different this LA team looks across the map when you've got 2 ARs that are gunning. Did not have that at all on HyDra, but Arcitys steps up in a major way here for map number 4, creates a little bit of space for Exceed to work with, and that's what we came to know when LAG were finding all of their respawn success back during stage 2. It's just so puzzling to see them not be able to mimic that throughout the rest of the season, largely maybe until this map right here. This is their first major convincing win on a hard point in some time.
Yeah, it really is, right? And you can even bring it back that much further when, like, even LAG Academy were taking it there during Group C, even Atlanta FaZe, when they were playing with DiamondCon instead of Arcitys. It was always the spell for Arcitys Exceed, DiamondCon Exceed to always play off of one another to create a lot more space for Assault to be able to find these timings for rotation, get himself set up inside the hard point. Same for Joe to seize with an SMG in hand. It just always works so wonderfully. Harmonious, I would say that much, when LAG are all clicking on the same level with one another. It's going to force out that map number 5. Alpha taking that map number 4 would be a big one for LAG. Again, confidence is something that they are definitely lacking. I think that this would put them in a great spot for the rest of the qualifiers.
That, just looking back at it, that is the biggest win that LAG have had in a hard point since stage 1, where they played London on HyDra. So that just puts things in perspective as far as how LAG have regained their way back into this series. We've got a map 5 to open up our Sunday, and we'll see it happen right on Embassy when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Full day of COD still remains after the backside of the break.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all, home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
It's a map 5 there, friends and family. Florida and LAG really putting up a test for one another. But LAG put together a response that all of a sudden kind of turns the tables a touch here. Florida, who looked great in the opening 2 respawns for the opening hardpoint and the map 3 control, find themselves really down and out throughout the aBeZy hardpoint. So with that, a map 5 stays on aBeZy for the search and destroy, and a big pride match for both of these 2 squads. Florida looking to try to finish off the season strong, whereas LAG just kind of fighting for their lives throughout this last set of qualifiers.
Yeah, legitimately. And it goes towards this aBeZy search. As you say, this is going to be Florida's search and destroy pick for a map number 5, which is surprising to say that they are 2-6 on the map mode combination itself. I mean, as far as stats are concerned, it's not like they're floating anywhere higher than maybe top 8, and that's only defensive round win percentage. Last time they played it, they lost it to Toronto 2-6. LAG last time they lost to Seattle 4-6. It's just going to come down to who is going to be the better team on the day. The adaptations that LAG were able to offer us in that map number 2, barring some fire extinguishers there for a 1v3, were honestly really good. They're going to need a lot of that plus some more if they want to get the better of Florida on aBeZy Search.
Yeah, the aBeZy Search is definitely one of those maps that we've seen Florida on a ton. Just have not been able to quite find the success that they need to take down some major squads in the past. Of course, you've just mentioned the matchup versus Toronto. So, where do the advantages lie here for either of these 2 squads? Hard to say at the minute, just based off of, like you mentioned, that map 2 kind of being a little all over the place for one reason or another. But this is one of those where I think, again, you look towards Fel on the Florida side to see if he brings out the scope early and if he can continue to find success with it like he had in stage 4.
This was map 5. Last time these 2 teams did face off against each other, LAG 1-6-4. Fellow opening up with a snipe. Lots of nades being thrown out. No kills quite yet.
Salt, first blood, takes down Beagle, trying to get a greedy through the previously exploded vans. Fellow still holding on to the angle. Caps the bomb is still lurking in towards mid, which LAG are not looking to contest at the moment, just looking to safely play this 4v3 out.
Fellow just desperately trying to find a challenge anywhere. Not going to be able to find it. Trying to push it a little bit further forward. I mean, Arcades is not moving from that trailer whatsoever. Bomb still being carried by Caps. You could tell that they're trying to fish with the idea to maybe try to move their way over towards A, but with the lack of information, tough to do.
They do see Joe up top after that peek through paper windows. So it looks like this is eventually going to be an A commit, especially as Fellow has now kind of taken over the angle and the cross from top banister as well as on the backside of the site. RC's pushed out by a nade, repositions, and oh, this is what Fellow is watching. Careful here. Stun comes out. Fellow very wisely continues to watch this corner. Has a look at Arcades, who may not have been able to see him, but he drops down. Bomb not planting it. Caps still looking for a point of contact for the kill, but Arcades does take the win. Brack now has to push forward. Gonna immediately stick for the plant, but Fellow sniper rifle has been heard. Exceed will chase him down, and Brack, even though he gets the plant off, could do nothing further.
A great hold by numbers there for LAG. I mean, barring a consolation plant there, it's just gonna allow LAG to waste some more time, get their dead silence, trophy systems, whatever may have you. But man, I gotta say for LAG, the way that they were able to find that first blood, again, discipline is the name of the game. They don't try to press up further forward. They know that Florida are going to try to find themselves a couple of engagements. The picks don't come through. They get the information where Fellow's located at, overwhelmed with numbers, and Exceed's getting huge after the end of this round 1. Let him go. Dang!
Muscles.
Boy, big!
Yeah, you thought doing pull-ups on the gallows was impressive. Okay, LAG. Good first blood. Good read on the hit from Florida. Back over towards A again. Lots of credit to Arcades for 2 major kills to kind of swing that round in favor of LAG handedly. And a couple of comms as far as what they want to do in their opening offense. Florida on the flip side. Just comes down to, again, will Fellow try to run this scope on both sides of the map? He only pulled it out on the offensive side on Hotel. This map, I think, leads towards opportunities to see it be used on both sides of the bomb here in aBeZy. It just comes down to if he figures that choice is worthwhile. How about this play call for Florida? They're trying to heavy stack through the A side of the map. They don't even throw any opening nades towards B. And it's Capsule who actually gets caught with an opening frag. But do they expect Vehicle in the corner? No, not quite. Doesn't make too much of a difference, though. Trades are out, but Fellow turns this back to a 2v2 with the connection onto Arcades. Brack on the rotation back to B, turns it to a 1v2. Quick action across the board. Assault wants to take the challenge, but Brack gets the read and everything will reset.
Assault needs to try to recover this bomb as well. He's going to be allowed to do so. Nobody's top bridge to even watch this. No dead silence that was expended to try to get inside top orange. What can you do here? Assault sees Fellow just dive across the top bridge. Gets a couple shots, can't find the kill.
Oh, and Assault, instead of trying to make the quick transition over towards A, which he knows is wide open, he's trying to see if he can catch a kill, as he surely thinks the defense will have to rotate back to A to see if he's going to plant it there, but Mutineers are not interested. And Brack just gets rewarded with the discipline, calls the bluff. And I think a lot of things people will be saying, Assault, just plant the bomb over at A, but hindsight is a hell of a drug.
Just plant the bomb, forehead. A-bomb site's open. Can't they see the same x-rays we do, Alan? Come on now. But it's just a great call. When you are in a 2v1 right there, again, last known positioning for Assault was in the middle of the map. Realistically, even if he goes over towards A, you're in a 2v1. You could just play the trade game soon after and just try to find out where Assault would have been located at post-plant. So just hold the bomb site with the high ground that you maintained over by tennis courts, even things back up one apiece.
Florida, all 4 members making a play over towards B. Everyone diving across. Assault, I'm sure, has seen the majority of this. Watch out for this LAG hit back through mid, though. Nades will actually land on the Brack, and they're not going to take mid alley. They're instead going to take this top position at admin quickly, and Florida are stuck on the B site. Beagle should be dead to rights here, but he has repositioned backside of the side. Unfortunately, just still not a good angle at these LAG defenders who have taken over the high ground. RCDs will be denied as Fellow gets a kill up top, but the problem is he's got no bomb, and he also only has a Vaznev, and this is a tough 1v3 to continue forward with.
RCD's tack fell off the top of server, so Fellow, not too often we get to see this man with an SMG in hand, but he's got to try to get it done. Almost has dead silence. Spidey senses tingling. Assault's right around the other side of Vance. Just gonna get overwhelmed, stunned. He's stuck in the mud, nowhere to go. And again, LAG, a commanding presence in the middle of the map. Much like how we saw from their offense, if it was opening nades to get themselves that much space, there was no immediate response for Florida Mutineers. By the time that the middle of the map was already consumed by LAG, they were already inside of admin. Those 2 players, both Beagle and Fellow, were stuck over by the B bomb site, nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's just a great play call from LAG. I would have to imagine a lot of that comes from Assault, where he says, okay, 3 have crossed. That means that the last 2 players in towards mid for LAG, you don't want to walk into a 2v3 in the B site, so just take over the admin building. Really good discipline there from LAG, utilizing the map to their advantage, and more so the numbers as well. As this time, Fellow will pull out the sniper over toward the B side of the map. A little bit of early aggression here from LAG in the form of Joe, who pushes forward. Assault, though, on the cross, not able to get a look at Vehicle, who turns away the entire bomb play in towards B, and will go to a 3v2 for Florida's defense.
Middle of the map, going to be held by Vehicle. RCDs, you would almost feel like, has to take this challenge. Assault's right above him inside of admin. Dead Silence going to run out. Sun goes a little bit further past Vehicle, and reminiscence of that 1v1 we got from top of Hotel Lights. We'll get the better of RCDs this time around in the Army Crawl fight. Assault, 1v3.
And he's stuck right now at mid lane. Your trophy carrier, so no chance to move rapidly. Does find a Vaznev while he collects the bomb. Makes this a little bit more doable as he can find the best tool for the job in front of him. Tries to clear off top server. Peek push the door. No one is up top at the moment. The next contestant would be Fellow down low. Brack also holding the position over. Fellow, though, not going to hit the snipe. Assault gets away from Brack's trade. Now to the 1v2. Beagle's nade over the top doesn't quite get there. So now Assault off the regen. Knows he's got Beagle somewhere on the admin side, and he may have just seen the top of his head. Isolation is in, but do you plant? Do you play for the kill? Have to make a decision, and Assault has chosen poorly, apparently. Couldn't quite commit to the bomb plan. With that, Florida will take the round.
Yeah, tough call, right? I mean, from 2 different sides. I mean, if you're Assault in that moment of time, you obviously would love to be able to get the bomb planted, but you're in a 1v2. Timing is a hell of a thing to try to combat it against. Either Brack could have came back through the middle of the map. Last known positioning was top kitchen. The flank wasn't even going to be a concern for Assault. It was all mostly on the front because Beagle was that first point of contact who just lays prone and just very happy that he could just play against the timing, even if Assault gets that bomb planted. Vico would have had him dead to rights on the exit.
Yeah. Snipe out. Hit marker for Exceed. And with that, Florida will still actually commit in towards B. Assault is the only defensive player that is here. Florida's offense has also kind of shown some restraint here. Admin's being charged through by LAG, but there are Mutineer members that are looking for this. aBeZy gets caught. Joe on dead silence really can't do too much to help the play up top towards Admin. But he's going to have to try to force something, and as he does, Florida collect the kills, leaving Assault once again by himself, this time a full 1v4, and he's got every Mutineer staring right at him. Nades going his direction. Take as many pre-shots as you want. There is just not an opportunity to make a move here if you're at him.
He's going to drop down. Fellow's going to be waiting for me. Oh, man. My anxiety was peaking just thinking about in that 1v4. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. But again, it's just the utmost ferocity that comes out from Florida with their offense. Again, just making sure that middle of the map was going to be immediately looked at for Exceed. And we're probably assuming that it was either going to be an AR or a sniper. Exceed gets the hit marker, and the rest all wait to cross. Exceed only sees the first, but then the moments of time have passed, and then Florida go for the challenge, just catch LAG off guard upon that rotation to stop that B plant from coming through. That round can go LAG's way so much better if Exceed can just find that pick. It's so much easier said than done.
There's also something to be said when Assault sees that cross with attack, he can count every single number that comes through, but Exceed, after the first shot, only gets the hit marker, doesn't quite confirm all the information needed to make the call to play around the back. So to a 3-2 count we go, Florida in the ascendancy, and aggression here through mid, as it's not just Beagle playing towards the bathroom doors, you've also got Cap snarking his way in towards Palm Tree, but Assault, wise to the play, gets the first blood.
Yep, nice patience play coming through for Assault. Rest of his teammates all in and around the admin building, and as you pointed out, Beagle, that silence included, looking to pounce on this, should get some pretty good timing. The trigger discipline is just immaculate from Beagle, just waiting for the best time to be able to find that gunfight, cleans up the first, flies out to Assault, knows he's nearby. The damage is great. Wow. Beagle on 5 in a row.
And he may have a chance here. Oh, was caught swapping weapons. It's actually a teammate that gets the kill, but a lot of the damage dealt by LAG. Now to the 2v2. Exceed has collected the bomb, and they may try to gut check, rotate this to A. Fellow is in position to watch this, though. Although he does have a sniper rifle. He's looking for the transition through mid. He would have to hit at a very impressive shot right here in the corner, but Exceed doesn't check it. Exceed doesn't look at him at all. Oh, no, it's all gone wrong here. Fellow's going to make the comm. Sees aBeZy, but keeps his pistol out. Hold on a second. It's just down to Brack, who does get traded before he can back away. Fellow, you could see him in the reaction. Had a multitude of ways he could have played that, but tried to take the pistol fight at range, and that ultimately is what gets LAG back to level footing.
Yeah, and just as soon as you were saying, I was like, well, Fellow's watching all of it. It was like, he's kind of looking towards that mid-cross, and a moment that the play comes through, I mean, he gets some lucky timing. He doesn't check the van's corner, moves his way all the way past the trailer, and then he gets caught mid-dead silence push, doesn't swap back to the sniper. aBeZy's holding the pre-aim, holding his irons with the TAC 56 for the Overwatch. Ends up cleaning up the last 2 kills, brings us back to even Stevens in round number 7.
aBeZy's watching the cross this time. Everybody else from LAG looking to stack in towards orange. Fellow kind of on a delayed hit, does get a little bit through here, but he's been seen. Exceed has the information. Florida looking to control through mid, waiting to see if LAG is going to play around the back. Not a lot of intel here for the offense, as now Joe seems to think he's got a chance to isolate Fellow, and he will, but it does come at the cost. We go to a 3v3.
Though dead silence popped, has full utility as well, looking to clear more of admin. A lot of information to collect off of a lot of dead bodies. 2v3 now. Florida looking to transition A quickly.
Yeah, the thing is, Florida are very aware that Joe could be playing through admin here. They've given it up completely. Brack is the one responsible to kind of watch over the early portions of this flank. But as Joe loses his dead silence, he will hold off for now. There's the play forward. Brack, yep, does his job exactly as you would anticipate. Leaving Assault once again in a 1v multiple, this time a 1v3, and Caps will not allow him to get the first. Great discipline for Florida, just allowing LAG to kind of play around the map until they make their call, and everything is being watched perfectly for the Mutineers.
And you called it, Shift. It was that delayed cross that came through from Fellow. aBeZy was the one watching it originally. Typically, it's 2 players strong for LAG. The majority of these players were all stacked around Orange. With that delayed hit for Fellow coming back over, it caused a lot of doubt that the hit could very much so still going over towards B. So a lot of members for LAG were still lurking around the sign, lurking around server, that the snap transition for the other 3 players that were still alive just to completely wrap back parking lot. And they hit over towards A, finding transitional gunfights along the way.
A little bit of mind games coming through. Florida's nades all geared towards hitting over towards tennis, and some of them may have landed. All of LAG just kind of hit the brakes, and that allows Fellow a chance to connect. First blood tallied. Stun also landed early as Florida are fully set up and looking to contest this B site. Joe, other ideas in mind, tries to catch Caps off guard, but not quite able to secure the kill. It'll be a Florida 3v2.
Trying to rotate quickly. Problem is that Exceed, he's got a trophy system with a Vaznev in this round. 50 seconds left to play, and he's isolating himself away from Assault.
Assault with Dead Silence clears out the front of A, though. Exceed waiting to hit the go call. Dead Silence about to expire. Caps on the cross, just over the top of the staircase, but it's Brack at range who actually gets first shots in, and that will be enough for Caps to go into the trade. Good kill comes out. Now Exceed by himself as he will be carrying trophy in this round. So a tough 1v3, and his only option is the A site.
Gonna jump out here. Player number 1, Capsule. Should at least collect off this information, but the door just gets gently opened. 3v1 for the retake. Exceed's post plan is gonna be inside of the kitchen stairwell.
Caps moving quickly, doesn't see the exit back towards Vans. Exceed hearing some footsteps around him. Maybe a chance here, but he's also gonna have to check the bomb at some point in time. Completely surprises Brack. First kill good. Now back down to the low ground. Caps waiting for him over the top. No worries there. Florida will get to map point.
Cap up on a 5 spree as well. Just gonna wait for maybe a couple Dead Silence trophy charges. Fellows gonna get the defuse as well. And it's just really good manipulation all off of finding that first blood, right? Fellow for the delayed peek around bottom server, was able to find that shot over towards Pots. And well, from there on out, it was just middle of the map control. Just watch your angles, make sure you dot all your I's for Florida Mutineers. Do not give up that man advantage. And that's exactly what is soon to follow. Even in that 2v multiple situation for both Assault and Exceed, there's just so much to clear and not a whole lot of time to do it to give yourself that win condition. Even for Assault, trying to clear all of top bridge. Brack had that pixel perfect hit onto him, and it just allowed Capsule to be able to pounce on it. Again, coming into this round on a 5 spree. Serious point for Florida.
Florida, I would say, in the last 3-4 rounds has really turned the mental chess game into their favor. They have gotten great reads on LAG, who are going to go to a 2-2 defensive split. Joe's kind of watching the cross. Opening set nade lands. That's right on top of the B site. Brack's body just completely gets turned upside down, and as RCD gets the second kill in the round, looking good for LAG to hold this 4v2. They've got good mid-map control. They've got the bomb down on top of B, and really everyone's in a pretty tradable position, at least at range.
Both Beagle and Fellow, I mean, they are so isolated from one another. Beagle's Dead Silence is also going to run out. He sees a enemy trophy system, but where is that enemy located at? RCD's still back then. Hello.
Beagle just pops underneath the iron sights, gets the kill, and on the opposite side, Fellow nearly had a chance at a 1v1 versus Assault, but as he's turned aside, it's going to have to be a 1v3 ace for Beagle. Bursts through every set of doors in towards mid. Tries to get this connection kill in towards mid, but Joe has repositioned over the top of the B side. All 3 LAG members waiting for Beagle, and he's going to have to try to get his way on in. Push through the door, comes out, and no, not to happen this time. LAG back to within 1.
And again, it all just gets settled out so early of just LAG just holding their angles and just expecting for the aggressive hit to come through Florida, and Caps delivers because of course he does. It's Caps crying out loud. Just tries to aggressively get himself in a position to find a couple kills. It gets taken down. Player towards top. Admin also just gets snuffed out immediately from a very standardized defensive setup for LAG that by the time you found yourself in that 4v2, it's just about holding those angles, expect for the challenges to come through because Florida have to make the play forward. LAG staying alive in this map number 5.
I'll say. 2 in a row. Little distraction hit towards B. Lots of nades being thrown for LAG. Florida not in position at all around this B site. Instead, they're going to take their first aggressive hit around the back. Caps and Vehicle considering an early flank. This is being watched by Joe. Exceed is also watching these defenders try to come in towards a B defense late. But the problem about this is Florida's finding success around the back. Exceed would have to hit a shot to try to open up some space for LAG to work through in the front side of B. But the problem about it is Florida's not giving him a chance to connect. And as Vehicle earns the Dead Silence, he's now on the hunt. Exceed, scouted out. There's the kill. Caps in the same breath, able to take down Joe, and it all rests with Arcides. Gets the first for what have to be a 1v4, but the trade is quick to come through, and Florida will take the series. And an A rating from Beagle, apparently.
I thought it was A for Andy and Alan for a second there.
Maybe.
Shout out Beagle, man. It's for the love, bro. I mean, hey, when it comes down to it for Florida, You come into the Embassy Search and Destroy with a abysmal series or map win record on it. Even losing to LAG last time, that was with the old roster along with Havoc playing in instead of Beakle. But then you got to see just all the practice come through. Again, the mental warfare. If we got a little taste of it on that Hotel Search and Destroy, it came through in spades for Florida. They're in that map number 5, just understanding so quickly. The reason why they were losing on a lot of their offensive rounds was just dealing with that crossfire from Xbox. Once they start going for delayed hits, getting more admin control, these delayed hits to get RCDs and Exceed out from such power positions, it just became such a good showcasing for what Capsidal and Beakle can do across a map like Embassy Search and Destroy when the space is provided for them. 7-6 for Cap. Also added a fantastic performance there from Beakle in this best of 5 series for Florida to keep their heads held high. Again, hey, champs in totally out of the question. Yeah, Florida can still do it. I am a firm believer. You just got to get top 4 of the major, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's just the looks that they've got as far as the rest of the qualifier schedule would be a tough one without question. But like we mentioned, coming into this matchup, this is kind of a proving point, last hurrah, so to speak, for both of these two squads trying to earn some stock before the offseason looks to come in maybe quicker than they would like to see. But we send it back over to the birthday boy Puckett at the desk to break things down and set us up for the rest of the day.
Thank you, crew. We are still celebrating with the squad from down south. The Mutineers picking up a Game 5 over LAG, and both teams desperate for every point they can gather before this year ends. Let's take a look back at this matchup and talk about who shined from the Mutineers squad and where LAG fell short. It started with the Mutineers taking that first hard point. They dropped the first search, but then come back and sealed the deal in the Game 5.
I think Vickle did incredible in this game number 5. I mean, he was kind of just having his way with the LA Guerrillas, and I mean, this is the same kind of tale as what happened last time these two teams matched up. They end up going to that Game 5, but it was actually LAG that was able to pull out the W, and that's when Havoc was still in the roster. So maybe a little bit of some changes happening for the Florida Mutineers side of things with Vickle kind of showing up here in game number 5, but it was also that hotel control, right? 3-0. I mean, an absolute smoking from the Florida Mutineers.
Nameless, we were talking with Fellow, and he said the team has been putting in work. This is the start of their revenge arc. They're trying to finish strong. They got taken to a Game 5 by LAG, who's getting mopped by some of the other competition in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still one of those teams that are in the bottom 4, right? And it's been a tough time for you, but when you needed to turn up, you have. When you look at Florida Mutineers, they've had a couple of nail-biting series. I mean, you look at the land, they go to Game 5 against Vegas, they clutch up, and now you get to another Game 5 where you're forced to clutch up, and you do. Even though you lose a couple of those rounds, like Fellow with the pistol, you're able to bounce back immediately after that. And like Ali said, big credit to a guy like Vickle, getting up and through and making plays. When he popped that Deddy and he was bottom PD and goes on that 3 streak, like that is a beautiful play out of Vickle, playing his life, grouping up with his teammates. Also a very dominant control, another thing that I'm taking away from this series. One final point that I like to make is Arcedy's, is he playing with his feet? What's going on here?
Yeah, come on,
those were really, really bad performances in games 1 and 3. Don't give up on the team just yet. It's one last opportunity to make a run here at Major 5. I'm expecting now to turn up.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we got to go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad boy. The surprise explosion caught Ali off guard, and so did Joe Deceive. Brack, I don't know who deserves credit for this one. It got weird at the end of the game, a 1v3 thanks to some walls. What's happening here?
You want to take it, Ali, or are you still shocked?
No, I mean, I'm probably as shocked that his fellow was in that corner when he got blew up by a fire extinguisher behind him.
So he's stuck, right?
Yeah. So this would only make sense if Joe Deceives had a trophy. How does the nade not kill him? It makes no sense. It defies physics. And it blows up the random frying pan inside the kitchen, leading to the most ridiculous clutch we've seen all season.
Boom! Scuff, play of the game. Nick and Audio, we apologize for what we just did here on the desk. First match of the day is in the books, and we still have 2 more to go. When we come back, we've got OpTic versus FaZe. We're also going to see LA Thieves taking on the New York Subliners to close out the night. While we're gearing up for those matches, quick reminder, pick up your cards today. Allie, don't you love your upper deck collection? I see it growing every show.
I'm not talking to you right now.
She's shaking.
Grab your trading cards right now. Simply scan that QR code on the screen. And, of course, get all of your Call of Duty gear. If you haven't been there yet, it's a great website, shop.callofdutyleague.com. Honestly, scroll down in that hoodie section. There is some fire. We got a lot of great deals, and you can, of course, pick it all up today, shop.callofdutyleague.com. We're going to break. We come back. It's OpTic. It's FaZe. Get ready to put all of your channel points on the line. The rivalry continues. Round 11 for the last 2 years.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking all this in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
You're dropping numbers. Like, you're serious. You always drop numbers, but you drop numbers up against that team. Why, brother? Simply why?
I think it's more our teamwork than anything. I don't want to just make it seem like I'm like 1v4ing it. You know what I'm saying? Because like those guys, like you need a team to be FaZe for sure. But I think it's just one of those things where we have reps just playing them even when we were all under 18 playing S&D tournaments in like BO3 IW, and then we just kind of just have a good under. Yeah. There's just so much. I don't know. It feels like it goes more like way back more than just like when we first came in the league. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I don't know. Me and Cell, like we were like playing with each other when we were like 16, 17. Like we were kind of like an original duo. So it's kind of just one of those things where we know each other really well.
That's a scary duo.
Can you imagine that AR duo of Dashy and Cellium? They would stop anyone in the under 18 leagues. Now they're in the pro league though, and it's our #1 seed taking on #2. If you had to pick one AR to be stronger, are you taking Dashy or are you going with Cell on the year?
Oh God. I mean, I'm taking Dashy, but more so because of the team. For me, this is like the Jedi versus the Sith matchup, which shout out, it is May, not the 4th anymore, but you know what I mean. And it's been on the Jedi side the entire year so far. OpTic Texas are 4-0 when it comes to head-to-head, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, and it's just been those respawns. It's been biting FaZe for the past 2 years in the butt when it comes to series like this.
Now, Nameless, on the pre-show, we reminded everybody FaZe is the #1 team in the league if you're looking at our standings. OpTic has closed that gap right behind them in 2nd place. But what blew my mind was seeing Atlanta FaZe. You're the best team in the league with 7th best hardpoint and 7th best control. That's 3 out of 5 game modes. Why is that number so low compared to OpTic, who's 1st in hardpoint and 3rd in search?
Yeah, I mean, obviously OpTic has these maps they're just dominant on, but when you look at FaZe, it's been times like late in tournaments. If you look at the last tournament, if you look at Major 3, they're stealing at least 1 hardpoint off of most of these teams, especially the top teams, as they're making their run. So that's why it looks like they're so bad, because they're also losing it to bad teams too. Yeah. But when you talk about Atlanta FaZe, when they need to get it done, they do versus most teams except OpTic Texas. This is the team that has consistently dominated them in respawn. 10-1 in respawn against the squad.
10-1 in respawn. OpTic has had the edge, but FaZe today, 35% of the crowd over on Twitch.tv believe in the red squad. How can our top team take on the #2 today, Allie? People are calling them the underdogs despite the seeds.
Well, we talked about it earlier when we were talking about the maps and modes and OpTic going up against Atlanta, and Atlanta needs to kind of try something new. Well, they're trying something new in this series. They're going to be playing Expo Control when we get there. Do I agree with it? I don't know. We're teetering on the edge here. They're 0-2 in that map mode respectfully, but I will say this as far as stats go. Atlanta FaZe, it's been the fundamentals that they've been struggling on when it comes to hardpoint. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pre-games, they've gotten better at it slowly but surely. They've moved from the 10th, the 2nd worst in league at rotations, to now the 4th. So there's some opportunity here for them in this series.
From 10 to 4, moving up in their hardpoint rotations. You'll love to see it. If you're looking at this screen, though, give me one player to watch, Nameless. Who from FaZe is their star when matching up against OpTic?
Well, I mean, it's always been Cellium statistically, but even when he's gone off statistically, it hasn't led to wins against OpTic. So I'm going to switch it up here. I'm going to go with Simp. Sorry, production. Put the camera on Simp. I think he's going to be the guy that has to be the difference maker throughout this series.
They're fast.
I cannot believe it, Chris, but there's people starting to question whether Simp is still an elite Call of Duty player, saying he's no longer a superstar. It has happened. I've seen it. I've seen the rumblings on Reddit and on Twitter. I think he needs to make a statement.
Simp, do me a favor. Just have your wife retweet a picture of your trophy case. The man has enough in there for anyone's lifetime. Let's take a look, though, at the opposition. Atlanta FaZe, the #1 seed, but OpTic is the hottest team in the game right now. Back-to-back grand finals at Major 3 and Major 4. They still don't have a ship, though. They're still looking for it coming into Toronto, and now they have an opportunity to tie the Toronto Ultra with a 2-0 record here in our opening week.
And they can't feel too comfortable. Yes, they are 4-0 when it comes to this map. matchup, but there's always that opportunity for the bite back at literally any point. When they want Atlanta to get it, well, it's certainly not here when they have that opportunity to get a top seed heading into Major number 5 and ride that momentum into champs at the end of the year. The worry part, though, has to be the fact that they went Game 5 versus Vegas Legion. So when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, they have to continue their respawn dominance. They lost a hard point to Vegas Legion, one of the worst respawn teams in the game, and that is simply unacceptable.
7-0 on Fortress with Ghosty, and Atlanta have allowed the map in. Will they be able to stay perfect on the map? I'm looking forward to that showdown.
I mean, some statistics about that map. They're 7-0 on it, Chris, but the average differential is 130 points. They're smoking everybody on it. But I do like that Atlanta are playing them on Fortress, because the flip side of that is Mercado Hardpoint, which you definitely don't want to play, as Optic have been dominant there. So it's all about your map picks in this series and which ones you take in this.
Here's how it's sorted out. Official maps and modes from GMC Hummer EV.
This is a square up across the board. This is Texas's both of their best hard points.
There you go.
That was a lot of B's in that sentence. And also Atlanta both of their best search and destroy. So I think the biggest game changer here is going to be that X-bow control.
All right, who's going to be the best buddy winning this game?
A lot of B's.
Who do you got taking this one? Optic or FaZe today?
I have Optic.
Going Optic?
I got Texas, yeah.
70% of the crowd is leaning towards Optic. I'm fired up for this one, and I'm fired up for this casting duo. For Optic versus FaZe, we have Sir Brycey and Lord Study on the mic.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are excited. This is one of the matchups everybody looks forward to. Is of course going to be OpTic Texas against Atlanta FaZe. Study, it is a match that everybody has in the calendar, and we get to cast it.
I know. I've had the ability to cast it all year long, brother, so I'm really familiar with both of these teams. 5th time that these squads have matched up, I've been a part of it. And it's always a show from start to finish. You heard the Des touch on it. Optic have 2 of their best hard points in this series. Atlanta FaZe have 2 of their best search and destroys in this series. That middle expo is going to be big, but I really love the game plan for both of these squads. You're going to try to test a couple maps to see where you currently stand versus some of the teams that are the best at the map. So starting off on map number 1, Fortress, where Atlanta FaZe don't usually play. They're going up against OpTic Texas. Ever since making the roster change for Ghosty, they are undefeated, smoking everybody, only allowing them to get 130 points max. When we get to the map number 2, we all know what Atlanta FaZe do on Embassy. OpTic testing there, and then even the control for both teams, it's going to be a test. So this is going to be a battle, my friend.
Oh, it certainly is. I do love seeing Atlanta FaZe square up on this. You are right, respawn's a little bit of an issue for FaZe, and let's be perfectly clear here. OpTic Texas on this map are different gravy. They are a different breed, and they have basically bodied everybody they have come across, and that may not be slowing down anytime soon.
It may not be, because you see the start off already. OpTic Texas didn't spawn on the preferred side, but they find all the kills, and they're already able to flip the spawns. Huke the nuke starting off nice and early on a 3 spree, just applying the pressure, knowing where the spawns are coming in. The kill feed is all green. OpTic Texas in full control.
And there's very little to come out of it from FaZe here. aBeZy in the back, and they've seen the spawns come in, so they're looking for him already. Shotzzy is determined he's the back, but they've managed to miss each other, Stun.
Yeah, he's just trying to locate where aBeZy is. He's just trying to stay alive for as long as he can. He eventually does get called out, but he's taking a couple players with him. He's able to find 2, but OpTic do a great job of cutting off everyone else to not allow aBeZy to get any assistance. Perfect rotation over towards P2. Already 15 uncontested seconds. Atlanta FaZe going to put the pressure through the back though.
And here he comes. Ghosty finds 1. The second falls as well. And there's nothing here for FaZe. Already looking a little bit dangerous for them. Ghosty just gonna make sure he takes down Slasher as well, and that will be completely traded out. With 30 seconds left to go though, Huke is looking for more. Trying to find it, won't find aBeZy. And that is the little silver lining that FaZe will have now on this map, the rotation into P3.
Yeah, this has to be a money hill. You allowed OpTic Texas to chain that P1 to P2, control the spawns, fight through all the chaos. Now grow themselves a nice little 70, close to 80-point lead. What makes OpTic so great on this map is the fact that they're able to find breaks on some of these money hills. 3rd overall that we have in the league, and it has to come in here right into this P3.
And already it's got a little bit tenuous. You can see they're slipping the net here. Ghosty looking to try and make a play for his teammates, holding this door open. Unfortunately, the reinforcements are not arriving in time. They get the spawn in, and Dash is now with him. It's going to complete flip out OpTic Texas. It's going to leave Cellium alone. Has to be the hero, will not be, and that is broken.
And that just can't happen. If you are Atlanta FaZe, I know you barely play this map, so the stats have padded a little bit, but you are second in overall hold percentage. All you have to do is hold down the spawns, hold down the power positions, and win a couple key gunfights. But OpTic Texas, they time it perfectly. They put the pressure through double doors, they get control of top maps, they flip the spawns, and then they apply the pressure to find the break. This needs to be the response from Atlanta FaZe to get back into the game, but OpTic Texas showing you why they are the best hardpoint team, without question.
With a back-to-back hardpoint chain, they're going to try and not make it another one. And a FaZe trying to lock them in the door for just a few seconds. Get some points on the board as they now have the rotation. Will be all about the breakout here for OpTic. No kills for them yet as Huke tries to do something, but they're always going to be Slippy. And number one Slippy is going to be Shotzzy, already out towards bottom half.
Yeah, Shotzzy, he's just trying to stay alive. He does so long enough that he's able to take down Cellium. Big kill to allow his teammates to now cross through open. He just slowly maneuvering his way towards top rails. He knows the timing. His teammates are now here. That's 3 dead in the feed. Atlanta FaZe cannot set up a great hold to get some good time. OpTic are just finding all the kills, finding the breaks whenever the hell they want.
And this is just not good for FaZe. We thought this was a bit of an ego chat, a bit of a matchup for them. FaZe need to get better at hardpoint, but right now they are feeling the wrath of the green wall. Almost 100-point differential. Finally, they break back into this one as Ghosty tries to get off the point again, but finally FaZe firing.
Finally, getting some time. It's only 10 seconds, but any time is better than no time. Now you have the ability to set up over towards the Statue Hill. But you see the kill feed again. It's all great. You cannot be dropping off the rotation because you're going to allow OpTic Texas to take those power spots, set up properly around the hill. They're spawning you guys all the way towards back P3. And this game is just continuously getting out of hand. OpTic Texas doing whatever they want, man.
Well, we heard about it in the pre-game. Differential around about 130 points for them on this map, and this is why. Huke a force, Dashy a force, Ghosty a force, Shotzzy a force. Nothing here for FaZe so far. Every time you think they get a kill, an opportunity to break back into this, they are shut down. And you can hear it all across the map. Nothing here for FaZe, but let's find out how it sounds in the comms for OpTic Texas.
Low maps. Watch out, low maps. No, we're good. Low maps. P3 on me. Easy low maps. Watch out. Yeah, we're good. Ambo. Yeah, get in bottom maps. Statue. I'm back. Gate. No, on bottom maps. aBeZy. I spawn out. Single. He's front close. Front. Bottom art now. You need help on time? Okay, bottom art. I can block when I spawn. I have your pillar spinch. Nice. I have the block, by the way. I need your gate. Open. He's in the cross stage. He's still open back up. One guy's run maps. I have P2 now. I have P2. Go right in. I have P2. Yeah, Cannon dead. One guy's going to the back. Yo, can you get time? No. One to the back. It's aBeZy. Yeah, you got me front check. Get him.
Watch out, absolute stuff. Run,
Bench. He's on time. He's gone to time. First two.
Cannon. He jumped up those. He's in the P1 track, by the way.
He went trees. Trees.
Yeah.
What trees on us?
Don't stop you.
Only bottom maps.
Bet yourself.
Up you guys. Benches, one shot. There's 2 benches.
W dead.
Alright, 2 benches.
That's one up. Pitches got old.
One guy hit through the left, I think. Make a push.
There's 2 old.
Take my shot, Dad. No. Yo, he's behind me, top tree.
And the communication from OpTic Texas, I expect nothing less. That's straight hot fire coming into the comms. When I had the opportunity to talk with Dashy on the Friendly Fire podcast alongside Nameless, he told me every time he goes up against Atlanta FaZe, the team knows that they have to bring the energy. They have to go all out, and you can hear it in the comms. You can see it in the slang. Everyone is positive. And so far, that's why OpTic Texas are slowly but surely going to get close to closing out this game soon.
Yeah, you can see Atlanta FaZe fighting back, though. They have got some points here. Cellium's going to try and get this rotation in to chain themselves a hill. The problem being is they may have left it a little too late. Finally going to get past the 100-point mark in just a few seconds. It's a big gunfight from aBeZy. He cannot leave Shotzzy alive in that scenario. But is it too little, too late for FaZe?
It might just be, especially if you cannot set up at this P3 hill the same exact way that you did in the first go-around. You allowed OpTic Texas to apply that pressure through big door. You lost a couple key gunfights. It has to be a flawless 60 hold here. You do have one player in Cellium who spawns out. OpTic, they are aware of that. Now, once you find that kill, it's time to apply the pressure. They're able to get 2, able to get 3. At least a close spawn does come in for Atlanta FaZe, but OpTic Texas, they find the break.
Cellium had to make that kill on the Ghosty. Reinforcements flooding in from OpTic, but it isn't going to be enough quite yet. FaZe have managed to dig their nails in. Fingertips are bleeding as OpTic continue to apply this pressure, and they don't have the body to fight them back. Ghosty already found one. Dashy's found another. One player left on the point, and Dashy says thank you. We'll take that break in the 30.
Oh, man, that's such a huge 30 seconds for OpTic Texas. Basically calling game if they can walk away with this remaining 20. They know that Atlanta FaZe have to make the decision. We cannot rotate. We cannot give up all this time because the game is basically going to be done. But already a couple cruise missiles earned on the side of OpTic Texas. 30 seconds away from them calling map number 1. You have Huke trying to sneak his way out. He does get sniffed. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, we've seen them have a crazy comeback home fortress this year. They have to try to replicate it again.
The problem is it's against OpTic Texas, and they know how to work this map very, very well already. They've broken out towards PT. You can see Dashy looking towards the back here, and it's causing FaZe to redistribute. They cannot hold the same lines they were holding as here comes the squeeze. Dashy just staying alive, throwing shoulders, eventually going to fall. The rest of OpTic trying to get a kill, but haven't managed to.
They haven't found an opening. Atlanta FaZe, they're doing it great right now. They're trading efficiently. They're setting up the team shots, and so far that's 30 uncontested seconds over towards the Cannon Hill. But with the lead that OpTic Texas have, they can still put the pressure on.
Is going to be that OpTic Texas are so close, Study, that with P1 and Blacksmith just on the horizon, can they squeeze this out flawlessly?
They can just take their time, though. When you have such a lead the way that you have, you can fight scrap all the way to the very end. You can apply the pressure towards multiple different angles. You just want to make sure you're controlling the better side of the map. Ghosty and Huke, they combined for 2. Now you have full arc control. This is where you invest that cruise, get the rest of the info. Where are these guys at?
She's finding one. Numbers coming in, but will it be enough? You can already see Atlanta FaZe have got in a Blacksmith. This game was not close, but it can rest here. Forged in fire or not, Atlanta FaZe have to hold off the green wall. They have to make sure they are flawless from here, but already a flying Shotzzy puts the dagger in the back.
And now only 15 seconds till OpTic Texas are able to take map number 1. Atlanta FaZe trying to find the breakthrough mid-maps. They're sending everyone, but everyone from OpTic know where the pressure's coming from. Unfortunately, a team kill does come in from Huke. So you can still try to win it over towards the P5. But Atlanta FaZe, they're keeping them off. They're trying to extend it to that next hill.
Yeah, you can see them not even really fighting to get onto this point there, trying to make sure that P1 does not go against them. Dashy up at a commanding double window, knows he has to just keep them on the back foot here. Only one player slipped through, it's going to be aBeZy, but 4 members of the green wall are sitting here waiting for him. Huke's going to find him as well. Dashy will get him, Cellium will fall, and there is nobody here from FaZe to contest P1.
But still, no one from OpTic Texas hop on the point. They're all playing for their kills. They want to make sure they get a clean 4 dead before someone jumps on towards the hill. Now Atlanta FaZe, they have to find an opening. They get the first kill, but Dashy's cutting them all down. It might be game.
I think it is. The jailer has got the keys. Look, the door aBeZy finds him, and Shotzzy gets the trade in the end. And that's how it goes with OpTic on Fortress. You round and you find out.
Yeah, you just don't play them on here, Bryce. You just don't play OpTic Texas on Fortress hardpoint. They make the addition of Ghosty to the lineup. They have yet to lose this map. A perfect 8-0. But at least if you are Atlanta FaZe, you passed that 130-point mark where teams usually don't even see the light of day when they're playing against OpTic Texas on Fortress. Just a couple key mistakes, man. It had to go back to that P3. Atlanta FaZe, they had the spawns first go around twice. They were there nice and early for both hills, but they got instantly broken, and that's usually a money hill on Fortress hardpoint. That P3 has got to be a full 60. There's someone dying right off the rip, or the setup is weak enough to where OpTic are able to find these openings, find a couple kills, and then apply the pressure. That's just what they do, man. You can't allow those breaks to come in. You do, with OpTic being the #1 hold team on the map, it's really difficult for you to get yourself back into the hill, man. OpTic Texas do exactly what they need to do in map 1, up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know what it is about this map and OpTic specifically, but they just seem to find those kills that matter. Like, you just cannot have a clean push against them, kind of a clean hold. They find kills that you normally don't expect them to find. They're untradeable, and they break things. This time, they broke FaZe.
It definitely did, man. Because if you think about P3 on this hill, when you're every angle that you need to watch, OpTic Texas have to try to win an insane gunfight to do so. But when they are winning a couple of key gunfights off the rotation, especially before the hill pops. You saw it the second P3. Cellium's the guy that spawns out. OpTic do not apply the pressure because they know they don't want to get pinched by Cellium. They start off by finding that kill. Once you start that kill, then you already have the trade advantage in that situation. Trades go back and forth. OpTic Texas in the man advantage usually come out on top. Just their awareness right now in the game, more specifically on Fortress Hardpoint, they read every spawn, man. There's anything going to catch OpTic Texas off guard on a map like that.
No, I'm going to go with the silver lining here for FaZe. Realistically, they've struggled in the respawns for the majority of this season. And what a better team to try and get some information out against OpTic Texas. Play them on Fortress, try to learn and maybe expand the map pool, because I guarantee you no other team is going to be as difficult as them.
Oh yeah, without question, bro. Like, that's what you want to do. You want to play the best teams on their best maps, especially if it's not a strong map for you, to see where you truly stand up. So you know now the key mistakes of you losing to OpTic Texas on this map. Say, for instance, they play at the Major and they play it again, their setups at P3 will be a lot better. It's just every single time you play OpTic and Respawn, they have always had your number. That's now 11-1 in the Respawn modes versus Atlanta.
Yeah, that is difficult. Fortunately, that hard point is done. If you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, we can move on, we can regain, we can go to the search and destroy. And that's maybe the tale of this. We were speaking about it before study and saying, hey, these two teams, they can both learn from each other. Atlanta FaZe have a lot to kind of drop into this S&D. They keep it controllable. They need to get their respawn better. For OpTic Texas, realistically for them, it is a surprise they haven't got a chip so far this year. But they are on the cusp. They just need to tighten up just a little bit and get over the edge to make sure they consistently beat the top 4 teams in the CDL.
And right now, with their game plan so far in this stage, you play Las Vegas Legion on Embassy Hardpoint, a map that they usually don't play. You lose that game by 13 points. A couple of things you can quickly fix, try to improve that map. But then when you continue to go forward, OpTic Texas in this series are playing Atlanta FaZe on their best search and destroys on maps that they don't usually play. So this Embassy is going to be a whole lot of learning for both of these squads. As we take a look at the rankings for both teams, you see the stats. Atlanta FaZe, #1 in S&D, #1 overall. But the respawns are a struggle. 7th in Hardpoint, 7th in Control. On the opposite side for OpTic Texas, the Hardpoint's great. The S&D's a little bit less great. But that Control sitting at 8th, it's not as good as Atlanta FaZe, right? But in this matchup, they are 4-0 in Control. So OpTic Texas, probably in the beginning of the year, weren't the best at the mode. But ever since they make that roster change, every single mode is slowly starting to get polished.
It is. And here's the thing for this as well. Like, we've spoken about this before, and I just want to elaborate to the fans exactly what this means. These two teams are working out where their weaknesses lie, ready for the Major and ready for champs. For you reading into some of these map sets for them, neither of these two teams need the points. Yes, the mental victory, the game going forward is what matters. So they are taking on some of these big hitter maps to figure out everything they need to get chips in the future, and I am here for it.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. I know all these teams scrim every day. They're probably playing these maps, but it's different in an actual match because it plays out in a totally different way. As we get into this search and destroy, Atlanta FaZe on the attacking side. They're not going to cross over to B. They're just going to take their time in towards the Embassy building. They have no trophy systems to work with. That sets up Dashy for the first blood.
That's going to be a problem for FaZe going forward. Going to have to try and figure out how to get past Dashy already. I think Shotzzy may have just seen the hat of Slasher. Looking for him, but the podcaster gives us information. Shotzzy goes for the dive, not going to get it. Has to get out as well. Right now, Atlanta FaZe trapped in their own building.
Oh, but Simp actually jumps out the window, and Simp is able to win the one-on-one, and aBeZy with the one-on-one versus Shotzzy. They shut down the SMG duo, all left up to Ghosty and Dashy. Dashy full line of sights over towards B-bomb, but Ghosty's about to have his hands full.
And he holds the gates against his team, finds the first. Gets out as well, 25 seconds. Slasher actually gets the trade as well, and Dashy's going to be caught flat-footed. They know he's here. Simp has him locked and loaded. And Atlanta FaZe will get that even after the first blood from OpTic Texas. They managed to convert, and that is why they are so dangerous on this map.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They usually are #1 in every single category. First blood, defensive rounds, attacking rounds, but they're also #1 in 3v4 win percentage at 43% of the time. After getting first blood, they still walk away with the round. You play it slow in towards the PD. Your SMGs win both of their one-on-ones. and then you played the trades efficiently. Allowed aBeZy to go on that flank, to Simp to go on that flank to find that final kill. Land of FaZe take the first.
Texas going for an aggressive one here. Already the stun's going to be out, the trophy's going to be out, Cellium's going to be out as well. Only finds one though, wanted a second trade. And you can already see Atlanta FaZe being aggressive, trying to counter this as they go through PD. Both teams now redrawing the battle lines.
Now you just want to take your time. You are OpTic Texas, you weren't expecting all that pressure instantly going into this round, but now they get the info. The Tiny Terrors are roaming in towards the top PD. We cannot get this bomb down. They're just going to try to play for these kills.
Basically backing out of a tenuous position himself. Simp staying. I wonder if they heard the footsteps go away. I wonder if he's still here. For OpTic, they're going to have to go for a plan eventually. No eyes on at the moment. Shotzzy checking the corners before he does anything. Is he going to go for the long wrap here by himself?
He does have that dead silence invested. He's actually able to sneak right by onto Slasher, but Slasher might be in a position to get this info. He's going to go for the challenge. Slasher's able to win it. So now in a 3v2 situation. Yeah, bombs all the way across the map. You still got to worry about these guys in your building.
And Shotzzy trying to make a play. Unfortunately, it just put the bomb so far away from OpTic Texas. They can't win this round unless they find the kills. They're heading for it as well. aBeZy will find Dashy before he can do any more. And a player left in the toilet. Won't be able to do anything as aBeZy cuts him the ribbons.
And right there, you could just see OpTic Texas. They weren't expecting the pressure early on. Cellium challenged through back alley, gets the first blood. The trade is there. But then once you allow Simp and aBeZy to roam into your PD building, they could not commit towards the bomb plan. I would have liked to see Shotzzy pop that dead silence and rotate it back over towards A. Leave Simp and aBeZy in towards your PD. They can't get the info if you get the bomb down. Allow your teammates to work up the street. But once he drops, no time left on the clock to recover that bomb, to even get it down. And eventually the Tiny Terrors shut down the round to go up 2-0.
Yeah, it's a high-risk, high-reward play. Realistically, if he had found it, we'd call him a genius. The long deady flank. But you're in an untradeable position. And against Slasher with an attack, you're not going to win with a Vaz, but Slasher will get first blood on Shotzzy this time. A little bit too aggressive. Dashy on Overwatch with the sniper. If they find him here, it may make them reevaluate.
Yeah, Dash just try to play for that repositioning. He knows that Ghosty's throwing his snakes towards top AC. They get the info of at least one player sitting towards top papers, but Cellium's not going to go for the chow. They have the man advantage this time. They start jumping out the window, and aBeZy is able to gun Huke 4v2.
Now Ghosty trying to go on Overwatch. He knows where Slasher is. He knows where Cellium is. Unfortunately, neither of those are easy fights. He's trying to gun Slasher. And Slasher will just say, all right, I'm going to lay it down. I'm not going to take those shots. Bomb's going to be down as well. Cellium gets the trade, and Dashy for a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and he stood no chance. Stood no chance. Atlanta FaZe find the first blood onto Shotzzy through the middle of the map. They take their time into PD. You force OpTic to now start to switch up a setup a little bit. But once they decide to hit that go button, it's everyone out through the windows. aBeZy starts it off with the huge one-on-one versus Huke. You get the bomb down. You throw a couple snakes. You throw a couple shoulders. And you play for the crossfires to close out the round. Atlanta FaZe, flawless in the S&D.
And as we said before we come into this one, a bit of a square up from these teams. Some of their best maps on either side. aBeZy, though, will be taken out this time by Shotzzy. They've caught him. Probably going to be a little bit more aggressive and get this one down here, Huke, this time. Last time they waited a little bit too long and didn't plant.
Yeah, you have the man advantage. You have to try to get this down ASAP. Especially with you taking out aBeZy, usually the aggressor that likes to be applying the pressure over towards B-bomb. They're just more focused on not allowing anyone in towards the PD. They want to make sure everything is safe before they get it down. Huke wins the one-on-one versus Simp. Ghosty finds another 1v4, all for Cellium.
Yeah, Cellium in a horrible position as everybody just gives him the shoulders and runs away from him. Huke will eventually chow. The bomb doesn't need to go down when they win the gunfights. And OpTic Texas finally get one back on the board. Probably because they were a little bit more passive than they have been in some other rounds.
Yeah, they set up for the aggressive push. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, Shotzzy finds the first one onto aBeZy. And then you throw your couple of shoulders, try to read the setup of Atlanta. Then eventually apply the pressure over towards Sign. Get that bomb down, win a couple gunfights. The round is going to be yours. OpTic, finally get one on the board.
Let's see if they can continue the adjustment there. Waiting for Atlanta FaZe, making sure they didn't be too aggressive with those first blood on the subs. This time, though, Shotzzy is a little aggressive, but not too much. Dashy, just waiting to see if he can find anybody with this sniper, but nobody has appeared yet.
Yeah, and this is new Atlanta FaZe strats, because it was usually get your trophies down, cross over towards the sign. Wasn't really a lot of slow playing on aBeZy, but a lot of teams have been watching their gameplay. You have to develop some new stuff. They're showing it off early into this round. They're just playing for the info. They have a player sitting towards back planners, playing towards top papers. Just trying to read the setup for OpTic Texas before they strike.
Shotzzy's gone for the dead silence. He's expecting a move here any second now. Cellium will find Huke. That first blood has already been taken. Shotzzy's been found. aBeZy goes straight out the window. Surely not. Shotzzy will get it, but Cellium gets the trade. That's what they're looking for. Ghosty, though, will hold them off as it goes back to a 2 versus 2. Ghosty has to hold them off here. Dashy's coming to reinforce with his sniper as well. We know what he can do, and he does it again! Simp falls, Slasher and Ghosty trade, and that'll be another round for OpTic.
Even after OpTic get first blooded, Shotzzy's able to trade on aBeZy. Dashy with the sniper finds 2 on the round. Grabs his way back through the back alley, with Ghosty giving the information that he has. Both these players are pushing me. I'm going to throw a couple snakes, just play my life as long as I can. Wait for your teammate to get back into the play. And OpTic Texas able to chain a couple rounds together.
Exactly what they needed. Had to slow, had to adjust. The call must have come in, Study, and said, hey, let's just wait them out for a few seconds. Don't go for that easy chow. And it has worked out this time. Cellium with his own sniper. It's going to see Huke, but misses. It's a criminal miss because Dashy's going to know he's here now. Huke's going to know he's here. Nades flying from both sides.
Oh, he doesn't see the feet. He does not see the feet of Huke.
Oh,
Now he spots it and he gets the hit marker, but he sets up Simp to get the kill. Atlanta FaZe find the first.
Simp versus Dashy. Dashy's going to fall to Slasher. Doesn't even matter. OpTic Texas now completely outnumbered. It's down to Dan Ghosty.
Mr. Ghosty left in a 1v3. Dead silence is about to run out. Unless he can potentially find a kill at the right time. Feels like he's got a good read of how Atlanta FaZe are currently trying to play this setup, but he has not checked that corner. Simp just plays his life in that positioning. And with time starting to tick, bomb down over towards tennis. Tall task ahead, my friend.
Yeah, there's no real way for him to go. He wants to get up top, but only the ladder that makes more noise than God itself is the way to go. And with that jump, they're going to know the adjustments will come in. Slasher washes that ladder as well. He's called out to the rest of his teammates. You can see Atlanta FaZe moving. They're going to get that kill eventually. Nowhere to go for Ghosty.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe just make the adjustments right there. They find the first blood. Able to apply the pressure up to the planners. Once Cellium is able to get that hit marker, you set up Simp. He just roams around this sign area and just find a couple kills to close out the round. Atlanta FaZe hold strong on the defensive end. Do not allow the bomb plant to go down. Now 2 rounds away from walking away with the S&D.
Well, let's see. Let's see what happens from these two teams this time. Another attack here for Atlanta FaZe. They have not been aggressive so far. You can see once again, over a bit of top PD control. This time it will be OpTic. They've gone all P2 control. You can see them swarming for it as well. Huke will find Simp. First blood for them, traded by Cellium. Down to a 3 versus 3. aBeZy's about to fly at the top, isn't he?
Yeah, 3v3, bomb being down towards middle planners. Exactly how you want to have this set up. And now Atlanta FaZe know you have to find a different angle to pick up some information. So it's Slasher slowly pushing up the street side. He's able to spot Ghosty, puts down a couple shots. Nothing's going to be able to connect. But you just have to hold if you're OpTic. No need to panic. They're not near any one of these sites yet.
I really actually like that from FaZe. Slash previewing the destruction, make sure P2 nobody had the cross. They went and got control of mid there. Unfortunately, they have lost Cellium in that trade. aBeZy will have it and the dead silence. The real question is, will he be able to find anything from this?
Oh, he will not. He actually does get spotted by Ghosty. So now aBeZy's dead silence is going to run out. You have Slasher be the island player trying to pick off one of these players from OpTic Texas in the position that he is, but it's time for aBeZy to strike. He takes down Shotzzy. 2v2. Dashy though lines it up with the snipe. All left up to aBeZy.
aBeZy's worried. He knows somebody's going to be challenging him at some point. Checking the bomb. Ghosty flies off the back and he's found it. Can he get there in time? He will. Dashy goes for the long wrap here. It's an aBeZy 1 versus 2. Oh, it's back on.
He earned himself another dead silence. Keep in mind, Dashy does have a sniper pistol in hand. Curious to see if he was able to pick up a weapon on his way here. The time is starting to tick. aBeZy still in the shoulders. Dashy still has a sniper in hand. Only 20 seconds left.
No dead silence for Dashy either. aBeZy close range. Can he be the sniper maestro they need him to be now? aBeZy waiting so patiently. Wants to throw the shoulder. Throws it. Oh, Dashy! No! What? The close range sniper! It shouldn't happen. Dashy was moving a Mach 3 across that doorway, and still the reflexes he got it, and aBeZy cannot believe. Please, production, we need that again.
Oh
Look
my
at this.
god!
Oh my god! Beans wall bang.
That just can't happen. Like, that's just truly unfortunate. That's like, if you play that same scenario 100 times, he's probably only able to hit that shot 10 out of 100, but Dashy does not miss bullets. In the final 10 seconds, he lines it up with the sniper, doesn't get a hit mark through the wall, and is able to get the defuse. I was ready to tear OpTic up. I don't know what Ghosty was doing in that situation, but Dashy makes up for it in the 1v1. OpTic now down 3-4.
Dashy, that sniper is like 4-foot range. You've just won that gunfight. I thought the pistol would be out, but no, doesn't matter. Cellium gets first blood. We've got to move on. The round is going. Ladder FaZe trying to regain here. They have map control and the numbers.
Yeah, they're in the 3v4. You have every single cross watched. You also got team fire set up just in case OpTic decide to overextend through one side. But OpTic and Shotzzy more specifically, at least he's able to get a hit marker with the nade, so he knows at least one player is in through the middle of the map. He's trying to set up Dashy to find the kill. He said, screw you, I'm going to be able to get it. But he's instantly traded all up to Dashy and Huke in the 2v3 scenario.
I love this. Huke said, hey, they're over here. I'm getting this one down. Giving Dashy control over PD. This is great from OpTic. They don't have the numbers, but a great positioning. They're looking for Huke already. If he makes this kill, it's huge. Does make it as well. Down to a 2 versus 2. They still don't have eyes on Dashy. They don't have the positioning, and Huke is running.
He sets up Dashy to find a kill too. Now it's a 1v2 all up to Cellium.
It's perfect from OpTic. They stayed alive. They played the lives. They played it out of face, and they get the round. Poetry and motion.
And that's a 2v3 right there, Bryce. Like, Huke does not hesitate. He knows that Shotzzy and Dashy were applying a lot of pressure up the street. Shotzzy's able to get one, but he's instantly traded. Slasher is sitting towards back gas, so you cannot apply the pressure towards parking lot. Just bring the round to you. Get the bomb down, clutch up in a 1v1 gunfight. He wins a Hue 1 towards bottom orange. He sets up Dashy to find the kill through middle alley. And then in the 2v1, Cellium had all of his teammates, and then he's standing there by himself. OpTic Texas clutch up on the round, all tied up at 4.
This is unbelievable. Clutch after clutch from OpTic Texas. Feeling themselves. Dashy with a sniper once again. Hits coming through, but that one isn't on target. And FaZe actually go aggressive and get this bomb down this time.
Yeah, this is usually their go-to play. 4v4 force OpTic Texas. They hit the retake, and Shotzzy invested the dead silence to at least find one. But aBeZy's there now for the trade. Ghosty and Huke slowly working their way up the middle of the map, but time is starting to tick. You got to make the play come to you.
Dashy wants to sit up there, make sure nobody peeks out for it as well, but that's another blood going down. aBeZy finds Dashy. And Ghosty, while he's in a position to maybe find a player, he is alone, outnumbered, and the time is ticking. Oh, okay.
Oh. Just not enough time right there for Ghosty. 1v3. Just allowed Atlanta FaZe to get that bomb down. The Tiny Terrors to trade efficiently over towards Sign. And then you seen Dashy, who's playing his sweet time towards top AC because you do not want to get in a close range engagement with aBeZy. But he's able to spot the shadow, able to get the trade. Wins another one-on-one in towards bottom orange, which now allows Atlanta FaZe to be put at game point.
All right, let's see. Do OpTic have a couple more clutches in them? Because that's what's kept them in this S&D. Atlanta FaZe finally going to bury them on this map. Aggressive push from OpTic. They're going straight for the B plant, but already Atlanta FaZe are doing the same thing. It's all about the gunfight, it's all about the numbers. aBeZy will be first blooded. The trade will not come in. Cellium cannot find anything to hit here already.
So now if you are OpTic Texas, you get the first blood. You know exactly what the play call was from Atlanta FaZe. Let's just try to get the bomb down. They're trying to hold their angles, and then both players lose their one-on-ones. So what was instantly a 4v3 for OpTic Texas is now a 2v3 left to clutch up once again.
Dashy saw Slasher. Shotzzy will get Simp back down to a 2 versus 2. The problem for OpTic is that bomb is miles away. Somebody will have to get it. Dashy creeps towards A as he heard Slasher. An AR battle for the ages. He's waiting. He's going to see him. That red cap. And this is going to be a catch as well. He's got it. Dashy will find another one. Another clutch from OpTic potentially.
That bomb's still down though. And Cellium's in a great position. He also does have dead silence. Shotzzy's just going to creep right on up. Try to get this bomb down. And he should be able to get it down for free. But Cellium might be here to instantly go for the trade.
Oh no! He stopped shooting! And OpTic Texas get that round back on the board again! We're going to a 5-5. This S&D has been thrills and spills the entire time.
It's just been clutches, man. That's a 2v3 right there from OpTic Texas. It comes down to one player winning a key gunfight. Shotzzy does it through top PD, and then Dashy finds the timing onto Slasher. Unfortunately, Cellium does not hit all his shots onto Shotzzy. He thinks he has the kill done and dusted, but Shotzzy's able to re-snap and find that final one. So here we go, round 11.
Now it's time. Who goes for the first fight already? There's a big push out there. Huke is going to find aBeZy. Waiting for that one for ages. He's got the dead silence popped. And he's still moving. Still moving. Might catch more. Does not. Simp will eventually shut him down with the bomb. Do they know the bomb is there?
Yeah, that's
If they
tough.
do, you can see FaZe set up around it.
That's tough. You can't be that aggressive, especially when you're the bomb carrier. Because now your teammates have so much ground to cover to try to recover it. Shotzzy does invest that dead silence, though. Finds himself in a great position towards top PD, but Atlanta FaZe are not in their normal positions. At least get some info on where Cellium is playing.
You see all of OpTic looking for this one. They're worried about the flank as well. More players moving up for it. Slasher in the back alley. Dashy will try and take him on. You can see this will be a double chow. Shotzzy and Dashy looking. Oh, he's caught him as well! Shotzzy feeding him around the corner! It's a perfect play! They can get the bomb back!
Just get this bomb down. You have the man advantage. Time is starting to tick. Cellium and Slasher left into 2v3. The ARs for Atlanta have to try to clutch up.
Oh, now it's a 1 versus 3. It's only Slasher. And the tears of this map are flowing. Over and over again, FaZe have fumbled, and OpTic Texas take them down on the S&D. Smiles all around, victory laps. Oh my goodness.
Man, that was such a banger over Search and Destroy, but the mid-round of justice from OpTic Texas, the clutch ability from the individuals on the side of OpTic, they made it happen. They said, screw all the slow play. 5-5, we're taking the action to you. Huke even does it with the bomb in hand after he finds the first blood. I thought once he dropped it towards the kitchen, there's no way in hell Atlanta FaZe should lose the map. Like, they have the info, they got the bomb down. OpTic cannot walk away with the attacking round unless they plant it or find all the kills. But when you're able to see through walls, I guess the way that Shotzzy was to take down Simp in that corner, you recover the bomb, you get it down, especially over towards the parking lot where you can watch multiple different angles from one spot. OpTic Texas come back swinging in the S&D, closed it out 6-5, and now we're up 2-0 in the series.
Well. 100,000 ranked play members just hit report player when Shotzzy hits the wall bang. Oh my goodness, for Simp, he was so convinced he had the setup, they had the positioning. But to take away from that, FaZe did not clutch up. We said normally they're really good at that converting, especially if they're behind or ahead on that map. Doesn't matter. OpTic find their groove 2-0 in the series. And we're going to a break before map number 3. Don't go anywhere. More of the same glory that we have seen throughout this series is coming up right after the break here on the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL, and the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is our Monster Energy matchup, OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. And it has been fun in the sun today. Really, OpTic Texas had their way on Fortress. It was all them. Atlanta FaZe threw a lot of rounds in the S&D, though, Study.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. Like, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you cannot afford to be losing search and destroys to OpTic Texas, especially with the way that OpTic Texas have been able to handle you guys in respawn. 11-1 in that category, but now we find ourselves in an expo control where Atlanta FaZe have yet to find a win. The biggest thing that they struggle with right now, at least on a small sample size of them playing this map, is just simply their slaying. 0.8 overall team KD on a map like Expo where the spawn trap can be easily influenced. You have to be able to slay. If you're not, you're definitely not going to find W's.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. And neither team looking for a good record, but we said we expect actually to see it this series. Both teams looking to improve on their way to Major and Champs. Right now, we're set up with OpTic Texas. They're going to be on the attack and looking for a little bit of action around A. Not an early first capture for most teams.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They know A is a lot more difficult to complete. So you're going to apply the pressure on this side of the map early on. Trades are back and forth in towards the pool, but Dashy with the snap onto Simp. What a shot. That guy simply does not miss bullets.
He really isn't. Ghosty gets another one there for the trade, and that A-Tick hasn't come forward. They're still going to put the pressure on. B will always be the backup, as you can see those spawns come through. And this is where they'll stop the clock.
Yeah, OpTic, they're finding a couple kills, and Huke being the roaming island player right now, he gets both of the players from Atlanta FaZe overextending up through A, so they might decide to just hit that transition completely over towards the other site. As they're already going to complete one segment on this B point, but the players, the teammates, they drop over towards A. You allow Atlanta FaZe to push up through saunas. Now you just have to try to extend this time, close out B.
Already, FaZe just trying to make sure they don't really get set back to their respawn. They're spreading the map, they're waiting for it. Only Simp trying to make a play or two for positioning, but he's going to be severely outnumbered here, so he won't go for that engage.
Yeah, you just got to chalk this one up. Time now extended by a minute. You have one player from Shotzzy already in towards the restaurant while the rest of his teammates are applying the pressure through the back end. Simp starts it off with the first kill, Cellium with the second. Simp finds two, the second with the knife. Now Huke's the farthest guy here. Just gotta try to play your life.
And this is what he wants. Unfortunately, if his teammates can find kills in this position, OpTic would be really good to get onto A. Unfortunately, they're gonna know he's here. Or at least he's Slasher waiting for him around this door. Still would think aBeZy, Huke might make this and jumps out towards Slasher and does make the kill anyway. That's what I was expecting. Huke finds those kills.
Huke wins a huge one-on-one, but his teammates are still yet to get out of back base. Finally, Shotzzy's able to take down aBeZy, but already a couple players from Atlanta FaZe coming off spawn. You also take down Slasher. Your next line of defense is taking down Cellium. They're finding all the kills at the right time, but Huke has yet to find an opportunity to set up the pinch. Atlanta, they find all the kills, and they hold control.
This is the issue. Huke wants it to find Slasher again at the moment, just farming that one player. If OpTic can find kills in the rest of the match, this becomes a deadly position. Slasher again!
Oh my!
Slasher versus Huke! And Slasher cannot win that gunfight. Huke finds another!
Oh!
It's a beat down onto Cellium! The kills have come through as well, and it's disaster for FaZe!
You gotta try to get on the point. You had to try to contest it. Simp was the farthest player pushed up in towards the restaurant. He dropped. There's only one player from OpTic Texas currently on the point. Everyone else watching the crosses, but Cellium and Slasher combined for 3. The second segment does get complete, but with only 50 seconds left, OpTic Texas have 1 to 2 more good pushes in them.
And that one was pulled out of the fire by just the tiniest of margins. aBeZy now trying to hold. The push is coming from top street, and he knows they're here. He has a little bit of backup. The rest of FaZe are stacked with him. So are OpTic and Slasher. Finally put some work in. Fed up being killed by Huke. He's been unleashed.
He's just trying to stay alive, man. Look at the movement right now from Slasher. The SMG duo combined for 2 with only 20 seconds left. OpTic do they get the close spawns though. Simp is so far pushed out on the right side towards Globe. So OpTic are going to spawn towards the back street. They can still try to clutch up on the round.
And he fortunately finds one. Doesn't allow them to get in too early. But only 2 players left from OpTic Texas, and it might not matter. They're both going to get onto the points. The rest of FaZe have to move. They might not get there in time, but it's a 2 versus... No! It's a 2 versus 5! Atlanta FaZe lost, even with the numbers.
You just can't make those mistakes, man. You can't make it. You were playing a perfect defense the entirety of the round. But once Simp puts himself in that position towards top globe, you allow OpTic Texas to get a couple close spawns up the street side towards bus. All it takes is a couple kills to get on the point. You're able to stack it and close out the round. OpTic Texas again clutching up in a different scenario.
Talk about mental games with these two people. Atlanta FaZe, those shaky legs, just cannot get anything against them. Now back onto A. Do they even get the first tick? They do not.
Atlanta FaZe's first push does get shot down. Only 1 player from OpTic does fall. Now they're all forced to rotate over towards the auditorium. Try to extend this time. As OpTic Texas, they're setting up the pinch. Look at Huke already in towards Secret. He might have found a timing.
Here we go. Huke. Bang this door open, finds the first. Second actually gets taken out by his teammate, and that's a hold. Huke already looking for this. Calls it perfectly. Everybody knows. Don't come through tunnel, especially against Huke. Nade out. aBeZy has to sit backstage.
Yeah, aBeZy just has to stay alive. All of his teammates are dropping. He's the farthest player, pushes them towards this B point. But until his teammates are able to find a kill for kills, that's when you're able to extend this time. He finds one of his own. So it's looking like Atlanta FaZe going to be able to complete B. 2 minutes and 2 seconds on the clock. Now it's all about the fight for this on the street side. It's going to be a Ghosty versus Slasher off the rip.
And while you can get B, A is an entirely different animal. They're looking for any kills here, but OpTic has dug in. Ghosty sitting pretty. Cellium will find Shotzzy in the first club, but Dashy gets the trade back, and oh my goodness, Simp calls it. He figures out where he is as well. Fortunately, Huke making kills. The pressure will now push through.
There's only 2 players here from Atlanta FaZe on the point. Simp and Slasher trying to dance around this hill. Simp does find the first. Cellium eventually is there for the trade, but OpTic, it's time for their time to strike. They're just doing a great job trading efficiently, keeping them off the point, keeping this clock going. Now Atlanta FaZe with that on the street side. This is where these gunfights are really important. OpTic Texas have to iron up.
And that is a big kill by Huke on aBeZy. Shuts him down completely, allowing OpTic Texas to set up ready for this next push. The first tick is in, but they are close. Flash will find Shotzzy as well, and Simp will take down Ghosty. It turns dangerous.
Oh, it's getting a little dangerous, but that's why you have a Simp. Guys able to win some crucial gunfight. Second segment already in, but you do not shut down Huke. He's able to find 3, sets up Ghosty for the 4th. And Atlanta FaZe only have 2 segments to walk away with. Time is still ticking, and OpTic Texas able to retake map control. And now you're forcing Atlanta FaZe to check every single corner on their way through.
I don't know if it's just me, but I think Huke is getting better as the year goes on. Over and over again, he finds the crucial kills. Ghosty against Slasher, and Ghosty will win it again. And there is only 1 tick on A remaining, but it is a tick that will take some time. Shotzzy takes down Cellium, bringing the Atlanta FaZe down to 6 lives. 5 lives. It is not looking good for FaZe.
It's not looking good at all, Bryce. Only 30 seconds left. 1 player drops, and you have no more respawn, so it has to be picture perfect from here on out. Every player from OpTic Texas watching the crosses. Trades go back and forth. Shotzzy with the movement. Shotzzy able to find a couple bullets onto aBeZy, but only 2 players left from Atlanta FaZe. Make it 1. OpTic Texas trying to go up 2-0.
Yeah, Simp, I don't think he can get there in time, really. And down he falls to Huke. Unmoving. Unwavering. Locked in Huke.
And the crazy thing is, Bryce, is that Atlanta FaZe had an opportunity. They found 2 kills. They just didn't find the right kill. They allowed Huke to push right down to the middle of the alley. He finds 3 to shut down that push. And then once that push is shut down, everyone now coming off spawn towards the globe side. You have to waste so much time to wrap back through the street, to try to overextend, to try to fight for top bar. OpTic Texas has traded efficiently in those moments. And now 1 round away from 3-0 in Atlanta FaZe again.
This is just unbelievable. Atlanta FaZe against everybody else. You give them the benefit of the doubt against OpTic. I don't know if it's a mental block, whether they need some hypnosis, some sort of divine intervention. But OpTic have had their number all year, and they are doing it again. A is rocketing forward to that 3rd tick. Atlanta FaZe are nowhere near. They will have to defend B.
For 2 minutes and 11 seconds, you gotta hold down. One of the easier ones to capture, one of the easier ones to find a break in control. OpTic Texas being super aggressive up through top window. Huke still has that dead silence invested. His teammates are finding kills. You're getting the info on where the last 2 players are. Let's just go for the chow. OpTic are on the point.
He's dangerous. He's deadly. He's huge. Oh my goodness! That is outrageous from him. The double chow with a tag. It wasn't even the Vans at close range. Cellium will find 2, but this round has to be done because FaZe it's looking like a 3-0 as they are spitting on them.
Oh, but they get back in. They get back into the point. They're going to decap that 3rd segment. Now force all of OpTic Texas to hit that reset button. Try to find their way through. Shotzzy might have just done it. Able to back down Slasher with the nade. Slasher goes to the reach out. Ghosty finds his 2nd. OpTic might close it out now.
They're looking for him as well, but somehow Atlanta FaZe digging in for this one. But Huke will have the reflexes to keep people on the back foot. He says, all right, you guys can't break in. I'll break in myself. They're going to challenge again here, surely. Not farming Slasher again. Leave him alone, Huke.
Yeah, man, like Slasher, you guys were teammates before. Like, let's just calm down. You don't gotta keep bullying him like this off spawn. So he's gonna go for the chow again, but this time it's Slasher to come out on top. A lot of time has been wasted, and Atlanta FaZe, they're currently holding on. Cellium has been finding clutch 2-piece after 2-piece to relieve that pressure. And now with only 15 seconds left, it's a 4-4 battle into the auditorium.
Finally, they find a little bit of a trade going through. Cellium will have to be the hero again, though. Those players every single angle, and that'll be it. That'll be done. That'll be the control. And OpTic Texas 3-0 FaZe in control. 3-0 them in the series. And every single time, this is not a top team versus another top team. It is a mismatch.
It's literally starting to be that, Bryce. It's starting to be a mismatch. OpTic Texas perfecting their gameplay as the year goes on. You're playing your best hard points, but you're playing the opposing team also on their best maps. Atlanta FaZe just cannot afford to lose S&Ds when you haven't been able to beat OpTic Texas in any respawns all year. That's 12-1 now in the respawn modes. OpTic Texas tied all up at Search and Destroy at 3-3 overall. But right now, the mental game for Atlanta FaZe has to be shot. Every time they play OpTic, it's not even close. They run away with the hard point. They clutch up in the Search and Destroy, and usually rounds where we see Atlanta FaZe, whenever they have the man advantage, they never throw it away. But OpTic Texas had the clutch. They get to the expo control. They clutch first round. They stand strong on defense. Everything was going right for OpTic Texas today as they walk away with the series and a clean 3-0.
Well, I don't know what to say about that one. Respawn, we had the Fortress going towards OpTic. It was always kind of ridden that way. The S&D should have probably been phases a few times.
Yeah.
But individual gunny versus positioning wins it that time. And then the control smoke show. Unbelievable. Let's find out, though, what Odess thinks of everything we've just seen.
I'm so disappointed right now, Brycey. I expected a game 5. I wanted Atlanta FaZe to get some revenge, but now you are 10-1 against OpTic. This is a one-sided affair, gentlemen.
It literally is. It literally is, Chris. Like, OpTic are them guys against Atlanta.
All right, well, we got to break all of this down here. We got Alley Cat and Nameless here at the headquarters crew. And, of course, this was a shorter series than we expected. Alley, the big surprise for us, maybe Expo coming out in the control. Both teams might have to play it come Toronto. clearly Optic way stronger on that game mode.
Yeah, we said that Atlanta FaZe had to try something in this series, and it was pretty glaring obvious that it was going to be this Expo control. Atlanta FaZe heading into it 0-2, now 0-3 respectfully, where OpTic Texas was 2-2, 50 across the board. They were comfortable on it, but not that comfortable. But when it comes to this series, I mean, this is a nightmare matchup for Atlanta FaZe. It has proven so time and time again, and it almost doesn't make sense because these two teams should be battling together beautifully in their respective roles, but it's just something about this matchup, man. OpTic Texas takes it easy.
Nameless, can you learn from OpTic Texas, or I simply can't do this in my own ranked game because I don't have the gunny like Huke and Dashy did?
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that they do that you just can't replicate. They're absolutely insane. But I mean, when you look at Atlanta FaZe, they have the same amount of talent. It's not like there's you know, the talent on that team can match up to them. It's just the teamwork. OpTic Texas and some of the maps they have are just locked down. You talk about Fortress, it is like the same. It's death taxes and winning by 100 points. They dominated them on that map. Obviously, FaZe got a couple of points towards the end in the scrap time, but it didn't really matter, and they dominated them in the control as well. For this OpTic Texas team, they're just full of confidence, and in the matchup versus Atlanta, any map that Atlanta feels like they're good on, OpTic is better. I mean, you talk about HyDra, you cannot play OpTic there. You cannot play them in Mercado Hardpoint, and you cannot play them on Embassy. So it gets very, very tough. If OpTic continues to improve upon their Embassy, there's nothing that you can do against them there as well. So for this matchup, I got OpTic the rest.
So Atlanta FaZe just wants to be on the opposite side of the bracket from OpTic come Toronto. That's what I'm learning from this series, and I know I never want to be on the other side of a battle in a 1v1 against Dashy. Here's a look at your scuff play of the game one more time. Dashy with a sniper rifle, figuring out how to clutch in one of the trickiest situations with aBeZy rocking dead silence in the SMG.
This was dumb. I mean, like honestly though, so in this situation, I'm watching like, okay, aBeZy clutches. He has the deadie. He's playing 100%. Inside, right? And with the sound cues in this game, you see Dashy has a trophy. He's making a ton of noise. So for aBeZy, he knows he's not defusing at this point, right? So he's going up against Dashy. He's like, all right, 6 seconds have gone by. I'm gonna jump across and just gets quick scoped. I understand that he probably shouldn't die, 9 out of 10 times in that situation, but it is Dashy, man. You got to respect your opponent.
I don't even know if aBeZy's feet touched the floor before he was dead. The reaction time there from Dashy just too so brutal as OpTic hands FaZe another 3-0. OpTic improves to 2-0. That'll tie Toronto at the top of our leaderboard. But we got a lot going on here in the competitive world. It's not just the CDL. World Series of Warzone is back, bigger, badder, madder than ever. You can sign up right now. Simply scan that QR code and, of course, tune in. All the actions on WorldSeriesOfWarzone.com. My dude Reflections probably on that show. Allie, what are you looking forward to from the Warzone heroes?
I'm looking to spawn in, hopefully, maybe when they get some ranked and stuff coming out. But World Series of Warzone, it's always a blast. I got to work some of the shows last year and hope to see it again this.
There we go. And of course, we've got to give a big shout out to everyone who's been picking up your bundles. The Night Runner. Do you like dark colors and red? Well, the Night Runner bundle is for you. We got 2 blueprints. You got a pretty sweet gecko charm. I was checking it out last night, and plenty more. We've got our teams chatting with us now on the show. Dashy joins us live from the Monster Winner Circle. It's our winner spotlight. And Dashy, talk to me about the search and destroy, because I still didn't believe you guys were going to be able to come back in that game despite your wallbang.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a back and forth S&D, but I mean, we take pride in making adjustments mid-game. We're S&D kids, so we could kind of see and read the map on what they're doing, where the pressure's coming from, and we made the right adjustments, the right calls, and we ended up clutching up.
Yeah, you did.
Dashy, obviously, when it comes to this matchup, you guys have had Atlanta FaZe's number throughout the entire season, throughout this entire game. They had to try something new against you. Were you surprised that Expo Control made it as game number 3 in this series?
Not really. Nothing surprises me anymore, to be honest.
Brandon, I can tell that you're absolutely locked. Congratulations on the win. I wanted to ask you, you guys play Vegas. It's a very, very close game. It goes down to the wire. But today, you guys came with some extra energy. Why do you guys seem to play so much better against FaZe?
I mean, you have to bring your A game when you're playing FaZe, no matter how they're looking or anything. I mean, they're some of the best players of all time, so you got to bring your A game, and I'm glad we did.
Dashy, you talked with Nameless on Friendly Fire. You mentioned that you used to team with Cellium. Do you guys text each other, send a little DM after you hand each other a 3-0?
Not really. I mean, obviously Cell's my boy, but I mean, we're competitive. We don't really DM each other like that, to be honest.
Final question for you before we let you go. Optic's been in 2 grand finals. Are we going to make it 3 come Toronto?
That's the plan.
I like it, my friend. Best of luck. The green wall is behind you, cheering you on. As always, we'll let you go join the team.
Yep, thank you.
That is Dashy absolutely locked after the 3-0 over FaZe, and we're already on to our 3rd match of the day. When we come back, it's another battle of 2 teams in our top 5. LA Thieves take on the Subliners when we come back.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
Looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break. I think he did. You can see the Afro comes. Here it comes. Oh, just by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh my God. Defending up. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
OpTic FaZe LA versus New York, all going down on the same day. It must be somebody's birthday. We got a big one for you right now. Two teams that are top 5 facing off for a lot of pride, but also if you're an LA fan, you have to think they're trying to fend off another curse. They already defeated the champs curse. They stayed together. They won an event. Yeah. But just like Toronto, could LA Thieves become victim of falling short in the following qualifier?
And unfortunately, they are starting with an 0-1 start versus Toronto, who's heading into their home series. But to be honest, I felt like it was kind of a battle throughout, even though it was a 3-1 victory for Toronto.
Let's talk about the Subliners here to start things off, Nameless. This is the squad that we talked about earlier. We needed to see Priestahh popping off. What have you seen from the guys so far? They fell to Vegas Legion in a very close matchup.
Listen, I mean, they won the maps they needed to win, but furthermore, getting exposed in the control game mode. They tried to play Expo. I tip my hat. I'm so happy they tried it. They got 3-0 smoked, right? So that clearly they need to work on that map, but also going into a series like this, you can't play Hotel. That's going to be tough. So you're forced to win in a CeeLo where you've been one of the worst teams. So control is what I'm looking for throughout this series. Also, the individuals, Priestahh, once again, looking at him to make a mark in this series versus our MVP in Octane.
This is the official Monster Energy pre-game breakdown. Must figure out your mid-round S&D. I love that point because they've looked so strong with their first bloods, but the conversions are not there. Can they get it done today, Allie?
I hope so. I mean, especially going up to LA Thieves, which after Major 4 was the #1 team during that split when it comes to search and destroy, and it's really come off of their offenses. They are 10th in the league when it comes to that attacking point. Reason being, they get the bomb down, but they still don't win the round. Their post-plan positioning needs some serious work when it comes to New York Subliners.
New York has finished as high as 1st, as low as 12th, and as recently as 4th. So we'll see what they can do today against a squad that is coming off of the championship in Columbus. LA Thieves are the top squad right now. Despite a loss to Toronto, everybody predicted them to be the favorites, and a lot of folks, again, are leading that way with the channel points. Do you see the Thieves as the favorite in today's game?
They're the favorite in today's game, yeah. I picked Toronto yesterday versus Thieves just because when you come back from a major, like I said, sometimes, you know, it's hard to get back into that online mindset. But going up into this series, like I said, matchup-wise, this is really good for LA Thieves. Going up against New York, they like to play a lot of the same maps, but LA Thieves are simply better. Also, LA Thieves have been icy when they've needed to be, especially in Search and Destroy, something that they lacked last year for the majority of the year. Well, they figured it out this year. And going up against New York has been choking every single situation possible in S&D. So I think Thieves have the edge here. I think they come out and they win this.
And now when it comes to the Monster Energy pre-games, I have to say, at least from my own standpoint, LA Thieves, they cannot get comfortable because I think this is very much a trap game for them. They're already 0-1 starting this Major 5 qualifier split, coming off of a win, looking to possibly go back-to-back, going up against a team like New York Subliners that is a very strong respawn team that could easily get caught slipping in this series.
And I can't wait to show you the maps and modes here because both teams, as you saw on that screen, dominant on HyDra. That's where we start this war, Nameless.
Yeah, dominant, but one team has been unbelievable. I think LA Thieves are on an 8-0 win streak when you talk about HyDra Hardpoint. I would like to point out there are 2 cursed maps in this series for each team respectively. Hotel S&D cursed map for New York. I mean, they're getting 1v4, 1v2'd by Las Vegas, and then a CeeLo S&D for LA Thieves. They played it so much. They've lost so many round 11. So if we go game 5, we're in for a banger.
All right, I need 2 answers. Team and score, go.
I'm going LA Thieves 3-2.
Allie?
LA Thieves 3-1.
New York Subliners 3-0. It's going to be a perfect 3-0 day to close it out, or game 5, round 11. I don't care which way. All I know is I want to get to the casters. We got Bricey with his beautiful buddy Studdy on the mic. I like this pair.
Thank you very much. We like you too, Puckett. And yeah, we had so much fun the last game, we thought we would do a Drake and go back to back. This one, though, is an interesting one for me. Obviously, our champions from the last major up against New York, who haven't looked as good in recent times. Even the last major, they got a top 4, but only beat Røkkr and Vegas. This is all about turning up at the end of the season. They've done it before. Can New York do it this year?
Yeah, that's the real question, man. Like, New York Subliners, or you win the first major, cool. You fall off the next following, but then you bounce back a little bit at Major 4, but you weren't really playing the toughest competition. Now your toughest competition is in front of you in the LA Thieves, who are our most recent champions, and you're going up against them on a HyDra Hardpoint where, like the Des said on it, last 8 times that they have played it, they have been able to walk away with it. So New York, they're a great respawn team, but LAT sometimes are just a little bit better. Can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Well, let's see. It is interesting between these two teams. Obviously, we've spoken before about where we kind of rank all these two teams, and not only these, but everybody else in the wider kind of facet of it. Toronto always dangerous. I feel like nobody's spoken about New York being that dangerous in recent times.
Just because we expect more out of this team. When you come out and win the first major, you set the tone early on throughout the year. And then you let a couple slip-ups, a little bit of travel mishap at Major 2. Major 3, you get top 12, you get early eliminated. So it's all about perfecting your gameplay, taking your gameplay to a whole different level. There's no better test than going up against the LA Thieves. Already into the P1, though. 17 seconds going in favor of New York. They were the team that started off on the better side, but they have been able to maintain the spawns for the next hill, finding all the kills in the feed. Exactly what you want to do if you are NYSL.
This might be the difference maker himself. KiSMET already 4-1, 5-1. Doesn't see the player up top, Rock, but just keeps running around. He knows someone's round here and doesn't get the kill against Kenny. But what they are doing is holding them back as HyDra will now go to work himself. They are keeping LA Thieves on the back foot.
Yeah, LA Thieves are consistently spawning across the map. They're trying to find their way in, but New York are setting up beautiful crossfires to find all the kills. Priestahh finds 3. Drazah at least takes down 1, and the close spawns are now going to be in for the Thieves. A little bit over-aggressive if you are New York. The SMGs are all the way across the map. You're going to allow LA with the numbers to find a break and walk away with this final 25.
Yeah, 20 they really wanted as well. It took them a lot of time to get there, and they certainly weren't getting the kills. But the question is now, is this going to be a break for them already? Kenny's gone deep, but they are overwatching, and HyDra's gone fishing and finds him.
That's a big kill for HyDra to pick up. Kenny was trying to be the route man in that situation, but you're creating layers to allow our teammates to soak up a lot of this P3 time. Once HyDra drops, now you know the front push is going to be open. You have to try to take control of top warehouse, but there's already players here from the Thieves. Envoy being the playmaker on the opposing side, already on a 3 spree, and he's not slowing down.
And this is what they want, get the kills back in their way. And they're just putting the pressure on towards the back spawns here. They do not want to flip at any point, but here comes New York. They've got the kills, they've got the numbers, they've got the clear, and just completely wiped them out the point there in the end. And Thieves get the back spawn, the spawn they don't want.
Yeah, this is not the best case scenario if you are LA, but at least your teammate stays alive on the opposite side of the map. Kenny's at least able to influence one spawn for Octane to find that rotation. But his teammates keep getting slayed out. They're spawning out towards the warehouse. A huge one-on-one across the map. Skyz is able to win it. Would look like to be LA Thieves in control off the rotation. Subliners spawn in at the right time, find the kills, and now win another one over towards the B4.
Really is a disaster. Thieves thought they might have a little bit of sun in the sky, but just don't have the spawn as well. Kenny gonna find Skyz, but super weak will eventually fall himself. Envoy gets another one in towards Ruins. They're trying to keep it competitive. but they need just a gap, a break here at the time. Octane already finds the first. New York Subliners pushed all the way back towards their spawn as the pressure multiplies tenfold, and Thieves find the break.
And that's how Thieves do it. That's how they do it on HyDra Hardpoint. They are the worst team in rotations, but when they are getting W's, it all comes in the breaks following the holds. Thirds in that first category, second in the hold percentage. As this final 30 is going to be theirs. Nail bite off a hard point to start us off. It's going to be New York winning the rotation again. But it has to be a better setup this time around. You cannot allow the Thieves to find the easy break. And already, that's 3 players versus 2 towards the back end.
And for LA Thieves, the coaching staff might just sit there and say, hey, maybe we'll just try rotating for once. Maybe that'll help us out on this one. Pretty simple, but easier said than done. Right now, New York again on the rotation, again holding against the Thieves. Points on their favor.
And Skyz is making plays. Skyz is the guy lining it up with the AR in hand, blocking the spawns as well to not allow any of the LAT players to spawn behind them. And so far, this has been a flawless hold from the Subliners. Skyz did not have the best series yesterday, but he has completely forgot about it. On a 5, making a 6 spree, earned yourself a cruise missile, young man. And now with only 20 seconds left, it's a battle off the rotation. Back to P1 we go.
With Vibe and Skyz is rotating himself. He's gone back to Dome. Won't be in the gunfights for a while, but it's an influential play. New York continue to run the score up here against LA Thieves. And now as we go back from P1 to P2, it's basically a mirror match at the start. LA Thieves, though, have found a few crucial kills already. They're spawning them back P3. Priestahh holding down the fort, though.
And Priestahh trying to watch that cross, not allow any players from LA to cross over towards the Dome side, but that's the worst case scenario if you are New York. You rotate early at about 15 seconds, but everyone loses their gunfights. So now you have to try to keep them off of this P1 hill and flip those spawns going in towards the P2. As they're just trying to find an opening. Trades go back and forth, but New York look like they have been able to stabilize for now. They're back on the point.
Octane going to find the first as well. That is an outrageous challenge. He gets away with close range with attack, taking matters into his own hands.
Look at the
spawn. This is crucial. Number 7. Skyz is all the way towards the back, and HyDra gets a kill as well. It's a disaster here for Thieves.
Oh, Thieves, I don't know if they're going to be able to read this scenario because multiple players now from the Subliners spawn out towards P2. Skyz gets a little bit blessed by the COD gods and is able to win the rotation for free. Now you're forcing the Thieves to find another break. The routes they're currently hitting 2 through Ruin side. You have Octane swimming, going for the long route, but New York, they have read it all. They have read every single angle. They find all the kills in the feed, and they are just running up that score line.
And KiSMET has that dog on him. He might be barking, but let's find out how the Subliners are talking with the New York Subliners. Listen in.
Watch my front. Steps. They're going to be left. Help me can't. Help me front. I can't flank these guys. No, elbow. Watch my back. Get kills. Yeah, just get kills. You're good. Anytime. Yeah, no, there's 2-0, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna back up. Wait, 2 seconds. Alright, they're going through. One over. I'm going through left. I got one. Nice. One more P1. I'm fighting this old, bro. I'm back. He's gonna peek front side. I'm waiting for him. Kids spawn P5 once. Back weak. Dylan's ignoring. They're spawning out. Looking for Octane. I got one. One's back. I'll pitch behind. Stay alive from P5. Yeah, he's back rock. I'll kill him. Dead. Nice. One's P1. I'm gonna cut pick. He's dead. Wait, so you back up? Okay, I'll block. I'm cutting mid. Just cutting the hill. I got time. Last guy was old. They're all spawning over. Yo, watch Dome. Watch the Dome for me. Just help each other. Okay, got him. Nice. Stay alive, Preston. Dome, one shot. That's the only guy that was out. I have your dome. I'm looking at my tip water. Dome does. Nice, dude. One more pick. Wait for P1. You can walk. P1. 2 P1. I'm bumping up. P1. Maybe Pete. Watch my top. I'm gonna pinch P5. Block. They're bumping, guys. I got one dead. No, Pete, one shot. And bottom door. He's going outer pipe. Stay down. Outer pipe. One shot, outer pipe. P2, the guy. Calm down. Outer pipes. I'm pushing up. Yeah, he's one shot pipes. Yeah. Oh, hard block. I'm backing up. You guys, one more in the back. They're all spawning out, bro. I'm blocking P2. Okay? I'm just holding bridge. He's on the mid. I'm blocking both spawns, guys. We're missing Sam. I'm helping. He's probably taking it around. I'll get left. One ult. Actually, I'm not getting left. I'm so hard blocking. Yo, keep rotate out spawn. Push bottom. Yo, careful. Rotate. They're probably dome. They're gonna spawn behind you, so. Other back dead. What could be dome spawns? Right. I'm flanking dome. Alright, so I'm blocking up. You're blocking. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm blocking. Alright, keep coming to the back. I'm looking in the street.
I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that KiSMET is single-handedly running around this map, slaying, or the comms from New York Subliners. Calm down as they look for these players. It is making the difference here against Thieves.
Yeah, you can hear the difference in the listening. And as soon as we jumped down into it, all the energy was super high. And with KiSMET bringing everyone back down to earth, let's calm down. This game is far from yet done. And that's what's been able to run up the score line. Subliners are the #1 team in rotations, going up against the number 12 team in rotation. And so far, that has been the story of the game. You're set up early for the hill. You're getting the preferred spawn. You're setting up properly. And that's why New York are currently up by 100 points. Now you're forcing LA Thieves to hit that early rotation over towards P5. And New York are already in a position to contest.
It's just been difficult every single step of the way for Thieves. They've never looked in control of this game, and that's why the score is so far apart. Priestahh waiting for the player. He knows he's going to be here towards the back. They're looking for a perfect break. Priestahh's got to be careful. He knows he has no dead silence. He doesn't want to make too much noise around here, but with the guns echoing off the walls, doesn't matter. Priestahh will find one, but the rest of his team are there.
Yeah, the rest of his teammates, they spawn across the map, but with him finding that second kill, Skyz is going to spawn towards the back of the warehouse. Now it's a 3v3 all around the hill. Priestahh is still finding kills, but his teammates are not finding any. He's blocking the spawns, but you have to find a break in towards the hard point. As the game is getting scrappy, trays go back and forth, but New York are finally able to get in.
It's running out of ammo there before he can find a kill. And you are right, these two teams still slugging out on this one, but unfortunately the rest of the map has not been this way. LA Thieves are seriously down. There is a potential though. P1 to P2, if you can chain these three hills together now, you'll be screaming back into this game.
Yeah, LA Thieves, they are setting themselves up properly to fight back into this game. Currently a 65-point game. Cruise Missile is now going to get invested from New York. They know that none of the players are in a position to at least contest this P1 for quite some time. You do have Skyz working his way all the way around P2 side, but LA Thieves, they're soaking up all the time. You have to contest this if you are New York. They find 3 kills, they get another break.
And this game could be over. Let's find out how the LA Thieves are going to deal with it. With an LA Thieves, listen in.
Here. Mount it. Flip. We gotta get this time.
You went to load him.
Alright, I'm gonna live it in. Y'all gotta get that guy. Oh, mid on me already, bro. You already been stairs.
Yeah, I'm trying to I am still alive on the 5. Yep. I help you.
I
That's water.
He has a streak. That's weak. Alright, Paco's got a streak. Mid, bro. They're gonna chow this. I'm gonna try to play mid. I'm breaking.
I'm on sand. I'm gonna go low right.
And top. That's 2. Alright, one's dome, one's time. We're missing the other one. I stunned it. I got one here.
He's got it. Got it. I know.
A couple of sighs of frustration there from the LA Thieves. They know they've got an uphill battle. They lose the spawn, they lose the kills, and now they've got to go 8 seconds until this map will end, Sonny.
And I think it's all done, Bryce. I think it's all done. The New York Subliners come out in map number 1 with a majority of their rotations set up perfectly around these hills. I know LA Thieves, they've been 8-0 the last couple of times they have played HyDra. But versus a team like New York, who just stick to the fundamental game plan, we get the better spawns, we put ourselves in a better setup. You have the ability to break with about 30 to 35 seconds. You can take that junk time. Don't worry, we will be able to set up for the next. And that was the story about all game 1. As the Subliners able to walk away with the map, wanted a convincing victory. But I think the biggest standout player was KiSMET, man. I was really focused before the map even started on the battle between KiSMET and Envoy, the guys who are going to be hitting the water routes, the guys who are the playmakers. As you see KiSMET just absolutely take over with that SMG, a minute 11 in the hill, almost 4K damage, 26 non-traded kills. The Bulldog came out to play early.
Yeah, heavy slaying, heavy playing, and the problem with Thieves is sometimes you've got to rotate. Realistically, break it till you make it might work, but you're fighting into horrible positions over and over again. They are talented, they can make the gunfights, they can make the kills. But if you're doing it every single hill, eventually something is going to fail.
Yeah, I think you got to go back to that second P1 to P2 chain. When LA Thieves were finding all the kills through the middle of the map, but them being the aggressors, decided to push up past that 50-yard line. You give Skyz the free spawn towards the back. and basically bless New York Subliners with a rotation over towards P2, which is a very, very difficult hill to break in. For the rest of the game, it was just catch up. It was just catch up, but New York were always ahead of the game. So now they find themselves up 1-0 in this series. Going into a search and destroy that the Des touched on it. It's been nightmares for them as of recent.
Yeah, it has. And I'm trying to figure this one out in terms of context. Realistically, there has been things said before that sometimes Thieves don't turn up in qualifiers, but last time they did, right? 4-1 going into the major. It showed us they can win the championship. What does this mean if New York come out against a strong LA Thieves here? Obviously, the champions only a couple of weeks ago, and it's big plays from the SMGs.
I think it'd be scary. I don't know if it's something about winning the previous major, Bryce, and when you come into the following stage, you just can't find a W. It happened with Toronto all throughout the Major 3 qualifiers, and right now it's potentially on the cards for the Thieves. You know, sometimes when you win a championship, you want to take a couple days extra for a break. You know, probably not really lack off in practice, but not take it as serious sometimes. I don't think LA Thieves is that kind of roster. These guys have been together for quite some time, but so far it's been a slow start to the stage. A 3-1 loss yesterday versus Toronto Ultra. You're losing hard points versus a team like New York, who are great in HP, but you were one of the best. And unfortunately, 4 short in map number 1. But this is where they usually bounce back in the S&Ds, which has been the bread and butter as of recent.
Yeah, and that's what they'll be looking to do here moving forward as well. And yeah, it's kind of a weird one. Maybe they swap the champs curse for the major curse. I don't really know. I know a lot of people still be a lot of high hopes. It's just one map. It's just a hard point. It doesn't matter that much. Moving forward, though, I think it matters more for New York. We have said before, this team needs to find their ground again. It has been the story for them for about 3 to 4 months of can they find Major 1 form. They were ahead of the game. They have lagged behind since. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of magic, and a lot of luck may get them back towards the top.
Definitely need some confidence, probably a little bit of luck, but you also need some ice, man. If you think about how New York are losing the last event, 1v4 clutched by aBeZy on Hotel, a tied up at 4. Like, that's things that just can't happen. That ended up all over the world, all over different kind of social medias. So it's just all about developing that ice, man. You got the skill, you got the players, you got the game plan. You just have to be able to clutch up in some moments. As you take a look at the stats for both of these squads, LA Thieves have been running it up so far on the season. When you talk about some Hotel search and destroy, 57% on the first blood column. And that's the one that I really want to focus on, because LA Thieves, whenever they find first blood on defense, 56% of the time, they close out the round about 70. Same thing on the attack. 53% on your first bloods, close out the round about 70. So if you are subliners, just don't get first blooded.
There we go. Simple tactics. Make sure you don't die first. Skyz looking for his own pick, though, with the sniper. KiSMET looking for Drazah and drills him, but Envoy gets the trade before he can do anything. And Priestahh backpedaling, running for his life.
Yeah, Priestahh just has to get out. HyDra's at least able to find one, though, with the nade onto Kenny. So in the 3v3 situation, it's looking like Subliners are going to commit this bomb over towards A. Hot Team with the crossfire is able to find one, but he sets up Skyz. 2v2 now. Make it a 1v1.
Just trading everywhere across this map. Envoy versus Priestahh. Priestahh, I believe, is going to have that tack. Envoy has the Vaz. This is not an easy shot. But he's just going to keep doing this forever. Over and over again. The thumbs will start to ache. The doubt will start to creep in. And now he's doing it quieter. Eventually going to move.
Here we go. The engagement's going to be in, and Priestahh's able to win the one-on-one. Would look to be LA Thieves finding the first blood. Everything's going right. You're trading efficiently. But you just did not account for Priestahh. With that dead silence invested, snaps with the TAC 56 in hand, and is able to take the first round for New York.
Well, that round could have gone either way so many times. We'll have to see what they do now. The 1v1 comes down to a chow. And for LA Thieves, probably not a lot to take away from that one. It was just trading across the map. Everything broke down as the S&D went forward. Drazah looking to be a little bit aggressive, but that stun from Skyz is not good.
You already already see Drazah trying to make plays, but he gets taken down by HyDra. KiSMET also finds a huge one-on-one gunfight versus Envoy. So far in the series, he has had his number, but it's a 4v2, all left up to Octane and Kenny.
Kenny in a good position. But how does he try and get away with this one realistically? No dead silence. No positioning. Not in a tradable position. Already Octane's found one though, but he's about to be pinched.
York setting up the vice grip and putting him in the trap. HyDra gets the info onto Kenny, able to win the one-on-one. And then his teammates eventually find the flank, find the opening to take down Octane. First blood goes in favor of the Subliners. HyDra starts it all off. And then it is trade efficiently at the very end. Subliners already making those mid-round adjustments, fixing those mistakes that they had yesterday versus the Vegas Legion. And been looking great so far in this S&D 2-0.
And that's what they want. When Thieves are down, keep them down. Do not allow them back in this game at any point if you can help it. Sometimes that's a little bit easier said. Octane already making a move forward. That's going to be the first blood. Octane will have a sniper out. But map position slowly got away from them here, and Octane is going to have to look for it as well. He will find Skyz. Calls it, reads it, and Octane will find a second, and KiSMET tries to find a third. It turns out the sniper's the right call.
Guess the sniper was the right call as Octane's able to line up 2 shots on the round. Now it's all left with the HyDra in the 1v2. He is going to get a freebie onto Octane. So now it's a 1v1 going up against Drazah, who has been grinding S&D Money 8s as of recent.
Oh, will that experience give him everything he needs to win here against the French Phenom? The dead silence is popped, and in HyDra's hands, it's like ascending. Unfortunately, not that time. It's an easy kill in the end. HyDra gets wrong. Drazah finds it in the 1v1.
Here, Drazah takes his time. No sweat on the brow. Doesn't even invest that dead silence. He knew that the bomb was down towards D1 Des. And HyDra eventually had to find a route to go recover it. Lines up the shots. Able to clutch up the round for the Thieves. To finally get one on the board. Now down to 1.
Every round just seeming very, very close between these two teams, and they try to figure it out. The Thieves this time will be looking for an attack. Trying to get back to a 2-2 rather than a 3-1. Already aggressive towards the mid here. They're going for double arch stacking.
Just waiting for the information right now. They basically have Priestahh trapped in towards Couch's area, but Priestahh is able to walk away with the kill somehow, some way. Another first blood onto Envoy. That's 3 rounds now so far in the S&D that he's been the first guy down. And now you force LA to clutch up again in the 3v4 scenario. Priestahh's going to invest that dead silence. You have players from LA all around the map, but it's looking like the bomb is definitely going to commit over towards A.
And now this becomes a bit of a chess game. Thieves want to clear this out. They want to get this bomb down for the advantage. But they must not make a misstep, and there's the first. Skyz will get Octane.
Kenny finds him. Kenny trying to go for the one-on-one onto Skyz, but Skyz is just staying alive for so long that he has to now commit back over towards the bomb site. But HyDra already takes down his teammate, and with only 10 seconds left, this round is looking like it's going to go to the New York Subliners. They find another first blood. They shut down that early aggression. You maintain mid-map control. Skyz finds the timing to get that player off bomb. And then you just play to keep him off of it. Subliners, 3-1.
The Thieves just look a little bit frustrated. Nothing they need is going their way. Not timing, not gunfights, not luck. Hoping for a bit of a change. The Subliners sitting pretty, leading here. HyDra having fun.
And now New York are back to the 2-2 split. Just to play for the early information before you commit towards one of these sites. Just going to put down a couple shots. Is Skyz trying to clear out the top bedroom. But he spots that Bottom lockers, bottom luggage is going to be open. Octane finds the first blood onto HyDra. Second first blood so far of the map for the Thieves. Now in the 4v3 advantage.
KiSMET is hunting. He's waiting for that dead silence. It's going to be a little bit slow, but he has the time to wait for it. When it goes active, I wouldn't be surprised to see him move.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his opportunity to pounce.
There we go.
Dead silence is now going to be invested. Just going to try to make a play for his teammates, trying to work his way all the way through the back, but Envoy in a great position to take him down. Able to spot Skyz on the bomb. You cut him down as well. 1v4, all left up to Priestahh. He does take down the first, though.
He does, but with 22 seconds and the bomb across the map, I don't think he's going to make it as well. Octane says, hey, I'll sit here all day. Snaky, sneaky. Keep yourself awakey because he's gone. The two teams just not bothering to engage on that gunfight. Octane, relax. He knew he didn't have to really do anything in that one.
Yeah, once they find the first blood, you know New York had to try to make a play happen. They were able to catch that player trying to make that play in KiSMET. Once he puts himself in towards bottom bedroom, you take care of him and then you force them to commit towards the bomb. Catch Skyz. Priestahh has no time left in the 1v4 scenario. Just snaky, eggs and bakey. No one's wakey. As LA Thieves are able to walk away with the second round.
This has been a bit of a slow S&D, really. We're kind of thrill seekers on this map as the teams just go for these slow picks. And I like that, actually. New York opened these doors with nobody there. It means Thieves have to look for it, and they have sent in players. They are being aggressive. Kenny is through with the dead silence, but will he find anything from it? There's Priestahh, down with the first. Kenny now looking for more.
And Priestahh was the guy that was watching the cross, so if you are LA Thieves, you could now set yourself up to get this bomb down towards A. Drazah also finds himself in a great position towards top plat. You just don't want to waste a lot of time here because KiSMET's slowly working his way up through the diner. He's just trying to time this flank. Let's get the bomb down. Let's trade efficiently.
HyDra looking for this one. We've seen him clear here before, and that's a 2 versus 2. Drazah manages to fire back. HyDra now trying to get into this position. Is he going to ninja it? He's looking for it. Have they got eyes on the bomb as well? Envoy will find KiSMET, but did they find HyDra? HyDra's still defusing! HyDra's still defusing! They've not seen it! They've not checked it! It's a ninja in the face! LA Thieves! They find the kills, but not the bomb!
How does he do it, Bryce? How does he do it every single time on the same exact bomb site on Hotel S&D? He just commits towards the defuse, and it works out perfectly. You saw Drazah, he was the first line of defense to try to spot it, but the bomb was planted behind the block. You can't see it from top bedroom, so he thinks it's all good, but HyDra with the commitment sticks the defuse and gets the round for New York, now up 4-2.
We thought Thieves might be a little bit tilted before. They might be after that one. Fight erupting around bedroom. This time, Thieves do not want to give up any control at all. This is a stack for them.
This is scary, though, Bryce, because New York, they were able to take a lot of map control. It puts two players right up the middle of the map. Priestahh is able to find the first blood, and now you have full bedroom control. You can get this bomb down. Priestahh is going to have a one-on-one. He goes for the snap, but cannot win it. As HyDra finds one across the map. It's a 3v2 with that bomb getting planted, but Kenny takes him down. 2v2.
And just a misstep from New York. Had this sewn up, and HyDra will find Kenny, though. Can Envoy find him? He's so convinced where he is. He's been called out, but KiSMET on Overwatch, and now he has to run away. HyDra will reach out, and New York get it again. Kenny makes a crucial kill on the bomb, but they lose the round.
Kenny makes such a heads-up play to get that player off site, but then it just comes down to some individual playmakers. HyDra wins the one-on-one, stays alive so long for KiSMET to eventually get alongside his SMG duo. Envoy had the info. He knew where both players were, but when KiSMET turns that corner at the right time, gets Envoy one shot, HyDra's already recuperating his health. Eventually, you go for the double chow. You close out the round. Subliners at gate point.
Here they go already, though. Bit of a stun check going through. They're still going for mid-map control. LA Thieves, Octane with the sniper. looking for a pick, looking for being hopeful. Envoy's already had to back off. I think he saw him there. Skyz going for it. He's going to get him on the out, but not going to get enough here. It already goes down. Envoy for a 1 versus 3. That's the 2. Can he find the third? Everything the Thieves need right now is wrapped up in Envoy.
And he has a lot of time on the clock. It's a 1v1 versus HyDra. Dead silence is just going to get earned and now invested. They both actually pop it, so it's going to be a dead solid battle. But Envoy is about to run out. If he decides to push through main, it's exactly what HyDra wanted him to do.
And there we go. HyDra ties that up in a pretty little bow. LA Thieves, but maybe this time something will go their way, and it does not. Down 0-2 against the New York Subliners. A demoralizing S&D for them.
New York just came out with the plays, man. Early on into the round, I said it, they had to win a majority of the first blood battles. They do exactly that. But when it came down to these one-on-one gunfights right off the rip of these maps, it was Envoy and a majority of the time getting first blooded. And then KiSMET being the island guy. I know the guy only got 4 kills, but his kills were so impactful and definitely felt on the map. There was just a couple rounds where Thieves just let it get away from them. You think about that 2v3 clutch out of HyDra when he sticks the defuse. Even before that, a huge 1v1. So a lot of rounds got away from the Thieves in this search and destroy. New York took every advantage possible and now find themselves up 2-0 in this series. Bryce, you were wondering where this New York Subliners was at ever since Major won. And I guess they're here, my friend. They are here.
Well, unbelievable from this team here. New York have turned up in record form. That's what they need if you're a fan of New York. And we're going to break before the control. But before we do that, we're going to have a little guess of who is this COD pro. You've played this before, and here's how it goes. We'll give some clues. First one, first full competitive season was Black Ops 2. That's way back when. Even I was around then, but still quite an old one. Second one, made grand finals every season he competed. Well, that's a good one. Maybe give you a bit of a clue. And has played the second most OpTic FaZe matches. So have a guess, put it in the chat, put it on social media, and let us know who's that pro. We'll give you the answer and everything else in this match to come after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We left you with this question: who's that pro? First full competitive season was Black Ops 2, made the grand finals every season he competed, and last but not least, has played the second most OpTic FaZe matches. And we can now finally reveal it is, of course, the Wanderers themselves, Crimsix in Porter. And Jay, you were wrong.
Oh, yeah, Bryce, I was way wrong. They completely threw me off guard. You know the little blurred out image right there? I was definitely thinking Slasher. But yeah, nah, Crimsix is a guy. These guys have been playing for so damn long in Call of Duty. Without question, he's definitely made it to a final every single season he's played. He's one of the GOATs of Call of Duty. Good friend of mine. And the guy's kind of, you know, a driver nowadays.
He certainly is tearing up the racing track. But speaking of tearing up, right now New York are tearing up the Thieves. It has been easy for them in the first two maps here as we move towards the control. But is there a reverse sweep? What's going on? Talk to me, Goose.
I think there's definitely an opportunity for LA Thieves to start this reverse sweep. They did play LSCLO control yesterday. They fall short in a round number 5 against Toronto because they just simply could not shut down the aggressive slaying from Scrappy. But now you're going up against New York, who you see the record for them, 4-7. They haven't really liked themselves a lot of CeeLo control. Ever since Fortress has gotten out of the mix, that used to be their bread and butter. They don't like to play Expo, and teams know that Hotel is their best control, so they had to have gotten better at a little bit of a CeeLo. As of recent, though, at Major 4, they went 3-1 in this map and mode, so New York definitely are getting a lot more comfortable on some CeeLo control.
Let's see if they can be super comfortable and end the series right here, because that's what they want to do. Take these 10 points, take the win, and keep on moving. But first, they have to get past the Thieves. And HyDra will not get past Envoy that time.
So far, LA Thieves able to shut down that first push. Only one player drops, and they're finding all the kills so far in the feed. New York forced to hit that reset button. You're coming off spawn, having to check every single corner, which can waste a lot of time on that clock. Because you know you can't commit over towards A. Kenny, your job is to simply stay alive. He's throwing shoulders. You invest in dead silence. You know the pressure's going to be on you. But New York, they sniff him out. They take care of him. Now they can apply that pressure.
The best thing here for the Thieves is if they can keep New York on the back burner. Oh. All right, Drazah. Finally arrived into the series and taking them down with 27 seconds left. New York do not have a lot of options. They're going to have to shake and bake and move into a position sooner rather than later.
You just got to find a kill. And right now, the SMGs on the side of the Thieves is causing them so many problems. Envoy finds 2. Skyz is there for the trade. But look at the route right now that KiSMET is currently taking. He finds himself towards top party. Player is going to be spotted on towards B, and this might work out perfectly because New York are finding the kills at the right time. The stack is going to be in towards the B point. First segment about to come in.
And I think they might actually end up giving this up. They're not really in a position to do much about it. That second tick is now in. Envoy is going to make a move. Drazah on Overwatch, looking for HyDra, but HyDra's already found Envoy, and that tick is going in, and Drazah will get 1 kill, but it won't be enough to save this, surely, as Octane is fighting down with it. And how on earth have the Thieves managed to hold that off?
They just take their time, man. You take their time. You had multiple different angles that you're able to spot out the B point. Players staying towards top AC, players towards both windows. As they hold down their preaims with those ARs in hand, and they're able to find all the kills at the right time to not lose that B point. They only allow the subliners to get 2 segments. As LAT able to basically dominate on the first defensive round. Exactly how you want to start off the reverse sweep on the cards.
The early call for the reverse sweep. We'll see if you're some sort of prophet, Jay, as the rest of this series, it could happen, but they have to get past them first, and Drazah a little bit shaky, eventually does get it through as they move towards B in numbers.
This is what you don't want if you are New York. You have 2 players on this side of the map, they both drop, so now LA Thieves get free roam. Just push right up through the field side, take control of the right side of the mini-map. Potentially puts you guys in a spawn trap, but Priestahh and KiSMET, they combine for 2. Envoy still getting a couple kills in the back of his spawn. But Drazah's the guy. Drazah's the guy farthest pushed up, cuts down Skyz from top cliff. Now he's set up to get a couple of freebies, another one on a Priestahh.
The only thing they will be looking for is HyDra. They know they haven't seen him. They know he's somewhere in the back line, and that's Priestahh again, taking it to the teeth here from Drazah. Points for Thieves. They slowly surely get here, but they're still wondering where that man has gone.
Eventually, HyDra's time to strike. Does find one on the pinch, but not going to have anything to show for it. As LA Thieves, they get the point, and now they're trying to transition over towards A. Envoy finds two with the great movement to put himself in this position. Drazah all spawn, takes down another. You have the cruise missile just in case you want to try to invest in here, but the guns are hot. They find all the kills. The stack is about to be in.
And this is a spawn trap. They have to get past Octane first, and then get towards it. That second tick is a little bit slow there for the LA Thieves as Octane tries to thread the needle. And now he's away from it, and he has to get towards the point to help his team out. But that tick is going in. It's been contested at the last second. Kenny goes down the KiSMET, and they've held.
I don't know how New York were able to do that. It was a 3-stack over towards the A point, but KiSMET again makes the play to keep this round moving. You still know that Octane's in the back of your spawn. You gotta play nice and slow. You gotta go for some team shots, because this young man is not missing any bullets. Eventually, HyDra takes him down, but LA, they get right back on the point. The 2-stack is in.
Looking for it as well. How's HyDra just got through? HyDra's contesting by himself. Eventually will fall. It's the hero play of all hero plays. But he will go down. And LA Thieves go 2 up in this control.
That was just too easy right there, Bryce. They start up their initial push, pushing up right through field. Drazah won a couple key gunfights. And even when his teammates dropped, Drazah was still staying alive towards top party. To them eventually closing out that B point. You put them in a little bit of a spawn trap with Octane in the positioning towards top hill. And it was only a matter of time before the Thieves were able to win a couple of those gunfights, stack the point for the final segment, and walk away with the attacking round. That was textbook play right there out of LA to go up 2-0.
For New York, this may not feel like the same series. LA Thieves have come alive in the control. We're anything that KiSMET HyDra will go for the trade. This is where they need to ascend to a different level and try to get them. And HyDra will go hunting on Octane. Octane, I think, has called it at the same time and has read him like a book.
Big kill right there from Octane to shut down HyDra in his flow state. He's continuing to gun people across the map. Finally, New York takes some map control. They have 3 players so far pushed up on B. They're going to solo out Octane, and the stack is going to be in. But Drazah on the flank through top white. He's going to be able to get the info. HyDra reads it, though. New York, they're set up to close up this B point early on.
They're looking for it as well. Envoy and Cammy just being Priestahh has to look every direction, trying to figure out where they go. Oh, he's heard him drop. He's heard him drop, but the timing is not right. Priestahh with 1 health should fall here as Kenny gets the reach out. And again, it's the same scenario here for New York. Time ticking away.
And there's only 25 seconds left. Skyz finds himself in a great position, but LA, they're not panicking. You're not pushing up field side. That means you have to commit over towards A. They have the bodies. They have the lives to contest this. But 2 players do fall. New York able to get the 2-stack going. The first segment is about to be complete. All of LA Thieves waiting for their teammates to come off time before they attack, but KiSMET's not waiting. He takes the fight to them.
It's a slow push. They've got radio tower control, so they don't have to stack the site, but they've still got a player on it. KiSMET keeping this team alive here in the control, looking for Drazah. Drazah will eventually take him down. HyDra knows he has to stay, backs off to the point, wins the gunfight. Skyz gets another one from up high.
So now the Subliners are going to be able to extend this time by a minute. They're currently up by 4 lives in the lives remaining department. It's now all it takes is just 1 perfect push. KiSMET starts it off by getting the first kill. They're applying the pressure towards the backside of the cliff. They know that LAT are going to get those close spawns. Big name from HyDra to get the first blood. It's all about winning these gunfights from here on out. Skyz finds a second. All you got to do is trade.
And the Thieves, that is a crucial kill against HyDra. They do not get the door shut. Priestahh looking to gun. No more joy for him as Drazah and Octane combined. They have pushed New York back for a second. 42 seconds left in this round. 15 versus 11 lives. It probably won't come down to that. This is all going to be positioning and gunfights.
And I love the way that LA is playing this right now. They're not getting over aggressive. They don't want to die the opponent's base. You want to stack up, put that 50-yard line down, and play the trades with your teammates as Octane and Drazah combined for 3. would look like to be a round that New York had the potential to walk away with. So only 15 seconds until LA walk away with the clean 3-0.
Drazah committing to this. Here it comes. Trophies are going to go down. Skyz has made one kill. Envoy gets one of the HyDra. Priestahh sitting pretty under the protection of that trophy system. 9.7 seconds. This is the last roll of the dice. Drazah against Priestahh. And Drazah will find it. KiSMET go with a nade. Skyz going for an Octane on coverage as well. And KiSMET is finding himself alone, hoping HyDra can back him up from a long way down, but it's not to be. HyDra must commit to the site. It's a forlorn dive into nothingness but death. And that'll be the end of it as Drazah on a 7 clears up, looks for the 8, has to reload. It's no good. And LA Thieves regain.
Hey, that was just too easy, Bryce. Too easy right there for LAT. They basically dominate the first defensive round, dominate on their only attacking round. And then when they need to clutch up on a defensive setup around that B point, no one gets overzealous. No one tries to be the aggressor on the map. They all hold strong on their side of the building to find all the kills in those final moments. It was textbook from start to finish. Drazah completely took over in this control as LA Thieves are able to force the map number 4. Like I said, Bryce, I don't know if I'm a prophet or something, but the reverse sweep is definitely on the cards now.
Oh, Jay, you can't call that into being this early in. You'll have angry New York fans.
And I'm from New York. They're crazy. I'm from New York. So, like, you guys know, I root for New York, but just the way that LADs have been playing, you can never count them out of the series. So, in my opinion, this series is far from done, especially with the way that New York came out and played on Fortress yesterday. It wasn't the best look going up against Vegas Leech.
That is very, very true. And if anything, LA Thieves, and that little break we took between map 2 and 3, certainly probably had a very good pep talk to get them into form for this LACLO control. And now they've got it. Got over the hump. They're no longer in that bad mood. And how does that make this hardpoint play?
Well, the thing you got to think about, Bryce, is that LA Thieves played this map, Fortress, the map number 4 coming up, yesterday against Toronto Ultra. You had Scrap on the opposing side break the kill record in a single hardpoint game mode. But then it was also Kenny breaking the death record in that same exact map. And somehow LA Thieves was still able to win it with him going 18-42. So whatever LA Thieves love to do on Fortress, that's find the breaks when it's needed. That's rotating nice and early, setting up for these money hills. That's the key to success, because there's no way in hell Kenny goes 18-42 today. So LA Thieves, they got the perfect game plan. Just gotta make sure you bring the slaying so it's not as close as it was yesterday versus Toronto.
I wonder if you just jinxed Kenny there. See if we can bring another kill.
Ain't no way, Bryce. I'm telling you right now.
I want to give a quick shout to Drazah as well. 2.63 there in the control. Just took over the map where they needed it the most. But you are right. Realistically, even with Scrap dropping hammers all over Fortress, they still lost it. Big kills out of Octane. And yeah, I don't know what it is about Kenny. I don't know whether or not they need to draw a kind of green camo on all the players so it looks like he's playing against OpTic every single time. But yeah, sometimes he struggles in respawn against other teams. I don't know if Hex, you know, did it wrong in a past life or something, because it's only really against OpTic we see the full Kenny effect.
Whenever Kenny plays against OpTic, we know this guy's a different beast. Like, he's probably having the bandana sitting in his back pocket, ready to go at any moment. But yesterday versus Toronto, didn't have the best map, but they still somehow won it. So if Kenny is able to take his gameplay to that next level, which we all know he is able to hit at a consistent basis, LA Thieves definitely have the opportunity to force this game number 5. It's going to be a battle though, man. Fortress is all about the pressure from the SMGs. If you go back to map number 1, KiSMET really set the tone alongside HyDra early into this series. So those are 2 guys that you have to put a lot of focus on. And it's only the other 2 guys that have to guard them. It's Kenny and Envoy that have to perform in this map 4.
That's what they'll want. They don't want a repeat of the HyDra. So they don't want a repeat of the S&D. They want to channel that energy that they poured into the control to keep on moving forward. Another respawn, another chance. And you are right, when we spoke about that hardpoint earlier, LA Thieves are known as one of the better hardpoint teams. It is rare to see many people take that map off of them.
When LA lost HyDra, definitely threw us off guard. But now they're going into a fortress hardpoint. But like I said, a teammate basically went triple negative yesterday. You still found a way to win it. So I think the biggest focus for LA has to be those rotations. You're going up against the Subliners, who are number 1 in rotation win percentage on a map like Fortress. You saw what that was like at map number 1 when New York were set up properly for these hills. You have to make sure that you're the guy early this time around.
Oh, it all comes down to it. If New York take 2 hard points off Thieves, it's a very different story. But if Thieves can reverse sweep New York, well, it hasn't happened an awful lot this year, so it is a little bit more significant.
And here we go. Right into the map number 1. LA Thieves starting off on the preferred side. But this is not how you want to start off in the engagements. New York win a couple key gunfights. They're already applying pressure over towards P2. You have control of bottom mid. And now you're able to soak up some much needed time. LA Thieves had to slow down. They have to find these kills and control the map.
I think just trying to stay alive here and getting back into a position. And LA Thieves played it a little bit slow to begin with because they were just making sure they didn't give anything away too much. And now they can apply the pressure. Now they can try and pin back New York. Block stage, make sure they don't get the P2 spawns.
Yeah, with only 15 seconds remaining on P1. LA, they're finding all the kills in the feed, so that's a clean 4 dead. All of the Subliners spawning over towards back statue. And now they're forced to break out of double doors, and there's multiple players from Thieves set up on the crossfire to try to consistently trap them in for as long as they can. Drazah, he's been lighting it up ever since that map number 3, and he's not slowing down so far in this hard point. LA Thieves win the rotation. They're soaking up the time.
Now pick up the pressure from the front. KiSMET dives through, gets the first, but Envoy there for the trade. Not able to get on the Priestahh though, and New York will break forward into the front here. Octane just trying to make sure he holds this down for the back, allowing his subs to put on some more pressure. The wall bang will come through, but it's not going to be enough. And eventually he gets squeezed out of this. Nothing for Thieves.
Oh, that's a perfect hold right there from the Subliners. Perfect setup right there from HyDra as well to set up the pinch at the right time, which leads to them getting about 30 uncontested seconds over towards P2. But now it's all about the battle off the rotation. New York know that P3 is the money hill. We're going to be able to set up all 4 players on this side of the map. If you're KiSMET, you don't want to drop and potentially spawn across, because that might be the opening the Thieves are looking for. They find the kill, they're putting on the pressure, and now they have the man advantage.
They know they just have to trade Priestahh. That's the and they line up for a 3-piece. It is not some sort of fried chicken. It is just destruction in the kill feed. And they have the opportunity, and it's gone.
It was there. It was there. All you have to do is find the trade onto Priestahh. But now New York so far holding it down. LA Thieves, though, they find a couple kills pushing through the double door. They find all 4 kills, and they're able to break the hill with 35 seconds left. New York are now in a position where if they decide to push this and potentially flip spawns, that's the worst case scenario. You're just going to play the trap LA Thieves in towards the back end and rotate early to set up for the next hill.
And it's a break that Thieves really made sure happened. They actually did it yesterday versus Toronto as well. Just looks so impressive. But this is about just trying to get a player out. Try to get it chaotic. You know you're going to take losses here on this break. Octane looking for it already. Knows where KiSMET is. KiSMET has to back off already. Thieves putting impressive pressure on the map.
Yeah, they're able to break out immediately as soon as this hold pops. And now Octane, even though he does not have dead silence invested, he's able to get behind enemy lines, goes for the one-on-one onto HyDra, is not able to win it. So New York holding down their power positions, winning the key gunfights. So far get 20 uncontested seconds.
And Drazah just gonna go for these kills as well. Finds Priestahh, doesn't care that it's a bad position for him, and that trophy to the face has probably annoyed him more than anything. Gonna go for another Overwatch. KiSMET going for the snake, doesn't matter. Drazah isn't missing. That 6th streak here for him now as he holds top rails with a firm grip against these players. HyDra chows, down he goes to Kenny. Knows where Skyz is, and Skyz exposes himself. And not in a way that'll get him arrested, but just in the way that he goes down to Drazah.
Yeah, Drazah's just taking this game to a whole different level right now. He earns himself that cruise missile. They find the break on towards P4 again. And now they're up by 40 points. Going in towards the Statue Hill. Multiple players from New York surrounding towards bottom match. They find 3 kills. They just haven't found Drazah. Finally, you take care of him. You're able to soak up some much needed time.
Octane on Overwatch. Echoes of human turret over and over again as they try to channel him out of this window. Not going to work so far for Octane as he will fall eventually. It's a good hold so far on Blacksmith. And New York putting pain in the Thieves camp.
That's a great hold right there from New York, because they're not on the preferred sides. It's a lot easier to break when you're spawning towards Arc. But HyDra was the guy that was roaming around bottom Arc, being a nuisance, coming up behind players, just keeping them off of his teammates who were soaking up all this P5 time. Finally, LA Thieves are able to win a couple gunfights on fight finds too. They're able to get the break. But now if you pay attention to your mini-map, look at what Skyz is doing. He knows that he has to put himself on the better side going into this P1. You're just going to play your life, allow your teammates to try to get out.
They're in such a good position now, New York. Skyz looking for the last player. It's Octane by himself. Alone, scared, gun.
Gotcha.
And that will beat them back into the spawn.
Now this is where you gotta find the break if you are LA. You're gonna invest this cruise missile because you know how crucial this moment can be in the game. Hopefully everything was spam, so Priestahh is gonna be able to get taken down, but KiSMET instantly there for the fill. As the Subliners are gonna be able to take the lead. The Chow still going down at P1. LA, they find the break for the final 20, but you have to win these gunfights because a couple players from New York spawning all the way across the map. It's a 4v2. Skyz starts it off with the first, and now his teammates are here to reinforce.
And Octane, you can see he's trying to make these plays. He's got a second kill there with the Vaznev. Flexing on them, but he doesn't have reinforcements. He doesn't want to get traded here. He wants to make sure that he can keep this map control and the information alive for his teammates as they look to make this push forward. HyDra, though, moving mad around Art as he usually does. Second player goes for the challenge. Down he falls as HyDra keeps on moving. It has done enough to put the Thieves back.
And if you are LA, you are spawning on the bad side. You're getting those close P1 spawns, but you cannot give up all this time to New York. You also cannot apply the pressure to the back because you potentially are going to spawn a player across the map or free off the rotation. All players from LA decide to attack from different angles. They find the break, at least for now. But Subliners, they think a big picture. They know that this P3 is a money hill. It's all on to Kenny. What can he get done?
Oh, he gets it as well, but there's going to be a trade. KiSMET alone. Those players are going to be hit. He's outnumbered. Is he outgunned? He is. Drazah finds him, and they are chaining the hills. 3 players left. The only weak spot is the fact that Octane will not be there as he's on the last hill himself.
But that's a big kill, though, for Priestahh to take down Octane. As they so far pushed up on the map, Octane should be able to spawn up behind them, but he actually spawns towards open, so he instantly is able to put himself in a position to find the pinch. The rest of his teammates find all the kills, and this might be the turning point of the game. LA Thieves, 45 seconds on P3. They get this time. It's basically going to be game.
And here they go. Skyz gets the first one onto Octane. At least clears that backline a bit. Envoy will find another one. Priestahh sitting up top platform. KiSMET will find one. Envoy wants to win this gunfight. He's the last alive, and down he will fall. Great break there from New York in the end. They managed to make sure that this game does not end.
That was a much-needed break. Much-needed break from the Subliners, but on the opposite side for LA, they currently have the lead. They're trying to put the reverse sweep on the cards. Let's step aside and go for a listen-in with LAT.
That's him.
Hey, I'm going to
I have left cross. I have left cross. They can jump. I can get P2. I have P2 back to I got one left. I'm out P1. Watch your P2. Watch your lower. Watch your lower. I'm top solo. Solo one. Right door, jump down. I'm going foul. Watch my lower. Give me time. Lower. I spawned out 2 pillars. Guys, shoot him. I got enough time for a second. He went Dashy. I'm in the cage. I'm spawned out. P5. 2 dark stairs, guys. 2 dark stairs. Dark stairs, win up. Lane on white truck. One shot. This is white truck on you. Back door. He won, absolutely. Behind cannon and rolled, kids. Alright. He won, bro. I got match, bro. I spawned. So he's on bench. He's on bench. He's on bench. Shut up. Nice. Stay open. Alright, close. One shot open. He's so weak. I'll play this guy. Stage jet. Lane down. I'll say to me. Stage open. He just taking the he's weak. He's still weak. I'm holding him. Okay, good. This guy's still staying. That's fine. I have time. I'm on table. They can pitch me bench. I don't have trophy. You get him, Maps. Open dead. Bottom maps. Shut on. I gotta go bullet, bro. Could be close. Could be close.
I'm going down.
He was close earlier.
Yeah,
he was
one
close
is
earlier.
close now.
I'm coming out. I'm close.
Low back. Lower.
Okay, he closed. I'm gonna open it.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, give me.
I'm absolutely right.
And the comms accelerate as this match has as well. 20 points are in it. Blacksmith being held. The New York Subliners have got one last opportunity to break.
And with only 15 seconds of LA Thieves, they're finding all the kills in the feed. 10 seconds until they're able to force the game number 5. A player from New York is going to spawn on the pinch. They might find the break now.
It's HyDra, and it doesn't matter. Skyz going to kill as well. Kenny will have to get it, and now it's a race to P1. But it is disgraceful spawns on both sides. They're not going to want this either way, but no, they've broken back in. Octane is here. It is 3 seconds to midnight. They have to hold this in every single step of the way. Octane will find the kill, but it's not to be. We're going to P1. Thieves are already here. Kenny's on Overwatch. Skyz will fall, and we are going to a map 5 study.
I told you, Bryce, I'm not a prophet or anything, but I just had a feeling. LA Thieves come out in this map number 4. They fall short in a couple rotations. I thought the Subliners were setting themselves up for success. But every time the Thieves needed to find a break, they got it done. More specifically, at that P3 hard point. First rotation of hard points, it was New York set up. But then LA find the break. Second time, it was LA Thieves in the man advantage, thought that they had an opportunity, but they get shut down by Priestahh. At that time, sometimes it might be a little bit demoralizing to break in some one of these money hills, especially when someone just pops 3. But they go back at it again. They send 3 through the double door. They find the break, and I knew that that was the turning point of the game. It was such a back and forth hard point, but the LA Thieves clutch up in game number 4. Kenny doesn't go 18 and 42. He still goes negative, but it wasn't as bad as LA are able to force the game number 5. Man, what a series this has been.
One last thing before I want to quickly throw about Kenny there. As we spoke about in the listening, he was 12 and 22. He ends up 18 and 24. So he actually went 6 and 2 in those last engagements. Critical for the success. But it has been a long journey, but our destination is not yet here. We have one more map. It's coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for the very final map of week 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with a map 5 between LA Thieves and New York Subliners. It has been an absolute stormer so far with incredible plays. And speaking of plays, it's the scuff play of the game. And this one, Jay, pretty easy to take down.
Yeah, I just don't understand how no one's able to check bomb. So right here, you already see it's a 4v3, making it 3v3, 3v2, now 2v2. As Drazah wins that gunfight towards top end. KiSMET still has yet to be known on the map, but Envoy is able to take him down. And with now, Drazah being the guy to gain the information of a player defusing a bomb, he checks sight, but he's not able to spot HyDra because the bomb is planted behind the cube. So HyDra just sticks on it. He commits towards it again. On the defuse on hotel, he has had so many successful rounds doing that same play. And he finds another one for our scuff play of the game.
And that's the problem. The HyDra, when you don't know where he is and around top bedroom, it's terrifying. That was the problem. They were terrified of where HyDra could be. And so they were checking corners, they were checking angles. Unfortunately, didn't get eyes on the bomb. But another S&D, another opportunity. This is the last one. A map 5. A potential reverse sweep. Can HyDra do it again? 11-3 in the first one, Jay.
And HyDra's the guy that you have to put a lot of focus on. He took over in that map 2 search and destroy. And going into this map number 5, HyDra should have got a 1.25 KD. And every time he gets into an opening duel battle, he has a 78% chance at winning that gunfight. So another scenario where the first blood is going to be crucial. New York are great whenever they find it. LA Thieves, they are horrible whenever they find the first blood. So we're just going to have to see how this one plays out.
We certainly are. Now, I've made my opinion known on HyDra with a sniper rifle, but this time it should be good because he finds Drazah on the peak. And this is advantage to New York.
That's a big first blood from HyDra. He does it again with the snap onto Kenny. KiSMET finds the third. KiSMET finds the final. The SMG duo takes over, but HyDra this time around not with the SMG. Quick scoping people across the map for New York. They come out swinging in round 1.
Yep, and that made me eat my words very, very quickly. Sometimes I think HyDra's just a menace with the Vaz. I don't want to ever see him put out anything but it. But hey, this time it works out. He made the plays. Probably did enough with it, HyDra. Probably stick it away and do nothing else you need to. But yeah, big win for New York to begin with. It will make it very scary for Thieves.
Because now if you have to think in the back of your mind, if HyDra's going to be sniping, you usually probably expect him to be the aggressor with that SMG, but now you have to develop a new game plan. Because now we go into a stalemate. LA on the defensive side. Octane holding down bottom pool with this angle with the snipe. Because New York are not trying to give them anything to work with. Slowly trying to work up his KiSMET. He does get picked off though. Envoy finds the first 3v4.
And now for New York, it's about trying to find some distance here. Skyz head above the parapet. Envoy, there we go. The pixel movement. He finds him eventually. Skyz is going to go back here. Long range Vaz and Octane on Overwatch, but misses the shot for him. Envoy may try and get this one down as it goes down to a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, Drazah is able to take down HyDra. Player from New York who was trying to be the playmaker, but Priestahh answers the call, takes down Kenny. So now in a 3v2 scenario, both players from the Subliners invest that dead silence. Gonna be able to maneuver around the map for free. They're just trying to take a lot of ground, but they're wasting a lot of clock. Eventually, LA Thieves, they're gonna be able to strike towards one of these sites as Envoy and Drazah invest in dead silence of their own.
This guy's looking for a potential pick, and he's gonna find Envoy and threads the needle and gets him, but falls to Drazah. That bomb's gonna have to go down. Priestahh for some magic, but it isn't gonna happen. Thieves this time to check the bomb.
They're able to clutch up in the 4v2. Got a little scary, but Drazah in a great position to at least find the trade. And then in the 2v1, they know that Priestahh has to commit towards getting the bomb down. They set up the pinch. Octane puts the final couple of shots with the pistol. Tied up in the search and destroy. 1-1 now.
Well, snipers both sides. HyDra's was more effective. Octane's was okay. But now we've got to find out, what does a difference make? Drazah looking for anybody out here. HyDra has switched away from that sniper, not relying on it every single round. The Vaznev back in hand, and Kenny walks into the sights.
And that's the second first blood so far on the map for HyDra. Guy who does great in his opening duels, and he also does great when he has to win another one-on-one. Takes down Envoy. New York in the man advantage, 3v2 with the bomb down in towards A.
Wow. Oh no, they got out of that one. Drazah moving very, very fast as bullets nipping at his heels. LA Thieves gonna go take over towards B bomb, but realistically, they're gonna have to come back because they don't have the bomb. It is currently sitting in A site.
Yeah, you can't plant air. So you got to work your way back over towards that A point where you know HyDra is ready to strike. As they both invest dead silence. It's a dead silence fest from all 4 players left in this clutch. Priestahh takes down Drazah. Now it's Octane left in the 1v2. His dead silence is about to run out, so his position is about to be known.
He has to check every single corner. Paranoia echoing in this man's brain as he tries to go for it, and he's just dodging people by the tiniest of points. He can't find it. Octane has been the fastest I've ever seen him move as he checks every single angle, but New York give him nothing.
Yeah, they gave him nothing to work with. They knew that the bomb was down in towards A. HyDra finds the first blood. HyDra finds 3 on the round to take that one in favor of the Subliners. Slowly working his progression up towards the cruise missile. But now we go back on the defensive side. LA Thieves, they were super strong with their hold over towards that B bomb. Drazah was making plays. But now it's all about shutting down this pressure from HyDra because he's starting to feel himself. It's looking like this is one of those maps that he has the ability to take over.
It is a more sedate one here from New York. Potentially expecting some pressure, and here it comes. Drazah, they've read him completely, and somehow he gets out alive. Has to run away, but KiSMET will find Octane on the other side of the map. And New York got the playbook out, and it read everything they needed.
That's the default setup. You know that LA are going to try to make a couple plays on the map. You know that Octane likes to be the sole man over towards top radio. Able to take down Drazah, able to take down Octane, now puts you in a 4v2 situation. You have the man advantage. Let's just jump into a site and let's get the bomb down. Do not allow Envoy to make the plays. He doesn't have dead silence, but all the info is gained.
Well, Envoy made a lot of noise out there and shot a lot of fences, but didn't get a lot else. And New York move into a commanding lead here on the S&D. Yeah, Envoy, a lot of noise. Easy read for KiSMET.
They're just taking their time in their rounds so far, Bryce. On their attacking rounds, they know that LA Thieves, whenever they find success on a CeeLo, it's usually off the first blood, so they're trying to throw a couple different strategies at them. Drazah whipping out the submachine gun one round, switching to attack. Octane also with the sniper. But New York aren't budging. They're not worried about what they're doing on the map. They're focused on themselves. So far, that has led to a 3-1 in this search and destroy. As LA Thieves go back on the attack. Super aggressive this time around, though, into the A side.
Now, Priestahh's going to get first blood at this time, but it will instantly be traded. Back down to a 3 versus 3. That's going to be bombed down again, though, for Thieves. And HyDra just says, all right, I found Drazah. More pressure on them again. Kenny and Octane this time.
And Octane at least was able to spot HyDra. So he's just going to back up to his spawn, play for this one-on-one gunfight where Kenny is trying to take care of the other 2 players. Currently sitting in bottom tools, but HyDra's able to win the one-on-one somehow versus Octane. Earns himself the cruise missile, and now it's all up to Kenny in the 1v3.
Slowly does it. No dead silence. Forced to a snail's pace as he bursts out against Skyz, who will just run and catches him before he can get out. A glimmer of hope. HyDra a mile away. KiSMET up the top as well. Still looking for him. Might find HyDra here. No, HyDra's gone the safe route all the way around the back, and Kenny's running out of time.
He just has to have dead silence, so you have to crouch walk your way around the map. And by the time you get towards the site, both Subliners players have rotated together to go for the team shots. HyDra is just taking over in this search and destroy. This is the one-on-one gunfight with Octane. Octane position known, but once you hit those first couple of bullets, you have the advantage in the gunfight. Goes for the re-snap, wins the one-on-one, earns the cruise missile. His Subliners now put themselves up 4-1.
Well, let's see what happens for the rest of it. Do LA Thieves have it in them now to bounce back in this S&D? They've done it in the series. It was 2-0 and down to 2-2. But in map 5, they have not arrived. Ooh, little dodgy nade there.
Yeah. Your Subliners just want to make sure no one is in towards the site. So you throw all your attacks, even though it might hit a couple teammates, which eventually sets up Envoy to put the pressure on. He gets that player off bomb. Drazah finds the second. Skyz takes down Octane, though, but it's still Subliners in a 3v2.
Skyz left alone in a 1 versus 2 now, though. Dead silence will be activated. Up we go. Taking top position. Going to check some positions before he goes for this bomb. Does he call it right?
Ooh, he spotted at least one player towards white. So now it's about getting the information on where the second player is. Fortunately, it's a bad timing there.
Unbelievable. That kill. Perfect. Skyz just waiting for this 1v1, but Kenny is playing it even more passive. Just not checking anything, not going anywhere.
Yeah, but Skyz knows now that he has to commit towards the bomb plant. Kenny, he's actually going to commit towards taking him off, and it plays beautifully. Skyz with the 2v1 clutch gets all the info he needs to get, spots the player towards white. The player in towards the site, puts down a couple shots. He's able to win the one-on-one. But then the mind games, because Kenny's getting the info. The bomb's down towards A. He can only go towards A bomb. He's most likely going to go for the plant. But Skyz, with the 1000 IQ play, does not commit towards the plant. Puts down a couple shots with the Vaznavs, closes it out with the TAC 56. Clutches up in a 2v1 to now put New York at game point.
And it is going from bad to worse. LA Thieves keep looking like they have the advantage, they have the opportunity. But now all they have is the potential of failure. Octane has to get away with it. But Dead Silence, and KiSMET is feeling himself, he's going for him, he knows where he's going to be, and gets him as well. With the crews coming in, he had all the information he gets, that's the first blood. Bomb will be down here for Thieves, though.
Gotta try to clutch up. In the 4v3 bomb planted, you know that KiSMET's still roaming around your base. Envoy was a huge one-on-one. Drazah finds his second. Envoy finds 2. So now it's all up to Priestahh. And a 1v2 with 20 seconds left.
And he's going for it, but can't get the first kill. A little bit of a shake. And now we're going to see, do LA Thieves have not only the potential to reverse sweep, but can they almost full sail it? Not quite. But they still need a lot more rounds.
Definitely need a lot more rounds. I thought that the Subliners played that last round beautifully. You call the cruise missile in. You isolate everyone in towards the building. You allow KiSMET to go on the one-on-one versus Octane. He finds that first blood. But once the bomb gets planted, even though you know where they are currently set up around, there's some very, very tough gunfights to try to win as LA Thieves keep themselves alive in this S&D a little longer. Now down 2-5.
Oh, and now HyDra will get the first blood under Drazah. A perfect stun. Kenny knows there might be pressure looming. Players coming to chow.
And now you just gotta wait. Someone's gotta be a playmaker. Someone's gotta try to get some information on towards this A-bomb. You cannot allow it to get planted for free. Or at least not getting a kill. As Kenny is able to put down a couple shots onto Skyz, but now the bomb's getting planted for the Subliners. Envoy might be here to make a play.
KiSMET's been found. Bomb's still going to go down. HyDra will find Kenny as well. Octane will get HyDra. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb is down. Envoy is guessing where this player is going to be. Checks right. Knows he's not there. We'll check so far. And they're looking for it now as well. Envoy goes straight in. Skyz, another 1v2. Is this one ridden? The dead silence will be popped.
He invested that dead silence. Not a single player from LA is on the point yet. But he's going to be able to get one and get out with his life. You throw the shoulder, you get the info, and Skyz might have just done enough to win the series.
Oh, Skyz again with a 1 versus 2. No reverse sweep. No glory for Thieves. New York shut them down. And they will get that win here. Our champions from Major 4 start off their campaign for Major 5 0-2.
And that's so tough, man. That's so tough. If you think about a majority of these rounds in the game 5, LA Thieves had the man advantage. But usually every time that they put themselves in that advantage, they do not find a lot of success. They have to play their man up scenarios a lot better. As you see the difference in the first bloods, I know HyDra lagged out the game, but that young man was taking over from start to finish of this map. He had like 4 first bloods by himself. So 6-3, even though the final scoreline is 6-2. Subliners have some serious ice going into this game number 5. Caesar Skyz Bueno invested in this game today to come out and clutch 2v1 clutches to close out the series in a game 5 series. That was insane, man. That was nuts.
It really was. You got to give credit though, New York. They were beaten back. A reverse sweep, a potential crying situation. The ice froze those tears before they get out the ducks and they get the win over Thieves. Well, it's time to hand it over to the birthday boy and our beautiful Des to break this one down.
Hey guys, great cast. 5 games. Exactly how we predicted it, right, Allie?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's talk a little bit about this one. I thought the Subliners were actually going to be able to lock it up with a 3-0. Instead, it's LA Thieves turning it on Control. They forced that game 4 hard point. They win it there. Forced the game 5. But then it's all Subliners. HyDra taking over with the snipe. You see Skyz coming in as the closer. Where was New York shining today, Allie? Because LA Thieves are not an easy team.
Definitely in those search and destroys. I said that was going to be kind of the deciding factor in these series, as these are 2 historically very strong respawns teams, and I think we definitely saw that in this series. But New York, man, they were just diff in the games 2 and 5. They shut down every time LA Thieves thought they had the advantage. It was a clutch from a player like Skyz, like KiSMET, in the 1v2s, especially in that game number 5, to just shut it down.
And I wanted to ask you, Nameless, doubleheader question here. What is going on with LA Thieves? Is it just LSCO for these game 5s? That's a problem?
Listen, all right, so up until stage 4, it was a cursed map. I mean, these guys were 4-10 on it with 4 round 11 losses. They had the lowest first blood conversion rate, so when they got that first kill, they could never win the round on this map, but they won 3 straight throughout stage 4. Well, guess what happens? The cursed map returns in game 5. They get smoked here on the LSCO game 5, but also, you know, sort of similar to Toronto Ultra. Toronto Ultra won a major, started off 0-3 in S&D and lost 2 series. LA Thieves, they come back into this stage. They've lost 2 series and they're 0-3 in S&D so far. When you win an event, everybody's watching your VOD. They know what you're trying to do. They know how you're going to be playing the map. You have to adjust. We've seen some of the similar plays. Drazah pulling out that SMG. It's now we are expecting it, right? Trying to get pushed up, through courtyard and make a play. Well, they read it this time. And KiSMET was the man getting behind him, and HyDra was piecing him up.
Yeah, HyDra getting those openers, but KiSMET is the guy I want to talk to right now because he set the tone in that game number 1. You had people juked out of their shoes. KiSMET, talk to me a little bit about the matchup, not just today, but also yesterday. You guys had to play back-to-back game 5s.
I mean, today we just came in with like a clearer state of mind. Yesterday was unfortunate that we lost. I was battling a headache. It was a rough series. But today I was just happy with overall how we played. I mean, it got a little close, but just happy for the dub.
Talk to me a little bit about the maps, KiSMET. Did you guys make any selections to prepare you for Toronto? You're already locked in for champs, so what are you guys really doing at this point?
I mean, today was more of like, we knew LET was a really good team, so we wanted to just test our like skill, if that makes sense, and not really like go down the route of testing maps. So now that champs is locked in, obviously we want to still make winners, so maybe we'll, you know, go down that route again and test a couple maps, but just fine-tuning certain things, I guess.
Right.
KiSMET 36-28 on HyDra hardpoint is the numbers that you dropped to map 1 of this series. Typically, it's very, very difficult for an SMG to get going on a map like HyDra. It's maybe one of our only more AR-heavy maps in our lineup. What makes you so good? What makes you different from the rest of the SMGs in the league?
I mean, like, obviously, I think the biggest thing is just our teamwork on that map right now. It's like, we're setting each other up so well that like it allows me to make those plays, and if we're not setting each other up, I'm not able to make those plays. So like it's basically a lot of kudos to my teammates. If they weren't doing the things they're doing, I wouldn't be able to shine the way I was. So
awesome.
KiSMET, today you guys had a big match, obviously against LA Thieves, and you do it by winning 2 search and destroys and getting the win. What was the preparation like headed into this one? Did you watch a lot of LA Thieves VOD? Because I saw you guys doing some things I wasn't expecting. HyDra sniping left side field off rip, you solo pushing through to yellow. So explain to me the preparation.
we lost yesterday, and we took like 2-hour break, and we went home, and we all got on Discord together to watch over their pods. We probably watched, I don't even know how many S&D maps are there. So we just studied super hard, like see their tendencies, and then surely they came in here and they kind of had mostly the same ones. So we were just super prepared today.
Awesome.
KiSMET, as we close this one out, anything you want to say to the Subliner fans? Is there a chance we see 2 major trophies in the case here for the Subliners this year?
I hope so. But the main first thing is sorry for the heart attack, because I was having one a little bit there. I mean, yeah, obviously we're trying to win. We want to win this next tournament. We want to go to back-to-back for the champs. That's the goal and the dream. We're just going to keep pushing and doing our best for you guys. So appreciate the support.
All right, 1-1 after today's W. We'll let you go celebrate with the team. The Subliners pulling off the upset over the team just 1 place ahead of them in our standings. LA Thieves, before we leave this one, though, are we worried about Kenny right now, Nameless? This seems to be back-to-back matches where Kenny's dropping numbers.
I am not worried about Kylo Ken. That man is a Lanimal. Probably the biggest difference we've seen a player from online to LAN. They will have to clutch up in some of these games, though, in these game 5s, because I do not want to see them have to make that losers run again.
Kylo Ken, got to get back on top of it. I'm ready, LA Thieves fans. Let's take a look back, though, at the beginning of the day. Florida gets a W, and it wasn't easy. You're going up against the 11-seeded LAG, who's on a massive losing streak, but you get the dub in a game 5.
The fact that you just said wasn't easy and then followed that up by 11 seed in that sentence does not make any sense to me. But you're right, it wasn't, because it went to a game 5 once again, mirroring the last time these two teams matched up. But instead, it was Florida Mutineers coming out with the W. It was the same map and mode, Embassy Search and Destroy game number 5, but it was Vickle that felt like it really was the difference for me to end up pulling out that W.
Can I just say, nobody played better in this series than the fire extinguisher in the kitchen. It was by far the best play of the series. You know, my big takeaway from this, though, is that Florida still has some fight left in them. They're still going hard. Yeah. They're able to clutch up in a couple of these game 5s, and they're truly trying to make something special happen here and play spoiler. For LAG, Alec Arcedes has to focus up and play better in their next outing. That's the guy I'm focused on. He has to be a leader for these guys. He cannot give up.
He's probably the front runner to return as a captain of a squad for 2024, but he has not found success with the Guerrillas yet here in 2023. As we see Florida pick up their win, we were set up for another green squad, the El Clasico. OpTic taking on FaZe. This one, pretty similar to the last one. Another 3-0. OpTic coming out and showing their dominant, what is it now, 9-1 or 10-1? 10-1 in the last 2 years against FaZe.
I mean, on paper with these players, you would think this was going to be a banger of a matchup on the day. And not that it wasn't, just a lot faster than I think a majority of us expected.
Listen, at this point, FaZe just gotta hope they don't have to play OpTic. They need OpTic play somebody else, lose. Like, FaZe are completely compromised against them. On top of that, some of the same problems still lingering in their gameplay. And then today, like, you lose your best search and destroy going up against OpTic as well. So you are mentally compromised to the fullest degree.
All right, so you have Atlanta FaZe now sitting at 1-1. OpTic, the only team to join Toronto at 2-0 as we kick off our first week of qualifiers. Remember, the qualifiers will continue next week and the week after. Here's a look at day 1 of week 2. We've got Guerrillas versus Royal Ravens. Mutineers look to continue scoring against the Boston Breach, and the real story comes up at 6 o'clock. Where is Atlanta FaZe going to be come Toronto in the bracket? Legion's hoping might be in that loser side.
Listen, we're seeing Prime Clay come out. That could be a banger, mate. But I'm excited for Boston Breach in the new look. Vivid's back in the squad. I can't wait to see their outing versus Florida.
All right, big shout out to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for watching the Call of Duty League. We're heading to the bar, but we'll see you next week.
Birthday.
Cheers, everybody.
Where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier stand. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trick. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level, breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenate. Caffeinated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power calls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, make me wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Just got bed. Got bed in the back corner. Back corner.
Good shot. 1v2. You can do this. It is
both ARs. Both ARs.
Both ARs.
Okay. You might fly in. Side door. Opened it.
Side door.
I stunned it. Looking a nade for it. He's hard stunned.
Go for the bounce back.
One shot.
Side door. I got blown up. He's in. Wow.
Oh my gosh. What the f?
Yo, let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. You fucking beast. Joe, let's go, you beast.